balance between the maintenance of law and order and the basic rights of our people to free speech and free expression. Mr. President, since the beginning of time, cultural and societal traditions have been used as markers of identity. Kente cloth is as defining to Ghana as kimonos are to Japan, and as quinceañeras are to Latin America, or as bar mitzvahs are to Judaism. Yet some practices and beliefs, though considered traditional, have no place in our world today, and they should not be permitted a place in the world that we are planning for the future. Among those traditions are the ones that refuse individuals, particularly women and children, their basic rights and force them into situations that relegate them to a life of vulnerability, to poverty, disease, and other unbearable hardships. Most of the world's poorest people are women. Currently, we create programs and policies to address this imbalance, yet regardless of how successful they may be, they are not permanent solutions. They do not solve the ultimate problem, which is the vast inequality that exists between men and women that so many traditions have inculcated over the years. In Ghana, through the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program, we have provided cash grants to a total of 77,000 households throughout our nation. The program, which is aimed at poverty alleviation, also entitles its recipients to provision of free health care through the National Health Insurance Scheme. In order to address the issue of child mortality and malnutrition, preparatory work is underway to earmark disbursements for pregnant women and mothers of children under the age of 1. It is not a secret that when it comes to gender equality, education is the key to change. It is a problem that must be addressed at its root. We speak often of ability and access. Those are honorable concepts. But the actuality is that being able to get an education and having access to an education is not the same as getting an education. In Ghana, we've made tremendous progress in achieving the Millennium Development Goal target on universal basic education. We instituted the Girl Child program, which encourages parents to send girls to school, and at the primary level, we have achieved gender parity between boys and girls. But what happens beyond the basic level is another matter altogether. Young girls are often taken out of school and married off. Africa has the highest rates of child marriage in the world, following only Asia. It was the intention of the United Nations 1964 Convention on Consent to Marriage and Minimum Age for Marriage and Registration of Marriages to abolish the practice of child marriage. And yet still in West Africa, 2 out of 5 girls will be married off before the age of 18. These young girls are faced with increased maternal mortality rates and increased STD rates. They are subject to the sort of poverty that is nearly insurmountable. However, research shows that 64% fewer girls will become child brides if they were allowed to complete secondary school. Recognizing the significant difference that this could make in and to our nation, Ghana has launched a campaign under the auspices of UNICEF to end child marriage in our nation by focusing not only on getting young girls into school, but also keeping them there until their education is complete. This is being achieved through enhanced access to secondary education and beyond without compromising quality. Mr. President, this year, we've had a fruitful General Assembly. We adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. We discussed how to establish resilient health systems. We held a summit on peacekeeping, and we also strategized on how to deal with religious extremism. We will take many memories back with us, but for me, one remarkable image that made a huge impression on me in the early days of this gathering was the Pope's car. It was breathtaking to watch the pontiff as he greeted massive crowds and moved even government officials to tears in an open gallery. But nothing was more breathtaking than watching him entering and being driven through the streets of New York in a tiny Fiat 500. It was a great metaphor for the times in which we are living, and a powerful lesson about the certain changes we must make to confront our rapidly changing future. There was a strange sense of solidarity that I felt with this small vehicle as I watched it cruising down the streets of New York, surrounded and dwarfed by such humongous sports utility vehicles. It reminded me of the plight of the so-called developing nations in our relationships with the wealthier, larger, more established nations of this world. There is a sense of being protected, yet also of being overpowered, of being guided, and yet also of being intimidated to stay the course that they are navigating. More than any of that, though, what struck me was the modernity of the moment. The survival of our planet depends on us coming to terms with such modernity. It requires us to redefine our relationship with nature and to realize that we're just one part of a larger ecosystem. We must finally realize that it is we who are dependent upon nature and not the other way around. In recent years, signs of emergence in Africa has generated great hope and very high expectations. Many African nations have embraced democracy, and free and fair elections have become a regular occurrence on the continent's calendar. Several African nations are seeing an acceleration in economic growth, and a more than reasonable measure of success is being achieved in reducing hunger and poverty on the continent. My own country, Ghana, has benefited greatly in achieving the Millennium Development Targets. Ghana is considered one of the bright lights of Africa, a place that was once derisively referred to as the Dark Continent. Our nation boasts a strong, stable democracy with an economy that has been growing positively for more than 2 decades. While we are exposed to the current uncertainty of the international markets, strong cooperation with our multilateral and bilateral partners is seeing positive movement towards fiscal consolidation. Moreover, our current agenda for transformation is aimed at diversifying our economy and accelerating growth. My government is committed to maintaining strict fiscal discipline in order to stabilize the macroeconomy and stimulate growth and business activity. All of that notwithstanding, one of the major binding constraints that all of Africa faces is a shortage of electric power, and Ghana is no exception. In many African nations, power outages as a result of a shortfall in generation are even considered normal. In Ghana, 2 decades of consistent positive growth has resulted in demand for power outstripping supply. The resulting load management program has unfortunately slowed growth and is taking a steep toll on economic and social life. Small and medium enterprises which can least afford the high cost of purchasing and operating generators to substitute their power supply are being severely affected by this. We're pursuing a program to put in emergency generation to balance demand and supply. We're looking forward, we plan to put an additional 3,500 megawatts of power into our transmission grid, utilizing the significant gas reserves we have discovered in our offshore concessions. This will be supplemented by renewable power, mainly from solar, biomass, and wind sources. The road ahead, not only for so-called developing nations like Ghana, but indeed for all nations, demand that we achieve energy sufficiency in a manner that is sustainable and does not further worsen the fragile environment of our planet. In December, representatives from all over the world will meet in Paris to discuss issues of climate change, the effects of which have become undeniable. The changes to our planet as a result of global warming are apparent for all to see. The receding glaciers in temperate climates, the reduction in rainfall and advancing deserts in Africa, and the lakes in the Middle East and Asia that are virtually disappearing. All of these things are a wake-up call for us to take drastic and immediate action to save our planet and to save mankind. We must curb our consumerism, not just in respect of the environment, but also in the exercise of tolerance and the mindful practice of coexistence with one another. Recently, the US and Cuba have taken significant steps to normalize relations between the two countries. This is an important first step towards discarding the relics of the Cold War, represented by the economic blockade of Cuba. I'm also encouraged by the historic agreement between the US and partners on one hand and Iran on the other to curtail the development of nuclear weapons and encourage the peaceful use of nuclear technology. These events give me hope that with dedication and focus, we can also resolve the seeming intractable issue of Palestine. Ghana supports a two-state solution to the conflict, a peaceful and stable Israel coexisting with a sovereign Palestinian state. To this end, we call for an immediate cessation of construction of settlements in Palestinian territories. Mr. President, 70 years from now, I wonder what those looking back at this era will think of it. I wonder what they will think of us when they study these days, these events that are shaping our world and our lives, those millions and millions of students, girls and boys. What will our actions or our inactions say to them? What secrets of statecraft will they learn in that history? And most importantly, what sort of world will the work that we're doing here today and now, the work of peace, produce for them to inherit? It is after all their history that we are holding right now in our hands. And Mr. President, we cannot fail them. I thank you for this opportunity.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Faure Asazema Ganasenbe, President of the Togolese Republic. I request the protocol, I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Faure Asazemana Ganasenbe, President of the Togolese Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before beginning, I'd like to ask for your indulgence to express my warm congratulations to my friend from Ghana for his excellent statement. Mr. President, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is also a pleasure for me to be addressing our august assembly at a time when we are facing a new phase in our long quest for peace, security, development, and shared prosperity. At the beginning of my comments, please allow me to present my warm congratulations to His Excellency Mokins Likatoft for his election to the presidency of this 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would also like to restate our full appreciation to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, for the positive actions that he has been able to undertake since he has taken up his functions. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, since its creation, our common organization has been fully invested alongside states, regional organizations, and peoples for peace and security, but also for progressively increasing standards of living. I would therefore like to express satisfaction with the long road that we have walked together. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, since its accession on the 20th of September 1960, my country has owned the values and priorities which are at the heart of the UN agenda. Togo has thus done its utmost with much conviction to make its contribution to the noble ideals of our organization succeeding. In return, Togo has received much from the great United Nations family. An essential example of this is the 25th of April 2015, the presidential election in Togo, which is an example of the fruitful cooperation. We will never forget that throughout this long electoral process, Togo has benefited from many forms of support and attentive assistance from its friends and partners, and in particular, the UN Office for West Africa, led by Mr. Chambas, and the UN system in Lomé. This sign of solidarity was, for us, a source of encouragement to see through to the end the efforts that the Togolese people have made to make sure that this election is a success. I would like to take this opportunity to express the profound gratitude of the Togolese people to everyone. Today, the Togolese people expect to fully rely on this success in order to continue, thanks to political reforms, to strengthen their democracy and to pursue together their march towards progress. With this in mind, and aware of how important it is for the peace and security of a society, Togo expects to make social and economic inclusion the first pillar of national cohesion. The priority for us is to go further in strengthening well-being for all, and to therefore more actively participate in the achievement of our development agenda. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our new Sustainable Development Agenda commits us to do much better than we have in the past. Even if we did not succeed in achieving all of our objectives by the deadline set. Nevertheless, today we have the benefit of our experience and errors in the past, which represents great capital that we can use to meet the challenges which await us. At a time when we are deliberating on the future of international cooperation, it seems essential to me to not forget the tribute we have just paid in dealing with the Ebola virus, which was a heavy one. As I was a coordinator in combating this illness in ECOWAS, I would like to speak from this podium to express our profound gratitude to the states, regional organizations, all bilateral and multilateral partners, and non-governmental organizations, which mobilized significant resources and acted in various ways to assist the countries which were most affected to stem the epidemic. I would also like to salute the heroism of the healthcare personnel from all different nationalities and the communities who never abdicated their responsibility, even when their lives were in danger. They saved lives and they demonstrated our capacity to respond to extreme situations. Finally, I would like to express my condolences and emotion for all of those who gave their lives in attempting to save those of others. Ebola has taken lives, destroyed communities, fragilized economies, with losses of approximately $2 billion of GDP for the 3 countries affected. Today, Ebola has been weakened, but not completely conquered, and we must remain vigilant together, not only to eradicate the residual hotbeds for this illness, but also to rebuild more resilient systems, more resilient to vulnerabilities and shocks of any kind that we remain exposed to. These crises must not keep us from holding and keeping our promises for economic growth and social progress. I urge everyone and all of our partners to remain active and committed, including in those countries which have so far been spared. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, while we can be pleased with the fact that African economic growth is among the greatest in the world in recent years, we must nevertheless note that at the current pace, Africa will not be able to provide a massive amount of jobs for its youth, nor to significantly reduce poverty. The need for accelerated economic and growth and inclusive growth requires structured actions and financing which go far beyond classic financial structures. And for this reason, Togo hopes that following the Addis Ababa Conference on Financing for Development, the community of donors will spare no effort to assist more constructively and with fewer restrictions African countries in their search to diversify sources of financing and in their efforts seeking to expand their internal budgetary space. In the same vein, at a time when we are searching for more appropriate mechanisms for financing development in Africa, it would be regrettable if cultural values, which form the bedrock of African societies, were sacrificed, which risks to undermine the results that have already been achieved. And in this regard, pressure should no longer be brought to bear on our states to force them to adopt programs and initiatives which would lead to cultural shocks. As the African bishops said in their declaration in June, we are concerned by the fact that certain directions of the SDGs, which are connected to sexual and reproductive health, should not become conditionalities for granting resources, while their appropriation continues to be strongly controversial in African societies. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the long and rich experience of the United Nations teaches us that peace and security are at the same time preconditions and elements of development. This double requirement must be fully taken into account in the strategies that we will need to elaborate for the effective implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Togo, whose economy is largely tributary to the West African hinterland, knows the true value of security in the African sub-region. Combating the terrorist group Boko Haram and all forms of extremism, as well as racism, must continue mercilessly together with the international community and in line with the values promoted by the United Nations. What we see in recent years in Africa do not correspond to the fundamental values of our continent. For its part, Togo expects to capitalize on what has been achieved in its reform of its defense and security system in order to better deal with new challenges and threats. We can never stress enough on the need to bring into line our policies for security, the defense of human rights, and environmental protection. The environmental dimension of crises and conflicts, the impact of climate change on the exacerbation of poverty, and the repeated threats to human rights during times of war are realities that we can't hide if we want to preserve stability in our states for the long term. This is why the conference in Paris on climate change will be the first test of the solidity of the commitments that we have just taken for sustainable development. Given the importance of what is at stake, it falls to us to adopt at this conference a binding international agreement which will change for the better the lives of millions of people throughout the world, imposing necessary measures to keep climate change below the bar of 2 degrees Celsius in temperature rise. In Togo, every day we experience the effects of climate change, including coastal erosion, which has translated into a 12 to 15 meter annual advance of the sea, threatening our coastal populations. There are therefore immediate risks for the survival of these populations, which require more urgent responses and significant investments. It is therefore crucial for future international financing that are destined to combat climate change, specifically those which will go into the Green Fund, that those do not come through a reduction in traditional ODA. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity today to recall that the economic security and environmental challenges connected with seas and oceans be considered during the Special Summit on Security and Maritime Security and Development in Africa that Togo will have the privilege to host next year under the African Union. We hope to be able to adopt, on this occasion, strong measures which will enable us to act together so that oceans and seas remain a major advantage for development in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, after 70 years of peacekeeping operations, we must note that they are no longer sufficient for guaranteeing the effectiveness of our actions faced with the changing nature of crises and conflicts. It is for this reason that we must constantly innovate in order to adapt our responses to the current security challenges. And in this regard, my country, which has always participated in peacekeeping missions, welcomes the report of the high-level independent panel created by the Secretary General to study peacekeeping operations and the recommendations of which should bear our strong attention. My country also welcomes the holding 2 days ago of the Summit on Peacekeeping Operations organized by a group of states under the initiative of the United States of America, a summit which seeks to bring more resources to be available to peacekeeping operations. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the scope of the challenges which we are dealing with today requires that we constantly renew the original vocation of the United Nations. It is our duty to preserve in times of war and peace human dignity, to build a world based on the promotion and protection of human rights. In this regard, I would like to pay a deserved tribute to the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, who recently closed his office in Togo after having assisted the government, national institutions, and civil society to strengthen their capacities in the area of the protection and promotion of human rights. The 8 years of cooperation which have just passed enable Togo to make significant progress in defending human rights. We expect to pursue our efforts unswervingly in this area because we are strongly convinced that a society where human rights are protected and guaranteed have a full hand to move forward and achieve its development promises. It is my greatest wish that the many forms of cooperation which move us forward within this great family of the United Nations will be able to be strengthened in all areas where human beings can move forward in progress, solidarity, and sharing. And on this, I would like to wish a happy birthday to the United Nations, our common organization, and to renew my wishes for success in its future actions. And especially, I hope that the years to come will be able to give us the opportunity to preserve and strengthen our collective attachment to the ideals of peace, security, and sustainable development. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Togolese Republic for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty Sultan Hassan Al Balka Muzaddin Wadallah, Sultan Yang di Puritan of Nagar, Brunei, Dar es Salaam. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Majesty Sultan Mosanla Balka Muzaddin Wadallah, Sultan Yang di Puritan of Negara, Brunei, Dar es Salaam, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين على.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon Prophet Muhammad, his family and companions.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies. First of all, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mohin Lukitov on his election as the President of the 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish him much success. And to our outgoing President, His Excellency Sam Kutisa, my thanks to him for his valuable contribution to the work of this great organization, and my best wishes for his future endeavors. I would also like to commend Secretary General Ban Ki-moon for his able leadership, as well as the UN agencies for their active engagement with member states. Mr. President, it gives me great pleasure to be here as we together commemorate the 70th anniversary of the founding of this organization. This is indeed a historic occasion to celebrate our achievements as well as to reflect on matters that require our urgent action. The UN's existence for the last 70 years is testament to its relevance. It has become the world body that we look up to on all aspects of humanity, and it has no equal. It was established in 1945 in the wake of the mass destruction brought about by the Second World War where restoring peace and security were its main focus. Today, its mandate has grown hugely to include emerging challenges and evolving threats such as the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, climate change, pandemic diseases, terrorism, and violent extremism. As part of a comprehensive global mandate, it has also been tasked to address multidimensional socio-economic matters. We recognize the UN is not panacea for all the world's woes, but this has not diminished its overall success. On that note, we commend the role of all the UN agencies and the valuable work to improve people's lives around the world. One profound achievement has been in the containment of pandemic diseases which pose a serious threat to the world's population. In 1980, the WHO succeeded in completely eradicating smallpox, and more recently, they worked with affected countries to contain the breakout of MERS and Ebola. Over the years, we have seen how our humanitarian workers and peacekeepers have risked their lives to carry out the work of the UN, with some losing their lives in the course of their noble work. These brave individuals will always deserve our highest respect for their commitment and sacrifice to make our world a safer place. Mr. President, with a membership of 193, the expectations will inevitably be high on the effectiveness of our organization in addressing the ever-increasing issues that affect the lives of the people we represent. So I am pleased that our new development agenda embraces most, if not all, of these concerns. Its inclusiveness signifies the trust and faith that we have in our organization. It is therefore important that we fulfill our national and collective responsibilities to implement this agenda and realize our people's hope and dreams for a better life. Mr. President, in 1984, Brunei Darussalam's admission into the UN was a global endorsement of its sovereignty and territorial integrity as a fully independent nation. Since then, we have benefited extensively from this membership. The UN has provided us with a platform to enhance our bilateral and multilateral relations with our friends and partners. Through the UN, we have also been able to demonstrate our unwavering commitment to the maintenance of peace, stability, and development. Brunei Darussalam firmly believes that tolerance, compassion, and social harmony are essential for lasting peace and security. This has resulted in a close-knit community we enjoy to this day. Such values have been the foundation of our country's stability and prosperity, which has provided an enabling environment for development. In our region, the ASEAN member states shared principles of territorial integrity, non-interference, consensus, the rule of law, and good governance guide our efforts towards closer cooperation for peace, stability, and prosperity. It is these national and regional experiences which constitute our contribution to the UN as part of the multilateral process. And it is through the UN that I envision the creation of a caring global community with similar values and principles which can unleash our potential to work and achieve greater things together. To bring us closer together, we should nurture more cultural exchanges to foster greater understanding and empathy with one another to enable us to live as a family of nations. In this manner, we may be able to prevent new conflicts from happening and better utilize resources of socio-economic development. According to the World Bank, the average cost of civil war is equivalent to more than 30 years of GDP growth for a medium-sized developing country. The cost of peacekeeping during and after a civil war is also extremely high, and above all else, it is impossible to place a value of the loss of lives. Preventive diplomacy is therefore a cost-effective means of addressing conflicts and certainly an integral part of conflict prevention efforts. This is a long-term process and a worthwhile investment in which the UN has made some headway. We highly value the important work of the good offices of the Secretary General, special envoys, and resident political missions as some of the key tools of preventive diplomacy. However, more can be done to enhance conflict prevention. To move forward, I agree with our Secretary General's view that we have to strengthen the partnership between the UN and regional or sub-regional organizations. Such organizations have a unique influence and easier access to crisis situations in their respective regions, where the UN should be able to leverage on this strength to diffuse tension before it escalates into conflict. Through the ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, ASEAN member states, along with the other member participants, have long worked together towards creating an atmosphere of trust and confidence. 2 years ago, they adopted a work plan on preventive diplomacy, and its implementation has made significant progress and contributed towards the maintenance of peace and security of the region. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the UN for providing coaching and training programs to help ASEAN implement this plan. Mr. President, I believe that our organization is in the best position to promote the necessary cooperation and partnership based on mutual respect, understanding, and tolerance that prevent wars and conflicts, religious persecution, violent ideological confrontations, and terrorism. Since our last gathering, we have witnessed the tragic loss of life caused by terrorist acts in various parts of the world. These acts are unacceptable, and we join others in condemning terrorism and in totally rejecting extremism and radicalism. We reiterate our support for all efforts by the international community to prevent and eliminate all forms of terrorism. In this regard, we also support intercultural dialogues amongst peoples of different religions and cultures and initiatives such as the Alliance of Civilizations, Global Movement of Moderates, King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz International Center for Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue, World Against Violence and Violent Extremism, and the Summit on Countering Violent Extremism. It is crucial for us to address the root causes of terrorism and extremism in a comprehensive manner. We need to ensure that irresponsible parties do exploit the despair and suffering of others to fuel their own extremist agendas. And this is why we need to resolve the plight of our Palestinian brothers and sisters, which remains as the core of conflict in the Middle East. For over 60 years, Palestinians have struggled to achieve self-determination. A lasting peaceful solution is long overdue. In this regard, I'm pleased to see that Palestine has been accepted as a member in various international bodies, and this has been reflected through the historic decision of the General Assembly to have the flag of Palestine flying proudly together with flags of other sovereign and independent nations of this world body, all of which are positive developments that should contribute towards attaining recognition for rights of the Palestinian people to statehood. Mr. President, I wish to reiterate our commitment to continue working with others to ensure that UN remains a strong force for peace, security, and human rights. After all, the success of our organization lies in our own collective efforts that form the true strength of this organization. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Sultan of Brunei Dar es Salaam for the statement just made. May I request representative to remain seated while we greet His Majesty.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Mr. Mogens Lykketoft, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I come before you today from Palestine to sound the alarm about what is happening in Jerusalem. Indeed, extremist Israeli groups are committing repeated, systematic incursions upon the Al-Aqsa Mosque to impose a new reality and divide the Al-Haram al-Sharif temporarily, thus allowing extremists under the protection of Israeli occupying forces and accompanying ministers and Knesset members to enter the mosque at certain times, while preventing Muslim worshippers from accessing and entering the mosque at those times and freely exercising their religious rights. This is the scheme that the Israeli government is pursuing in direct violation of the status quo prevailing before 1967 and thereafter. By doing so, the occupying power is committing a grave mistake, because we will not accept this, and our Palestinian people will not allow the implementation of this illegal scheme, which is aggravating the sensitivities of Palestinians and Muslims everywhere. I call on the Israeli government, before it is too late, to cease its use of brutal force, to impose its plans, to undermine the Islamic and Christian sacred sites in Jerusalem, particularly its actions at Al-Aqsa Mosque. For such actions will convert the conflict from a political one to a religious one, thus creating an explosive situation in Jerusalem and in the remaining occupied Palestinian territory. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, it is my honor to come before you to speak on behalf of the State of Palestine before your esteemed General Assembly in this session, which coincides with the 70th anniversary of the United Nations. The United Nations, which has made the promotion and protection of international peace and security and the preservation of human rights its most central goals. The question of Palestine was one of the first just issues brought before the United Nations from its inception. Yet, and regrettably, this issue has remained unsolved, as the organization and its members continue to be unable to end this injustice inflicted upon our people and to assist our people to exercise their right of self-determination and freedom in their independent and sovereign state. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to reconsider the history of the question of Palestine and the relevant United Nations resolutions. You will realize the obvious truth, that is, that a historic injustice has been inflicted upon a people and a homeland, a people that had lived peacefully in their land and made genuine intellectual, cultural, and humanitarian contributions to mankind. This people does not deserve to be deprived of its homeland, to die in exile or be swallowed by the sea, or to spend its life fleeing from one refugee camp to the other. Yet, regrettably, its just cause remains at a standstill after the passage of all these years. Our people have placed their hopes on the countries of this organization to help them to gain their freedom, independence, and sovereignty, so that their wish and rights to their own state, like all other peoples on earth, can be achieved, along with a just solution for the Palestine refugee question in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 194 and the Arab Peace Initiative. Is it too much to ask? Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we are advocates of rightness, justice, and peace. While Palestine was partitioned into two states, according to which Israel was established 67 years ago, the second part of that resolution still awaits implementation. Palestine, the observer state at the United Nations, deserves full recognition and full membership. It is unconscionable in light of all the enormous sacrifices we have made. It is unconscionable in light of all our enormous sacrifices, our patience over all these years of exile and suffering, and our acceptance to make peace according to the two-state solution based on international law, the relevant United Nations resolutions, the Arab Peace Initiative, and the Quartet roadmap. It is unconscionable that the question of Palestine remain unresolved for all these decades. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the continuation of the status quo is unacceptable because it means giving in to the logic of brutal force being inflicted by the Israeli government. This government continues its illegal settlement expansion in the West Bank, especially in occupied East Jerusalem. It continues its blockade of the Gaza Strip, thus deepening the immense suffering of our people there. This is done in defiance of UN resolutions and agreements signed between the two sides, between us and them, under international auspices. Here, we recall the words of the late Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin in 1976. When he stated that Israel will become an apartheid state if it continues to occupy the Palestinian territory. And Yitzhak Rabin described the Israeli settlements on Palestinian land as a cancer. This is what Yitzhak Rabin has said. Why do they do that to us? The persistence of this matter prompts us to ask, do the votes by democratic countries against Palestine-related resolutions and Palestine's legitimate rights serve peace and those who believe in the two-state solution, or do they rather serve and encourage extremists and deepen their hatred and racism, making them believe that they are above the law to the point where they commit the burning of a Palestinian family, a whole Palestinian family, in the town of Douma in the West Bank, thus claiming the life of an infant, Ali Dawabshe, and his father and mother. What is left of the family is an orphan child, Ahmed, 4-year-old, who teeters between life and death in hospital as a result of his burns, while the killers remain free and have not yet been arrested. Where is justice? Where is justice? Where is democracy and the democratic state that claims democracy and the rule of law? This is not the first crime. Before that, they burned alive, then killed the Palestinian child, Muhammad Abu Khdeir, in Jerusalem, and the child, Muhammad al-Durra, in Gaza. And before them, thousands have been killed in Gaza and the West Bank. We still remember the Deir Yassin massacre of 1948 and all other crimes. All these are crimes that have remained with impunity. Until when will Israel remain above international law and without accountability? Due to time constraints, I shall not be able to discuss in detail how many Israeli violations are being committed against our people, how many repressive laws have been issued by successive Israeli governments, the latest of which is the formal instructions, governmental instructions given to fire live ammunition at and arrest and repress peaceful Palestinian demonstrators. Where do you see this happening? Why is it happening? Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we do not respond to the Israeli occupation's hatred and brutality with the same. Instead, we are working to spread the culture of peace and coexistence between our people and in our region. We are anxious to witness the day when our people and all peoples in our region will enjoy peace, security, stability, and prosperity. This cannot be achieved with continued occupation, settlement, colonization, the wall, the burning of people. I'm saying again, the burning of people, places of worship and homes, the killing of youth, children, and infants, the burning of crops, and the arrest and detention of people without charge or trial. How can a state claiming to be an oasis of democracy and claiming that its courts and security apparatus function according to the law, how can such a state accept the existence of a so-called price tag gangs and other known terrorist organizations that terrorize and intimidate our people, their property, and holy sites, all under the sight of the Israeli army and police, which do not deter or punish, but rather provide them with protection. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, is it not time to end this injustice? Is it not time to stop this suffering? Is it not time for the racist annexation wall to be dismantled? Is it not time for the humiliating and degrading checkpoints and barriers set up by the Israeli occupying forces in our land to be removed? Is it not time for the Israeli blockade imposed on the Gaza Strip to be lifted so that our people can move in freedom and dignity in their own homeland and outside? Is it not time to end the racist, terrorist, colonial settlement of our land, which is destroying the two-state solution? Is it not time for the 6,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees in Israeli jails to see the light of freedom and to live among their families and communities? Is it not time for the longest occupation in history, suffocating our people, to come to an end? We ask you this question.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, despite all the obstacles imposed by the occupation, we, since the establishment of the Palestinian National Authority and until this moment, have worked incessantly to build the foundations of our state, its infrastructure, and sovereign national institutions. We have made real progress on the ground as affirmed by several international bodies, especially the United Nations, the World Bank, and International Monetary Fund. We will continue our efforts and work with the support of our brothers and friends in order to strengthen our state, committed to international standards, the rule of law, and transparency as a democratic and modern state of law. In this context, we highly value the efforts of the AHLC group under Norway's chairmanship and urge donor countries to continue to support a better life for our people and our efforts to develop our state institutions. Our accession to membership of international organizations and treaties and conventions is not directed against anyone. Let me repeat, it is not directed against anyone. Rather, it is a measure aimed at safeguarding our rights, protecting our people, harmonizing the laws and regulations of our country with international standards, and strengthening its international legal status and identity. Is this a mistake? In regard to the internal Palestinian situation, we are determined to preserve the unity of our land and our people. We will not accept temporary solutions or a fragmented state. We will not allow this, and we will not allow those who are seeking to do this to do it. We, rather, will seek to form a national unity government that functions according to the program of the Palestine Liberation Organization and to pursue hold presidential and legislative elections. Mr. President, Palestine is the country of holiness and peace. It is the birthplace of Christ, the messenger of love and peace, and the Isra and Mi'raj, ascension to heaven, a night journey of Muhammad, peace be upon him, who was sent as a mercy unto the world. This is Palestine that is still looking for peace, and its people want to live in their homeland in safety, security, harmony, stability, and good neighborliness with all peoples and countries of the region. This is attested to by their cultural, humanitarian, and spiritual contributions to humanity all along from the start. Just recently, specifically on the 17th of May 2015, two nuns from Palestine, namely Alphonsine Ghattas and Maryam Bawardi, were canonized as saints by His Holiness Pope Francis at the Vatican in the presence of tens of thousands of the faithful from around the globe. On that occasion, the flag of Palestine was raised at the Vatican, which recognized the state of Palestine as documented in the agreement signed between the Holy See and the state of Palestine. It is our hope that who have not done so will do that as soon as possible. We aspire to see the independent state of Palestine taking its rightful place among the community of nations, and we are confident that it will actively contribute to the achievement of economic, cultural, and humanitarian progress of civilization, with positive effects on our people, the region, and the entire world. It is from Palestine and with Palestine that peace will be achieved. Those who would like to seek and promote peace I repeat, those who would like to seek and promote peace and to fight terrorism should start by resolving the question of Palestine. That is the beginning or the end of everything otherwise. I take this occasion to express on behalf of my people to our thanks to all those who voted on the 10th of this month in favor of the resolution that would enable us today to raise the flag of Palestine at the United Nations headquarters. Today, or the day, God willing, is not far when we will raise the flag of Palestine in East Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Palestine. I wish also to pay tribute to the recent decisions by the European parliaments that have clearly condemned Israel's settlement activities and its products and affirmed the right of the Palestinian people to sovereignty and independence in their state alongside the state of Israel, which we recognize while Israel does not recognize our existence, and that also established a committee on the relations with Palestine. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, a number of European countries and parliaments also affirmed the recognition of the State of Palestine, thus reaffirming our natural right to independence. In this regard, we would like to thank the Kingdom of Sweden for its courage and recognition of the State of Palestine. Indeed, everyone who says that they support the two-state solution must recognize the two states, not just one. If you recognize the two-state solution, why won't you recognize the other state? Today, I call upon those countries that have not yet recognized the State of Palestine to do so. We are fully confident that they will do so based on the conviction in the justice well deserved by our people and their cause. From this rostrum at the United Nations headquarters and against the backdrop of religious holidays, I extend a sincere call to the people of Israel for peace based on justice, security, and stability for all. I also call on the Security Council and the General Assembly to uphold their responsibilities before it is too late. I do sincerely hope that they would fulfill their responsibilities before it is too late. You are all aware that Israel undermined the efforts made by the administration of President Barack Obama in the past years, most recently the efforts undertaken by Secretary of State John Kerry aimed at reaching a peace agreement through negotiations. The policies and practices of the Israeli government and the positions of its Prime Minister and cabinet members lead to clear conclusions. That is, they are working with all their efforts in order to destroy the two-state solution that we are seeking on the basis of the resolutions of international legitimacy. There is no other explanation. We welcome the international and European efforts, including the French initiative, calling for the formation of an international support group for the achievement of peace. The Arab states in their recent summit confirmed their support for a resolution by the Security Council that reaffirms the clear parameters for a peaceful solution in accordance with the two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders, and that sets a time frame for ending the occupation. Since it is no longer useful to waste time in negotiations just for the sake of negotiations, what is required is to mobilize international efforts and to establish a framework to oversee an end to the occupation in line with the resolution of international legitimacy. Until then, I repeat, until then, I call upon the United Nations and particularly the Secretary General of the United Nations, the President of the General Assembly, to provide international protection for the Palestinian people in accordance with international humanitarian law. We are asking for your protection. We need your protection. We need international protection. We cannot maintain the status quo. We are being hit from all sides. Aggressions are made against us from every corner. we find no protector. The only resort we have is the United Nations. We submitted an application for this. Please, 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 we call upon you, we plead to you, we need your international protection. Ladies and gentlemen, we have tried to bring pressure to bear on Israel to implement the signed agreements and to negotiate in conformity with a two-state solution through direct contacts with the Israeli government. Yes, we do maintain direct contacts with the Israeli government, as well as through the United States, the Russian Federation, the European Union, and the United Nations, the Quartet members, and other parties. However, the Israeli government insisted on continuing its destruction of the two-state solution and on entrenching two regimes on the ground. An apartheid regime that is currently in place and imposed on the territory of the State of Palestine and against the Palestinian people on one hand, and another regime of extensive privileges and protection to the Israeli settlers on the other hand. On our occupied territory, the occupied territory has two systems, the apartheid system and the other system that extends extensive privileges to the Israeli settlers. Is this possible? Is this admissible? This is the question we pose to the United Nations. The transitional Oslo Agreement and its annexes and the subsequent agreements signed with Israel stipulated that the agreements should be implemented within a time frame of 5 years ending in 1999. Ending with what? With full independence for the State of Palestine and the termination of the Israeli occupation. But Israel stopped the completion of the process of withdrawing its forces from areas classified as B and C, which represent, repeat, these two areas represent more than 60% of the territory of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Instead, Israel intensified its settlement activities everywhere and breached all agreements. I repeat, breached all signed accords. Some of those agreements have been signed by the current Israeli Prime Minister. Since the speech of President Obama in Cairo, let me recall here the speech made by President Obama in Cairo in 2009, in which he called for the cessation of settlement activities. What was the Israeli response? The Israeli government increased settlement activities by at least 20% in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, thus violating its obligation not to undertake any action illegally and unilaterally that would, and this is also agreed upon, that would prejudge the final solution. Moreover, the occupying power has repeatedly infringed upon the areas classified A, which are supposed to be under full Palestinian security jurisdiction and in which we have developed the institutions of our Palestinian state. Let me repeat, yes, Israel has also violated these areas. All the while, Israel refuses to review the economic agreements that control the ability of the Palestinian economy to develop and become independent. Thus, it is determined to impose dominance on Palestinian economy similar to its military and security dominance. I repeat, economic, military, and security dominance. Thus, Israel rejecting the right of the Palestinian people to development and to exploit their natural resources. Thus, Israel has destroyed the foundations upon which the political and security agreements are based, which have also been undermined by the measures taken by successive Israeli governments that have negated the transitional phase aimed at realizing the independence of our state and has thus perpetrated gross violations. All this has made the situation unsustainable. Thus, and given all that data, given that background, here we declare that as long as Israel refuses to commit to the agreements signed with us, which render us a pro forma authority without real powers, and as long as Israel refuses to cease settlement activities and to release of the Palestinian prisoners in accordance with our agreements with Israel, Israel has thus left us no choice but to insist that we will not remain the only ones committed to the implementation of those agreements, while Israel continuously violates them. We therefore declare that we cannot continue to be bound by these signed agreements with Israel, and Israel must assume fully all its responsibilities as an occupying power, because the status quo cannot continue, and the decisions of the Palestinian Central Council last March are quite specific and binding. As long as Israel is not committed to the signed agreements and undermined all agreements, we, for our part, are not committed to those agreements, and Israel must bear full responsibility for this development and this situation. This is a decision taken by the Palestinian parliament, and I am declaring it right here and now. Our patience for a long, long time has come to its end, and it seems that they are not listening to the truth, and Israel should resume its role as an occupying power and bear responsibilities under that concept. The State of Palestine, based on the 4th of June 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, is a state under occupation. Yes, we are under occupation, exactly as many countries had the same status during the Second World War. It is to be recalled that 137 states, I repeat, 137 states recognized our state. That is 4 times the number of states that recognized Israel at its foundation. I repeat, 137 countries. And there is universal recognition of the right of self-determination of our people. Here, I would like to further recall of General Assembly Resolution 6719 of 2012, which emphasized that, which accorded to Palestine observer state status, reaffirmed that the Executive Committee of the Palestine Liberation Organization would be the interim government of the State of Palestine, and that the Palestinian National Council is the Palestinian Parliament of the State of Palestine. Why, given all that, Israel does not recognize the State of Palestine? I must reiterate, the current situation is unsustainable, and we shall start implementing the declaration I have just announced by legal means. We shall not resort to violence. We shall resort to peaceful and legal means to implement that. Either the Palestinian National Authority would be a transitional power, moving the Palestinian people from under occupation to independence, or Israel, the occupying power, must fully bear its responsibilities. At the same time, and based on our commitment to the principles of international law, the State of Palestine will continue its efforts to accede to international conventions and organizations. All of them, all international organizations. This is our right to accede to all of them, because this would be fully in line with and harmonizing our status with international law. And we will move forward in the defense of our people under occupation through all available legal and peaceful means, including as a high contracting party to the Geneva Conventions of 1949, and also a state party to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Yes, Palestine is a member of the International Criminal Court. Those who fear international law and international courts must cease from committing crimes. We do not like to go to the International Criminal Court, but aggression forces us to do so, and we will seek support from all international organizations, including the International Criminal Court. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite all that, my hands remain outstretched for the just peace that will guarantee my people's rights, freedom, and human dignity. I say to our neighbors, sons of the Israeli people, sons and daughters of the Israeli people, that peace is in your own interest and in our own interest and in the interest of your future generations, our future generations. Narrow vision is destructive. To be introvert is destructive. It is my sincere hope that you will consider the dangerous reality on the ground and look to the future and accept for the Palestinian people, repeat, accept for the Palestinian people what you accept for yourselves. Then you will find that the achievement of peace will be possible and you will enjoy security, safety, peace, and stability. These values are the aspirations that we also seek to realize for our Palestinian people. Once again, I thank you for your kind attention, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, may peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon all of you. Thank you.
On behalf of the General
بالنيابة عن جمعية العامة أريد أن أشكر بدوري رئيس دولة فلسطين لبيانه الذي ألقاه للتو، وأطلب من حضرات أعضاء الوفود البقاء في مقاعدهم حتى أحيي السيد الرئيس إلى خارج القاعة.
We shall now continue to the general debate. The Assembly will hear a statement by His Excellency Ahmed Davutoglu, Prime Minister of Republic of Turkey, May I request protocol to escort His Excellency? I have a great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Ahmed Davutoglu. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly greet you all and wish this 17th UN General Assembly a most fruitful session. I would like to congratulate Mr. Morgan Liketoft on his assumption of the presidency and also extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Sam Kutesa for his time and efforts as the President of the 69th General Assembly. Distinguished delegates, it was 70 years ago that our organization was created, in the words of former Secretary General Hammarskjöld, not to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. Looking back, the UN has been instrumental in averting another and even deadlier world war. It failed, on the other hand, in saving people from suffering pains of hell in many regional conflicts, such as Bosnia, Rwanda, and what has been taking place in Syria for over the past 4 years. The tragic story of the 3-year-old Aylan should serve as a reminder of what the UN should stand for. It was just earlier this month, Aylan's tiny, lifeless body washed ashore after their boat capsized in the Aegean Sea. His family was trying to escape from the indiscriminate barrel bombs in his town somewhere in Syria onto an imagined land of hope anywhere in Europe. The Turkish gendarmerie officer who found Aylan told, rather than an officer on duty, he felt like little boy's father, holding helplessly his beloved one and kissing. And indeed, Aylan was our baby, each one of us and of all humanity. And the moment we found him washed lifeless ashore, we all were lost in the misery of our own conscience. Ladies and gentlemen, we as human beings are not just empty pages in the book of history. It is our own doings that drive the best and the worst. This is a simple but equally powerful ontology. It can make us bring our best to the fore. We must unify our efforts, no later than today, to effectively deal with the increasingly complex and tragic facts facing humanity. On her part, Turkey has assumed more than fair share of the burden, providing protection to more than 2 million Syrians and 200,000 Iraqis. Turkey now shelters the largest number of refugees in the world. And our doors will remain open. Our hearts will remain open. We embrace those who are fleeing war and persecution. So far, we have spent almost $8 billion, with international contribution remaining only $417 million. To date, there have been 66,000 Syrian babies born in Turkey, 9 million medical consultations, and 280,000 surgical operations were performed for this population. 230,000 school-age Syrian children receive formal education, and 460,000 more will be integrated into the education system by the end of the year in Turkey. The number of would-be illegal migrants who have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea has reached at a staggering 6,000. Meanwhile, 55,000 seaborne migrants were rescued by the Turkish Coast Guard, whereas 235,000 illegal entrants were intercepted by Turkish law enforcement agencies since 2011. The number of Syrians who fled chemical weapons, missiles, and indiscriminate aerial bombardment by the Assad regime and ground assault by the terrorist organization Daesh has exceeded almost 5 million. And more than 12 million internally displaced, almost half of which are children, are in desperate need of help. This tragedy will not end before the people of Syria have a legitimate government that truly represents their will and enjoys their full consent. Until then, the international community must act swiftly to provide them safety in their homeland, a safe area, free from aerial bombardment by the regime and ground assault by Daesh and other terrorist organizations. Anyone thinking of any solution to the Syrian crisis must think of a Syria without Assad, a vicious tyrant, killing his own people indiscriminately by chemical weapons and barrel bombs. Every minute he stays in power adds on the shame of those who support him. The world must know that a diplomatic solution to this crisis should be based on a transition that will lead to political change. Turkey will continue to work towards this end. Ladies and gentlemen, you may no longer hear the voice of the 300,000 lives lost so far. But last week, I met the representatives of the thousands who dared walking hundreds of miles to Edirne, Turkey, as a last stop of their journey to their imagined land of hope into Europe. I promised them to carry their voice over the world community. So is my promise fulfilled, and yet our responsibility remains. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, indeed, it was this sense of responsibility that we proposed the inclusion of the item Global Awareness of the Tragedies of Irregular Migrants in the Mediterranean Basin, with a specific emphasis on Syrian asylum seekers in the agenda of the 17th session. Our proposal was accepted by the General Assembly on 18 September. This will give us the chance to look at viable responses to the tragedy of migrants through a partnership between countries of origin, destination, and transit. This is now a priority agenda for all humanity. Distinguished delegates, people of Syria across our borders are not the only ones suffering. The Palestinian tragedy continues unabated. In my address on 29 November 2012, before this august body, I called on the international community to stand in solidarity with the Palestinians in their more than 60 years bid for an independent state of their own. Today, we will finally witness and salute the Palestinian flag among those of all other states flying full mast at the United Nations. This constitutes another significant step toward enabling the parties to stand at an equal footing at the table for a healthy negotiation process that leads to an equitable and sustainable peace. Distinguished delegates, the state of Palestine will be independent, today or tomorrow, and East Jerusalem, Qudus al-Sharif, will be its eternal capital. As President Mahmoud Abbas has just said, Palestinian flag will also raise in Qudus al-Sharif, East Jerusalem soon, and we will be together there to celebrate this event. And all Muslims, Christians, and all nations will go there freely without any limitation. The city of Al-Quds matters for the whole of humanity. A city that is sacred to Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, it should be treated as it deserves. The expansion of illegal settlements and violations targeting the holy sites and Haram al-Sharif, Masjid al-Aqsa al-Mubarak in particular, must immediately and unconditionally stop if we are talking about a peace process. The holiness of Haram al-Sharif must be respected. We strongly reject and condemn attempts toward temporal and spatial division of Haram al-Sharif in clear violation of the international law. You have just heard the statement of His Excellency President Abbas. For us too, Palestine is an indivisible whole, consisting of East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza. The right of Palestinians to live together as one must be recognized. An integral part of the state of Palestine, Gaza, should be freed of the illegal and inhuman blockade of the past 8 years. Turkey's commitment to providing the necessary political and economic support for the Palestinians to lead a dignified life will continue. Distinguished delegates, the current vacuum created at our southern borders as a result of the crisis in Syria has played into the hands of terrorists targeting also Turkey. This is a threat that has the potential to spread to the whole region and beyond. Terrorism can have no justification. It should be condemned unconditionally. Any attempt to affiliate terrorism with any religion or ethnic group is patently mistaken and serves only to strengthen terrorist threat. Today, as in the past, Turkey is combating terrorism of all kinds, including Daesh and PKK. Our counter-terrorism efforts and our contribution to international cooperation to that end is well known by all partners. Daesh is a product of the vacuum created by the crisis in Syria. Fighting Daesh, therefore, means removing conditions that created it. Hence, we will never succeed until Assad goes together with Daesh. We dream of a new, democratic, multicultural Syria, both without Assad and without Daesh. We expect allies, partners, and friends to continue to display their support and solidarity with Turkey in her fight against all types of terrorism, clearly and publicly. Foreign terrorist fighters, FTF, is an issue of utmost concern. According to UN figures, 25,000 foreign terrorist fighters are believed to be coming from over 100 countries. This threat needs to be addressed at the source. Enhancing international cooperation in terms of information exchange is crucial, but deficiencies in this regard unfortunately continues. For our part, we have included more than 20,000 individuals in our no-entry list since 2011 and deported more than 2,000 intending to reach or returning from conflict regions beyond our borders. Distinguished delegates, from Libya and Yemen over to Ukraine, the global security setting is fragile from south to north, from east to west. At a time of such volatility, particularly in our region, Turkey resolutely assumes responsibility in global issues to the best of her means and capabilities. Turkey has become a leading actor and a trustable partner with $3.5 billion of official development aid. We see a clear link between sustainable economic development and global stability. One way to ensure this is through inclusive economic growth, where no one, not least women or the vulnerable in our societies, left behind. Today, half of the world's population lives with an income under $2.50, and close to 20,000 children die every day of hunger and poverty. Turkey, as the current president of the Group of 20, G20, since December last year, has highlighted the importance of international cooperation, coordination, and solidarity in addressing global uncertainties and risks. We placed inclusiveness and overcoming inequality at the top of the G20 agenda. Distinguished delegates, our generation has witnessed the highest number of refugees and internally displaced persons since the Second World War. The great majority of today's humanitarian crises are conflict-related. The global humanitarian system is running out of funds, whereas affected people are running out of time. While Turkey hosts currently the largest number of refugees in the world, it also holds the chair of the Global Forum on Migration and Development, GFMD. Our overarching theme is strengthening partnerships, human mobility for sustainable development. Our key priorities include promoting the positive linkages between migration and development. It is high time that we address the complex humanitarian agenda in a holistic manner, with special emphasis on the humanitarian development nexus. We therefore look forward to hosting the first ever World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul in May 23-24 next year. Distinguished delegates, cultural divides, if we allow them, will rob us of our future. The current conflicts around the world demonstrate the spread of hatred, discrimination, and extremism. These crises result in segregation of people with specific ethnic or religious backgrounds, and they also hinder tolerance, coexistence, and harmony among civilizations. We must avoid alienation, exclusion, vilification of certain communities or religions if we want to bring down the walls that divide us. We must act together against all forms of racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia without any exception. Only then can we collectively fight against extremism, radicalization, terrorism in an effective manner. We must encourage inclusiveness and democratic legitimacy and must respect popular will and consent. We cannot condone prioritizing oppressive security vis-à-vis universal rights and freedoms that we have collected undersigned at the UN. Our differences may remain, yet our collective abilities to overcome the divides must be strengthened. The Alliance of Civilizations, a project initiated nearly 10 years ago, jointly by Turkey and Spain, aims to provide lasting solutions in this respect. There are many ways to respond to unfounded fear, mistrust, and hatred in societies and between nations. Conflict is one, but there is one peaceful means of preventing and resolving conflicts. That is mediation. Mediation for Peace initiative Turkey launched together with Finland at the UN 5 years ago has drawn considerable interest and yielded tangible results in raising awareness for the importance of peaceful resolution of conflicts. Distinguished delegates, we wish to see a political solution to the crisis in Ukraine based on Ukraine's territorial integrity and the principles of Minsk agreements. Any solution to this conflict should also ensure the rights and security of Crimean Tatars. In terms of peace, security, and prosperity in our entire neighborhood, South Caucasia has a prominent place. This region, regrettably, continues to be destabilized and weakened by three major conflicts of the greater OSCE area. All remain unresolved. We are determined to continue our efforts to facilitate a peaceful solution to these conflicts on the basis of respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of the internationally recognized borders of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Same applies to Georgia, where we support unity, territorial integrity, and sovereignty. We welcome the recent steps towards normalization and permanent stability in the Balkans. We therefore appreciate the progress made so far within the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue process. Turkey is a part of Europe, historically and currently, and based on shared values, we continue to work along our strategic objective of becoming an EU member. We believe that today, Europe needs Turkey more than ever to strengthen its security and prosperity. Expanding relations and cooperations with Africa, on the other hand, has become an important pillar of Turkey's multifaceted foreign policy that puts special emphasis on humanitarian diplomacy. We will continue to share our experience and knowledge with our African partners, brothers and sisters, on the basis of mutual benefit and in accordance with the principle of African solutions to African challenges. In Asia, Turkey has been an integral part of the international efforts towards a lasting peace and stability in Afghanistan. We firmly believe that the international community must continue its support to Afghanistan. As I near to the end of my words, I wish to draw your attention to our continuing commitment for a just, comprehensive, and lasting solution in Cyprus. This has to be based on the political equality of the two peoples and their equal ownership of the island. We expect a lasting settlement to be reached as soon as possible, and we support the efficient and constructive efforts of the Turkish Cypriot side to this end. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, as we grow towards a population of 10 billion, the global community stands at the threshold of a critical period. Despite our many achievements, our need for a free, peaceful, stable, prosperous, and just world continues. The road ahead for peace, security, and human rights will be paved by our good intentions. But most likely, our best intentions will not be fully enough to respond to the mounting challenges before us. We need a paradigm shift. The UN, as the ultimate global institution representing the vision of peace, must remain relevant and effective in coping with all the major challenges. Some of these challenges have already brought new tragedies upon us. Over the past 70 years, both the world and the UN have changed, evolved. However, the change in the UN is not yet comprehensive enough to make it fully fit for purpose. Despite the major steps taken so far to adapt it to the new global realities, any UN reform will remain incomplete unless we are also able to reform the Security Council. 70 years ago, the founders of this organization tasked it with the mission of protecting the dignity, security, and prosperity of the whole mankind. This task today requires the ability to take firm and decisive action against the atrocities committed by aggressors and oppressors everywhere. Inability to do so would not only jeopardize the lives of millions affected by the ongoing crisis, it would also threaten all future generations by putting into question the credibility of the UN system. The responsibility to reach the broadest possible consensus on a comprehensive reform to render the Security Council more democratic, representative, inclusive, transparent, effective, and accountable falls upon us all. We owe this not only to our future generations, but also to the visionary founders of this organization. So, to add to Secretary General Hammarskjöld's vision of the UN, saving humanity, what now befalls this institution is salvaging our shared future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear a statement by Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. May I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina. I invite her to address the General Assembly.
In the name of Allah, the most benevolent, the most merciful. Mr. President, may peace be upon you, and good morning to you all. Let me extend my heartiest felicitations on your election as the President of the 70th session of the General Assembly. I also appreciate His Excellency Sam Kutesa for his excellent leadership of the General Assembly past 1 year. Mr. President, this is a transformative year for the United Nations and the world at large. It marks the 70th anniversary of the founding of the global body, a clear recognition by our forefathers that we share common destiny inspired them to build this institution. Since inception, the United Nations has made remarkable strides in advancing peace and security, human rights, and development. 70 years on, UN continues to capture the shared dreams and aspirations of all of humanity. This is a critical year for sustainable development. The Financing for Development Summit in Addis and the just concluded UN Development Summit here have ushered in new hope for peoples around the world. With our drive to arrive at a meaningful climate change agreement in Paris this year, we hope to transform our future by ending poverty, limiting climate change, and preserving our planet. Mr. President, there are two global challenges that pose the greatest threat to sustainability of the human civilization. First, terrorism and violent extremism remain major impediments to global peace and development. Terrorists do not have any religion. Terrorism and violent extremism are global challenges. All countries should be united to effectively address these. I myself am a victim of terrorism and violent extremism. My father, the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, my mother, Begum Fajilatusana Mujib, three brothers, and other close relatives were brutally assassinated on 15th August 1975. I myself was subject to terrorist attacks at least 19 times. My government therefore maintains a zero tolerance policy to all forms of terrorism, violent extremism, and radicalization. We are steadfast in tackling extremists and anti-liberation forces who continue to remain active in destroying the democratic, progressive, and secular ethos of our nation. Second, climate change poses formidable developmental challenge. We would not be able to sustain our development endeavors if climate change cannot be effectively dealt with. The new development agenda makes it clear that all our actions need to be underpinned by our strong commitment to protect and preserve our planet, our biodiversity, and our climate. We have only a small window of opportunity, and we must succeed to set the world on a safer, greener, and more prosperous path. Mr. President, we realize that regional cooperation is critical to fostering sustainable development as well to achieving peaceful and stable societies. Bangladesh has taken lead in building regional cooperation processes such as SAARC, BIMSTEC, and BCIMAC. We have also taken initiatives to develop infrastructures to enhance trade and people-to-people contacts among Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal. Today, we witness unprecedented migration and human mobility reshaping history and geography. Migration has been recognized as a key enabler of development in the 2030 Development Agenda. Cooperation is essential among our countries to harness full potential of migration. With this objective, we have decided to lead the Global Forum on Migration and Development in 2015-2016. Mr. President, over the years, UN peacekeeping and peace building have emerged as its flagship activities. Bangladesh is proud to be associated with these endeavors as a leading troop contributor. Our valiant peacekeepers have made their marks in 54 peacekeeping missions in 40 countries so far. We have the distinction of having the highest number of female police in UN peacekeeping missions. Our contribution to UN peace operations has made us a reliable partner in UN's peace initiatives. Development efforts in many of our countries over the last 15 years have largely been guided by the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. The overall progress made with MDGs has inspired us to adopt a bigger, bolder, and ambitious set of sustainable development goals. Given the ambition reflected in SDGs, we surely need to scale up mobilization of resources, public and private, domestic and international. It is essential for developed countries to fulfill their ODA commitment of 0.7% of their GNI to developing countries and 0.2% to LDCs. We also need to address the challenges faced by developing countries in accessing environmentally sound technology. Without transfer of such technology and capacity building, I'm afraid many development goals and targets will remain unachieved. Mr. President, over 4 decades ago, the father of our nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in his maiden speech at the UN General Assembly envisioned to establish a global order based on peaceful coexistence, social justice, and freedom from poverty, hunger, exploitation, and aggression. That clarion call continues to guide us in our development pursuits and our engagement in global affairs. We continue to transform Bangladesh into a land where the rule of law and social justice prevails over poverty, inequality, impunity, and exclusion. I have presented a Vision 2021 for a middle-income, knowledge-driven economy in what we call a digital Bangladesh. With the steady progress we have made so far, I am confident that we shall soon be able to realize the dream of the father of the nation to build a Sonar Bangla, the Golden Bengal. Mr. President, Bangladesh is widely recognized today as a role model for the developing world. We have experienced one of the fastest poverty reduction rates in the world with a modest resource base. We have brought down poverty from 56.7% in 1991 to 22.4% today. Bangladesh has already met or is on track to meet MDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. During the last 6 years, our average GDP growth remained above 6.2% despite global recession. From 2005-6 till 2015, our export earning grew by more than 3 times. During that same time, foreign currency reserves jumped by 7.5 times from 3.5 billion US dollars to 26 billion US dollars. During this period, Bangladesh has graduated from the UNDP's low human development category to medium and also to the World Bank's lower income country status to lower middle income. We realize that investing in human capital targeting our large young population would pay rich dividend. That is why our government has put particular emphasis on education and health for all. We now offer stipends to 13.4 million students from poor families from 6th grade to undergraduate level, and free education for girls up to higher secondary level to address the challenge of dropout. On the first day of this year, we distributed over 326.35 million free textbooks all over the country. Since 2010, nearly 1.59 billion textbooks have been distributed so far. It is perhaps the biggest such undertaking anywhere in the world. Our people in rural areas receive over 200 services from 5,275 digital centers. They get access to healthcare services from over 16,500 IT-connected health complexes. we see visible results of women's economic and political empowerment through promoting their greater access to productive resources and representation at national and local levels. Likewise, we attach priority to addressing the needs and challenges of the various vulnerable segments of our population. Our lead role in the UN in promoting the rights and well-being of persons affected by the autism and other neurodevelopment disabilities emanate from our efforts to build an inclusive society. Mr. President, as we have done during the MDG era, we would like to lead by example implementation of the SDGs in Bangladesh. Giving due importance to the SDG framework, we are currently developing the next 5-year plan for 2016 till 2020. My government is determined to ensure that no one is left behind in our aspiration to build a resilient, peaceful, and prosperous society. We believe sustainable development cannot be achieved in the absence of durable peace and security. We remain committed, as ever, to uphold peace and rule of law and end a culture of impunity. In this spirit, we are pursuing the culprits of war crimes, crimes against humanity, rape, and genocide committed during our 1971 Liberation War. Our government attaches utmost importance to preserving religious harmony and tolerance that have nurtured our social fabric through ages. We have recently settled the maritime and land boundary demarcation and related issues with our neighbors India and Myanmar. At the stroke of midnight of 31st July 2015, we exchanged 162 enclaves, whereby around 50,000 stateless enclave residents have got their much cherished citizenship. This has brought to a peaceful end the lingering humanitarian situation of the enclave residents. By so doing jointly with India, we have set a unique precedent for the rest of the world. In this spirit, Mr. President, I urge the Committee of Nations to renew our collective resolve to achieve a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world free from poverty and inequality, violence and extremism, climate change and conflict, and oppression and injustice. Let us demonstrate our foresight, moral courage, and political leadership to build a better life and a brighter future for our children and theirs. I thank you, Mr. President. May Allah protect you. May Bangladesh live forever. Long live the United Nations. Thank you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear a statement by His Excellency Stefan Löfven, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. By request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden, His Excellency Stefan Löfven. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President and fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. 60 years ago, UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld said these simple words, summarizing our task here today, and I quote, "The United Nations is an expression of our will to find a synthesis between the nation and the world, to serve the world by serving our nation, and to serve our nation by serving our world. We will never forget Dag Hammarskjöld's life, and we welcome a new resolution examining his death. But now, more than ever, we need to ensure that his idea of international solidarity lives on. The current refugee situation is a global crisis, a global responsibility, and now also a global crisis of responsibility. The UN system, all leaders of the world need to come together to ensure that those fleeing from war and repression are treated in a safe, orderly, and dignified way. We should dramatically increase the number of resettlement places, expand legal avenues for migration, and base all our efforts on the principle of non-refoulement and the right to seek asylum. It is also extremely urgent that all countries of the European Union treat the people seeking refuge in the Union in a spirit of humanity, solidarity, and shared responsibility. Sweden will do its share. We are the largest per capita receiver of asylum seekers in Europe, and we are increasing our funding to UNHCR, which is in dire need of more resources. But this is something no country or no continent can tackle alone. It's time for us all to step up and solve this crisis. This is not only our task, it is our duty in serving of our nation and of our world. To solve this crisis, we also need to stop the horrors in Syria. Extrajudicial executions, sexual and gender violence, atrocities that may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity cannot be tolerated by our international community. Sweden supports the efforts to secure humanitarian assistance for the Syrian people. We stand behind Special Envoy Staffan de Mistura and his proposal to form working groups with Syrian participation to put into operation the Geneva Communique. To support this process, we want to see an international contact group comprising key international and regional actors, and time is of essence. The Security Council and its major power must shoulder their responsibility. The bloodbath must end. Meanwhile, other conflicts cannot be forgotten. A 7-year-old child in Gaza has already lived through 3 wars. Peace talks need to be resumed so that the State of Israel can live alongside a democratic, coherent, and viable Palestinian state. Sweden has recognized the State of Palestine. We want to see a more equal relationship to pave the way for the 2-state solutions that Israelis, Palestinians, and a broad international community view as the right path to peace. Sweden will also step up its efforts for peacekeeping and crisis management. We are contributing civilian personnel to missions in South Sudan, Afghanistan, Liberia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Middle East. And we have sent military personnel for the UN Stabilization Mission in Mali and the International Coalition to Combat ISIL. We stand ready to contribute to future UN missions and are continuing research on developed doctrines and methods for peacekeeping to share within the United Nations. Working to keep peace also means following through on our mutual promises on disarmament, to pursue legal, practical, and technical solutions to fully rid our world of its remaining 16,000 nuclear weapons, to finally destroy what remains of other inhumane arms, such as biological and chemical weapons, to realize the Arms Trade Treaty, and to fight the spread of small arms and light weapons, including ammunition. If we sway from these goals, humanity will suffer for our faults. And if peace is more than absence of war, peace building is more than the direct prevention of military conflict. Lack of resources, rising sea levels, and natural disasters have already wreaked havoc for women and men living in vulnerable states. Climate change can work as a conflict multiplier, threatening peace as well as our chances of achieving all of our sustainable development goals. We need a course of action to create a low-carbon and climate-resilient world economy. We must protect land and ocean ecosystems. This is not a choice. It is a necessity for our survival. So the world must reach a fair, ambitious, and legally binding agreement in Paris in December, which over time keeps the global temperature, the heating, as far as possible below 2 degrees Celsius. Sweden will play its part, becoming one of the first fossil-free welfare nations in the world and having no net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. We will be strong financial supporters of the Green Climate Fund and international climate action to support adaptation and transfer of technology on a global scale. The coming decade will also see major investments in the schooling, higher education, and professional training of our young. We need fair and equal societies where the just contributions from those who have finance the giving of knowledge and power to those who have not. This is a foundation for peace that is too precious to neglect. And this is also, dear friends, connected to the potential of gender equality. The barring of women from power and public debate, from work and education, from their human right to decide over themselves, including their bodies, reproduction, and sexuality, all this is a global disgrace. It is time to once and for all get rid of structures that discriminate against and belittle people on whatever grounds. It is time to fully realize UN Security Council Resolution 1325, granting women their crucial role in peace and state building. It is time to see sexual violence as one of the most destructive weapons of all and to fight it with all the force of the international community. And new times also demand new mindset. As several leaders of island countries have told me, we're not a small island nation. We are a large ocean state. To fully grasp the potential of the new world economy, we need to remove old colonial prejudice and false conceptions of large and small, north and south, east and west. We should welcome and enhance the transformation and expansion of the global economy through free and fair trade and create a global deal for decent work, while working also to free about 160 million child laborers and also end modern slavery. Sweden is taking concrete measures to maintain political support at the highest level of our common Agenda 2030, and we will continue to allocate 1% of our gross national income to official development assistance. For me, words that are not followed by actions are not worth being spoken. But the challenges for the international community also show the dire need for a strengthened and reformed United Nations. Sweden contributes resources, but we also want to contribute reforms. We want to make the United Nations more effective, transparent, and fit for purpose. We will work to strengthen cooperation between the United Nations and regional organizations, not least the African Union. Dear friends, in 2017, it will be 20 years since Sweden last took a seat on the Security Council. Over the years, we have stood by those fighting for independence and dignity, and against repression, colonialism, apartheid, and inequality. We now seek your confidence to champion the perspective of small and medium-sized states as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. We will strive tirelessly for a council that can respond swiftly to the security challenges of our time. A council that is more representative, transparent, and effective. A reformed council must reflect the realities of today with adequate representation of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and we support also efforts to limit the use of the veto. And although we see distress, we also see hope. The agreement of the Iranian nuclear issue was indeed a victory for the idea of diplomacy and shared efforts creating shared progress. Our decision on the new Sustainable Development Goals will, if thoroughly implemented, have the chance to form another landmark in human history. And the upcoming climate summit in Paris will give us the opportunity to act late, but hopefully not too late. Sweden is fully committed to these tasks. We believe that international solidarity is the first and foremost foundation for our shared peace and prosperity. International cooperation is the only way to transform this solidarity into substantial change. 2015 must be the essential milestone for global development and for future generations. So let's create that milestone, friends, serving our nations, serving our world. Thank you for listening.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden for the statement just made and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear a statement by His Excellency Muhammad Nawaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Muhammad Nawaz Sharif. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we congratulate Mr. Morgans Likitov for his election as President of the 70th session of the UN General Assembly. It is acknowledgement of your distinguished career in public service. We share your commitment to action towards building a more just and stable world. We also pay tribute to Mr. Sam Kutesa for his able stewardship of the 69th session. Mr. President, 70 years ago, the United Nations were created for the ruins of the most devastating war the world has witnessed. Its purpose was to build universal peace and prosperity on the basis of equitable principles, cooperation, and collective action. Despite the constraints of the Cold War, the United Nations served the international community as the beacon of hope, the repository of freedom, and advocate of the oppressed, a vehicle for development and progress. But we, the peoples of the United Nations, have not succeeded in beating our arms into plowshares or promoting universal prosperity and larger freedoms. Confrontation has returned between major powers at a time when many parts of the world are in turmoil. Terrorism is spreading. Poverty and deprivation have yet to be overcome. Gross violations of human rights are rampant. We are witnessing human dislocation, refugees and forced migrants on a scale not witnessed for over half a century. Our very existence is threatened by the wanton damage done to our planet's life-sustaining systems. Yet, Mr. President, this is also a moment of opportunity. Today, our interdependent world possesses the financial, scientific, and organizational capabilities to address these diverse and interrelated challenges that pose a common threat to all member states. At the historic summit over the weekend, we have collectively committed ourselves to achieve 17 Sustainable Development Goals to promote equitable and inclusive development for all our peoples. The real challenge remains to mobilize the collective political will and resources to ensure the comprehensive implementation of the agenda we have solemnly endorsed. Pakistan has already initiated action on national goals to promote the post-2015 development agenda. We are also creating a robust mechanism for the monitoring and implementation of these goals and targets. Mr. President, later this year in Paris, we will need to respond with common but differentiated responsibility to the threat posed by climate change. Partisan interests must not stand in the way of an ambitious and collective commitment to halt and reverse the damage done to our planet. Mr. President, on the 70th anniversary of the UN, we should strive to adapt this world organization so as to respond effectively to the current and emerging challenges that confront us all. Pakistan supports a comprehensive reform of the United Nations, including that of the Security Council. We need a Security Council that is more democratic, representative, accountable, and transparent. A council that reflects the interest of all member states in accordance with the principle of sovereign equality, not a council which is an expanded club of the powerful and privileged. Mr. President, peacekeeping has been one of the key responsibilities of the United Nations. Pakistan is proud of its historic and current role as a major troop contributor. We regard it as our obligation to uphold international peace and security. Mr. President, Pakistan is a primary victim of terrorism. We have lost thousands of lives, including civilians and soldiers, to terrorist violence. The blood that has been shed, including that of our innocent children, has reinforced our resolve to eliminate this scourge from our society. We will fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, irrespective of who their sponsors are. Our Operation Zarb-e-Azb is the largest anti-terrorism campaign against terrorists anywhere, involving over 180,000 of our security forces. It has made substantial progress in cleansing our country of all terrorists and will conclude only when our objective has been accomplished. This operation is complemented by an all-inclusive national action plan. It encompasses police and security actions, political and legal measures, and social and economic policy packages aimed at countering violent extremism. The global threat of terrorism cannot be defeated unless we address its underlying causes. Poverty and ignorance are part of the problem. Extremist ideologies must be opposed. But the narrative of the terrorist also has to be countered through the just resolution of the several instances of oppression and injustice against Muslims in various parts of the world. Unfortunately, some seek to use the global campaign against terrorism to suppress the legitimate right of occupied peoples to self-determination. Mr. President, the rise and spread of terrorism across the Middle East today poses unprecedented security challenges. Racked by violence, ethnic and sectarian conflicts, and the rise of Daesh, several countries of the region are today the vortex of conflict and instability. Others are being sucked into the quagmire. The tragedy of Palestine has intensified. The accepted avenue for peace between Palestine and Israel, a two-state solution, appears further away today than ever before due to the intransigent stance of the occupying power. Yet as I speak, the proud Palestinian flag is being raised just outside the hall. We hope this is just the first step. We look forward to welcoming Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. Mr. President, Muslims are suffering across the world. Palestinians and Kashmiris oppressed by foreign occupation, persecuted minorities, and the discrimination against Muslim refugees fleeing persecution or war. The international community must redress these injustices against the Muslim people. Mr. President, we welcome the comprehensive nuclear agreement reached between Iran and the P5+1. This shows what diplomatic engagement and multilateralism can achieve. It augurs well for the peace and security of our region and beyond. Mr. President, Pakistan-Afghanistan relations underwent a positive transformation under the advent of the National Unity Government in Kabul. In response to the request from Afghan government and with the support of the international community, Pakistan made strenuous efforts to facilitate the process of Afghan reconciliation. Dialogue did open between the Afghan government and the Taliban, which was an unprecedented first. But it was unfortunate that certain developments stalled the process. Thereafter, militant attacks intensified, which we unequivocally condemn. Pakistan will persist in the endeavor to help resume the dialogue process and promote peace and stability in Afghanistan. We can, however, do so only if we receive the required cooperation from the Afghan government. Tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan are in neither country's interests. We are encouraged that the international community, including the major powers, desire continuation of the peace process in Afghanistan. Mr. President, Pakistan greatly appreciates China's proactive role in promoting peace and prosperity in Afghanistan and our region. We welcome China's vision of One Belt, One Road. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, announced during President Xi's visit to Pakistan earlier this year, will spur regional economic integration and bring prosperity to the entire region and beyond. This is an inspiring model of South-South cooperation that should be emulated. We also welcome Russia's greater focus on Asian cooperation. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which Pakistan will be joining this year as a full member, holds great promise for promoting regional connectivity. Mr. President, the history of South Asia is one of the missed opportunities. Among its dire consequences is the persistence of poverty and deprivation in our region. Development is my government's first priority and has underpinned my policy to build a peaceful neighborhood. Our peoples need peace to prosper. Peace can be achieved through dialogue, not disengagement. In 1997, when the composite dialogue was launched with India, our two countries agreed that this would encompass two principal items: Kashmir and peace and security, along with 6 other issues, including terrorism. The primacy and urgency of addressing these two issues is even more compelling today. Consultations with Kashmiris, who are an integral part of the dispute, are essential to evolving a peaceful solution. Since 1947, the Kashmir dispute has remained unresolved. United Nations Security Council resolutions have remained unimplemented. 3 generations of Kashmiris have only seen broken promises and brutal oppression. Over 100,000 have died in their struggle for self-determination. This is the most persistent failure of the United Nations. Mr. President, when I assumed office of the Prime Minister of Pakistan in June 2013 for the 3rd time, one of my first priorities was to normalize relations with India. I reached out to the Indian leadership to emphasize that our common enemy was poverty and underdevelopment. Cooperation, not confrontation, should define our relationship. Yet today, ceasefire violations along the line of control and the working boundary are intensifying, causing civilian deaths, including women and children. Wisdom dictates that our immediate neighbor refrains from fomenting instability in Pakistan. The two countries should address and resolve the causes of tension and take all possible measures to avert further escalation. That is why I want to use the opportunity today to propose a new peace initiative with India, starting with measures that are the simplest to implement. 1. We propose that Pakistan and India formalize and respect the 2003 understanding for a complete ceasefire on the line of control in Kashmir. For this purpose, we call for UNMOGIP's expansion to monitor the observance of the ceasefire. 2. We propose that Pakistan and India reaffirm that they will not resort to the use or the threat of use of force under any circumstances. This is a central element of the UN Charter. 3. Steps must be taken to demilitarize Kashmir. 4. Agree to an unconditional mutual withdrawal from Siachen Glacier, the world's highest battleground. And easing of threat perceptions through such peace efforts will make it possible for Pakistan and India to agree on a broad range of measures to address the peril posed by offensive and advanced weapons systems. Pakistan neither wants to, nor is it engaged in, an arms race in South Asia. We cannot, however, remain oblivious to the evolving security dynamics and arms buildup in our region, which obliges us to take essential steps to maintain our security. As a responsible nuclear weapon state, Pakistan will continue to support the objectives of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. We have maintained the highest standards of nuclear security and have established an effective regime to ensure the safety and security of our nuclear facilities and stocks. South Asia needs strategic stability, and this requires serious dialogue to achieve nuclear restraint, conventional balance, and conflict resolution. Finally, Mr. President, we look forward to playing our part to build a brighter era of peace and prosperity in South Asia. We owe it to our people and to succeeding generations. I thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for the statement just made. and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by Her Excellency Erna Solberg, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. May I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, Her Excellency Erna Solberg. I invite her to address the General Assembly.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UN is now 70 years old. At the start of the meeting in San Francisco when the UN Charter was drafted, President Truman said, "You, members of this conference, are to be architects of the better world. In your hands rests our future." And he was right. The UN Charter has served humanity well for 70 years. Despite many challenges, there have been important milestones: decolonization, the establishment of the universal human rights, the Millennium Development Goals, as well as reduction in number of interstate wars. Unfortunately, we are celebrating these 70 years. As we are doing that, the forces of disorder, discrimination, violence, and disruption are on the rise again. International law, universal norms, and human rights are being violated by states and non-state actors alike. One of the consequences is the massive refugee crisis that we are seeing, with 60 million refugees and displaced people. All states benefit from a global legal order where rights prevails over might. One of the most important rules of the New World Order created in 1945 is the respect for internationally recognized borders. This basic principle has been blatantly violated in Europe during the last couple of years, and Europe's security landscape has been changed. We must return to a situation where all states abide by their obligation under international law. Mr. President, the foremost serious humanitarian crises in the world are in fact political crises. Power-hungry politicians, armed groups, and military leaders have ignored the plight of their people in countries concerned: South Sudan, Yemen, Syria, and Iraq. When state authorities ignore rule of law and fail to live up to their human rights obligation, the result is often conflict and chaos. The regional and global consequences of these crises are far-reaching. During the course of 2015, the UN has been carrying out 3 important reviews of peace operations, of the peace-building architecture, and of Security Council Resolution 1325. These reviews will be important tools for improving our work on peace, security, human rights, mediation, and conflict prevention. We must ensure that the UN has the funding and the political backing to prevent political exclusion and poor governance. Then we will be better able to prevent armed conflict and the resulting humanitarian crisis. The permanent members of the Security Council have a particular responsibility. Norway urges all states to join the proposed Code of Conduct to enable the Security Council to act decisively against mass atrocities. We support the French initiative to suspend the use of veto in such situations. We will also step up our efforts to support UN's peacekeeping and the UN's capacity to prevent conflict. The flow of arms to conflict areas and the lack of protection of civilians further increases the human suffering. The Arms Trade Treaty, with its humanitarian goals, give us an important tool to address these problems. The UN Secretary General has called on all parties to conflicts to refrain from using explosive weapons with wide area effects in populated areas. We support this call. At the Oslo Conference on Safe Schools, we endorsed the guidelines for protecting schools and universities from military use during armed conflict. 49 countries have already endorsed the Safe Schools Declaration. They have committed themselves to protecting education from attack in conflict situations, and we urge other countries to come on board. Mr. President, we see progress in Iraq, and we have hope for South Sudan. Norway is committed to supporting the transitional agreements to help South Sudan out of its self-destructing conflict. The crisis in Syria started with peaceful protests calling for freedom. These were met with a violent crackdown. Upholding human rights is one of the fundamental obligations of any government. The exodus from Syria today is a direct consequence of the violence unleashed by the government. The conflict in Syria has also allowed extreme terror groups like ISIL to gain foothold. Now, both the government and non-state groups such as ISIL and the Nusra Front are committing monstrous atrocities. The spread of these extreme groups need to be stopped. Norway will adhere to global norms in its response to the crisis. We are receiving refugees at our borders in line with the UN Convention of Refugees of 1951 and our international human rights obligations. We have agreed to take a high number of refugees from Syria's neighboring countries for resettlements under UN quotas. We are taking place in the rescue efforts in the Mediterranean. We have already doubled our humanitarian aid to Syria and the region this year, and we will increase our aid further. We will be hosting a donor conference in cooperation with Germany and the UN. When leaders fail to shoulder their most basic responsibilities, the international community must make use of the tools the United Nations has at its disposal. The UN has established many global standards. 15 years ago, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. It was a landmark resolution, but its implementation is taking too long. In several war-ravaged towns in Syria, groups of women are calling for ceasefire and evacuation. They do this at a great personal risk. Their bravery should inspire us. We must intensify the implementation of the Security Council resolutions on women, peace and security. Mr. President, 70 years ago, we set out to eradicate extremism. The fight against extremism must be maintained also in our countries. Extremism is once again raising its head in different shapes and forms. The ideology of disorder, discrimination, violence, and disruptive dominates the ideology of ISIL, Al-Qaeda, and their various affiliates. International cooperation at all levels is essential. In June, Norway hosted a European conference on countering violent extremism, where a European youth network was launched. The UN Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy will remain a cornerstone of our efforts. We also welcome the Secretary-General's initiative to develop a new UN plan of action. And I would like to highlight the importance of including girls and women in the planning and implementation of efforts to counter violent extremism. Mr. President, the recently adopted Sustainable Development Goal is another example of the important role UN continues to play. We know that health and education are fundamental for inclusive growth and jobs. Ebola was a wake-up call for us all. Education is also crucial for conflict resolution and for rebuilding societies. However, we need to address the considerable financial gap in the field of education. A first step is the International Commission on Financing of Global Education Opportunities. This commission was announced at the recent Oslo Summit on Education for Development. Norway will double its investment in education in the period 2014 to 2017. But sustainable development will not be possible without respect for human rights. It's therefore vital for the UN to have a strong and assertive human rights pillar. Unless we provide adequate funding for the human rights efforts, we will not be able to achieve the results we want and we need. The UN should not be seen as a costly burden. It provides win-win solutions for all member states. And let me highlight two areas where this is particularly clear. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea has been called a Constitution of the Oceans. It provides a clear framework for all activities in oceans and seas. It regulates the rights and duties of various states, and it should be used to the full to decrease tension, prevent conflict, and find peaceful solutions. Climate change is a fact. The climate summit in Paris later this year is our opportunity to shoulder our responsibility and to take action. We, the member states, must grasp this opportunity for the sake of our future as a nation and as a global community. Mr. President, we can be the generation that defeats extreme poverty. We can be the generation that prevents political crisis from becoming humanitarian crisis. We are already the first generation to experience human-made climate change. Let us also be the generation that halts climate change. And we can be the generation that finally realizes that the right to education for all. With the UN Charter as our starting point, we must adapt our global norms to address new challenges. The forces of disorder, discrimination, violence, and disruption must be stopped. The UN is a crucial arena for developing common measures to address common threats. We must use it to the full if we are to meet the threats that we are facing today, from climate change to terrorism. We can thus ensure that the UN continues to serve humanity well for the next 70 years. The UN members can still be, in Truman's words, the architects of a better world. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Josiah Boreke Bainimarama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, His Excellency Josiah Boreke Bainimarama. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
The President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Bulavinak, and a very good morning to you all. Sorry, a very good afternoon to you all. Mr. President, I would like to add my congratulations on your election to those other national leaders who have spoken before me. I wish you all success in guiding this 70th session to a productive and meaningful conclusion. I also want to thank His Excellency Mr. Sam Kutesa for his outstanding leadership during the 69th session. Mr. President, last year I spoke before this Assembly on the heels of an election victory in Fiji. I said that Fiji was now a fairer, more just, and compassionate society, and that we would accelerate our efforts to alleviate poverty thanks to a rapidly strengthening economy. I'm proud to assure you today that our democracy is working, our economy is growing, and we are gradually lifting more people out of poverty every day. It is not an experiment, Mr. President. It is a very real and revolutionary change in the way we Fijians govern ourselves and treat one another. Mr. President, I will not tell you that it has been easy, because it has not. But we have had 1 year of the give and take of parliamentary democracy based on a common and equal citizenry under a constitution that values each Fijian equally, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of birthright, faith, gender, social condition, or geography. This is a first. In the past, we had elections. Today, we have elections that do not produce the tyranny of the majority. Times have sometimes been raucous as we battle over ideas and exchange charges on the floor of Parliament, in the media, and before the public. Democracy sometimes seems messy and chaotic and prone to petty squabbles, but it is a price we Fijians gladly pay for the chance to enjoy democracy's many blessings. As is natural, our society is now also more compassionate and our economy more robust. We have carried out wide-ranging social and economic reforms designed to free the energies of our people, encourage investment, create employment, and lift up the poor and marginalized in Fiji. We have introduced free schooling at the primary and secondary level for the first time, and made great efforts to bring the benefits of government programs, technology, and the modern market to people in remote and underserved areas of the country. Infrastructure development, roads, electricity, water, and healthcare are our priorities. Results, Mr. President, have been encouraging. Our economy has grown at more than 4% for the last 3 years, including a rate of more than 5.3% in 2014. National and international economic experts expect us to meet or exceed that figure this year. Investment, particularly domestic investment, is booming. Construction is up, tourism is up, we have a healthy surplus in foreign exchange reserves, and job openings have increased substantially. This shows, Mr. President, that Fijians are confident. They believe in themselves, they believe in our democracy, and they believe in our country's future. This is the most sustained period of economic growth in our history, and it is part of a revolution of initiative and energy directly linked to our new democracy. Mr. President, dedication to basic human rights is the foundation of democracy. No democracy can survive if the rights of each person are not sacred, if the state fails to protect or even works to undermine the individual's ability to think and believe and worship as he or she chooses. No democracy can survive if elections only mean that the winners take all. No democracy can survive if it does not enshrine human dignity as a right and make its best efforts to provide socio-economic rights as provided for in our Constitution. Mr. President, we have made believers out of people who once doubted and criticized us. We have overcome sanctions and isolation that were imposed by other democratic nations in the mistaken belief that they would push us to democracy. In fact, Mr. President, we needed no push. We were already committed to that path. What we needed, Mr. President, was engagement and support, and I'm pleased to say that we have it again at last. It is clear that we have fashioned our own democracy on dedication to the rights and dignity of each person in Fiji, and we bring that dedication to our work in the United Nations. Mr. President, since Fiji established its mission in Geneva last year, my government has worked energetically with the human rights community. Earlier this year, I addressed the Human Rights Council in Geneva, outlining Fiji's human rights priorities, particularly as they relate to our progressive Bill of Rights in the 2013 Fijian Constitution. Fijians now enjoy an unprecedented level of protection enforced through an independent judiciary and human rights
and Anti-Discrimination Commission. I have invited a number of special mandate holders under the Human Rights Council to visit Fiji, and I'm pleased that the Special Rapporteur on the right to education will visit Fiji within a year to assess and support my government's initiative and efforts to strengthen the right to education. Fiji is also committed to ratifying the core human rights instruments in the not-so-distant future. This is a solemn commitment that flows naturally from our basic belief that all Fijians have the right to live with dignity. We understand that this will carry additional obligations towards our own people, obligations we are eager to take on. As we participate in the Human Rights Council, we find yet again that the voice and the unique concerns of the Pacific small island developing states have trouble being heard. We have a unique perspective of the world to share with the international human rights community. This includes calling attention to the detrimental effect that climate change is having on our ability to extend and strengthen human rights in the region. It also includes educating others to the challenges many of us face in creating proper institutions and changing long-held cultural attitudes that can be obstacles to full respect for human rights. These are issues that Fiji will continue to bring forward now and as a member of the Human Rights Council for the term 2018-2020 if we are elected. Mr. President, like our neighbors in the South Pacific and other small island developing states, we see the bright future we have chartered for ourselves dimmed by the prospect of climate change and sea level rise. Fiji has been outspoken in insisting that all nations do their duty to reduce carbon emissions and control the production of greenhouse gases. Fiji is making strenuous efforts to do its part, but our part in creating this crisis is very small, practically negligible. The major developed nations, and I must say it, the major developing nations as well, must do more. It is simply not acceptable for advanced economies to build a high standard of living on the degradation of the earth and the seas. And it is also not acceptable for major nations that are industrializing to assert that they need to degrade the earth, the air, and the seas in order to build their economies, just as the advanced countries did years ago. The emergency is now. The solution must be now. The time for excuses is over. Earlier this month, Mr. President, the Pacific leaders at the third summit of the Pacific Island Development Forum adopted the Suva Declaration on Climate Change. This landmark declaration clearly sets out the agreed demands of the Pacific Island developing states for an acceptable outcome at the UN Climate Conference in Paris later this year. The Suva Declaration calls for the 2015 Climate Change Agreement to limit global average temperature increases to less than 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrialized levels. It calls for the Paris Agreement to be legally binding on all parties and for it to recognize loss and damage as a standalone element. We also call for the climate change adaptation measures to be 100% grant financed. The choices we face may be politically difficult in the short run, but the consequences we are already seeing, environmental degradation, unbearable heat, drought, powerful tropical storms, and unpredictable weather patterns are simply unacceptable. Mr. President, we are elected as leaders, and as leaders must be able to explain these consequences to their people and convince them to make the necessary short-term sacrifices for everyone's benefit. These consequences are real for Fiji and its neighbors. We have plans to move 45 villages to higher ground, and we have already started. And we have committed to resettle people from other low-lying South Pacific Island states that face the prospect of being swallowed up by the rising ocean and falling inexorably to oblivion. Should that happen, Mr. President, the people of those island states would be refugees as desperate and lost as the hundreds of thousands fleeing conflict in Syria and Iraq. It is very real, and it is happening now. and it is time, Mr. President, to shed our indifference. Mr. President, Fiji particularly welcomes the establishment of Sustainable Development Goal on the conservation and sustainable management of oceans and seas. Our destiny is shaped by the ocean in which we are set, but we also welcome it as citizens of this earth, because the health of the oceans and seas is vital for everyone. In the Pacific Ocean, for too long now, we have observed the decline in our ocean's health, as evidenced by dying coral, marine pollution, damaged coastal ecosystems, declining fish stocks, and ocean acidification. Those of us who are old enough to remember our ocean in much healthier times must do more than lament that our grandchildren may never see the ocean as it was created. We must do all we can to make sure that they know the ocean as it was when our forebears bequeathed it to us. As a founding member of the UN's Group of Friends in Oceans and Seas, Fiji has been working to establish a high-level global platform to ensure that we meet SDG 14. I am proud to say that we have found a strong ally in the government of Sweden to establish the triennial UN Conference on Oceans and Seas, with 5 international conferences spanning the 15 years of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal. These will be conferences for action, not talk. Governments, international organizations, scientists, business leaders, and others will gather at the 5 conferences to assess progress and hold all participants accountable for meeting targets. We will host a triennial conference in Fiji in June 2017, and all those dedicated to the integrity of implementation of the ocean's goals will be welcome. Mr. President, we Fijians do not ask others to do what we are unwilling to do. We are a nation that stands up. We stand up for peace. We stand up for our neighbors. And we stand up for the environment. And so we held our first National Green Growth Summit in Fiji only a couple of months before I appeared before you last year. In that short time, Fiji developed and has begun implementing its own green growth framework, a master plan for an economic model that is more holistic, integrated, inclusive, and above all, sustainable. Our framework links economic growth and environmental protection and builds an economy that grows in a more intelligent way and nurtures the interests of all our citizens. No project will proceed if it is not sustainable or if it jeopardizes our natural resources in any way. We hold our resources in trust for future generations, and we will not squander them for short-term economic gain. We will continue to grow and develop and modernize, but we will embrace a future in which our forests, our mangroves, our coral reefs, and our marine life thrive. Mr. President, if everyone does the same with their part of the world, large or small, we may have a chance to save this planet. Mr. President, I believe that Fiji's commitment to the United Nations as an institution and to the work of the United Nations is second to none. Our contributions to worldwide peacekeeping are a matter of national pride, honor, and commitment. Today, Fijian military, police, and correctional officers are actively engaged in UN peacekeeping missions in Iraq, in the Golan Heights, in Lebanon, Darfur, and South Sudan, as well as in the multinational forces observers in Sinai. We are also proud to now be serving in the United Nations Truth Supervision Organizations headquartered in Jerusalem. This national mission of ours, Mr. President, to work with other nations to bring peace to the world, has become a part of our national identity. It involves great sacrifice on the part of many Fijian families, and of course, it is dangerous work that has resulted in tragic loss of lives. But I bring to you today the solemn will of the Fijian people to continue to serve the cause of peace through the United Nations wherever the UN is called to heal the wounds of strife and war. Mr. President, Fiji has been a member of the United Nations since independence in October 1970. Since that time, Fiji's leaders have attended the General Assembly every year to play our part in this great global gathering. Every year, we have been wisely guided by a president of the General Assembly, hailing from one of our fellow member states, but never by a president from the Pacific Islands development states. We believe, Mr. President, that the time has come for the Pacific Islands to provide the Assembly's president, and we have put forward a candidate for the Assembly's 71st session. Our candidate, duly submitted to the Asia-Pacific Group, is currently Fiji's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Peter Thompson. He is a seasoned diplomat who has demonstrated extraordinary leadership in service to the United Nations. Fiji looks to the friends of the Pacific Islands here at the United Nations to give their support to our candidate for the President of the Assembly's 71st session. Mr. President, Fiji commits fully to the work of the United Nations during your stewardship of the 70th session of the General Assembly. I pledge to you our full support and cooperation as you carry out the responsibilities that lie before you. This body holds the promise of elevating human beings from poverty and degradation to health and hope, from conflict and fear to peace, and from an effort to tame our environment to a commitment to live in harmony with it. Fiji will be with you this year, and we will be with our fellow nations until we realize that promise. Vinakapakaleo, and I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji for the statement just made. Request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Joseph Muscat, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. By request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta, His Excellency Joseph Muscat. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
President, Secretary General, distinguished guests. As we all know, this year constitutes a landmark year for our organization as we celebrate its 70th anniversary. The organization's founding fathers wanted to turn the ashes of World War II into a new order that would secure peace, advance global prosperity, alleviate poverty, and promote human rights worldwide. They wanted to create what they termed a strong United Nations and a better world. As we commemorate this 70th anniversary, let us stop and ask whether today's world is really a better one. In an era of negativity and media onslaught on global problems, it would be easy to answer no, and there are valid reasons to do so. But our duty as standard bearers of optimism is to defy the logic of pessimism and answer yes. Indeed, the problems are many, but the world has never experienced such a degree of commitment by global citizens who look beyond the notion of traditional nation-state and come together as a global community. The United Nations has contributed significantly to transform our world in a safer and more just place for humankind. It has contributed towards the eradication of disease, the promotion of justice, freedom and human rights, the attainment of peace in different parts of the world, and to stemming the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The mediating efforts, the peace-building, the peacekeeping successes shepherded by the United Nations have seen more people being able to determine their destiny. The Millennium Development Goals have spurred us on in our commitment to seek a better life for the poor and the malnourished, and we have now adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. If proof were needed that the UN can actually make a difference, this is it. Indeed, if we reflect over the past 70 years, I believe there is much we can be proud of. The question that needs to be addressed, however, is not whether the United Nations has been a force for good, which is very obviously that it has been, but whether in today's vastly different world, it is still capable of meeting its challenges. This organization, I believe, is still a work in progress. We continue to live in a vastly uneven world plagued by conflict, inequality, and injustice. New and profound challenges have emerged, many of which are global in nature, and which therefore require global solutions. Last year, I stressed that more attention needed to be focused on the plight of migrants in the Mediterranean, the cradle of civilization that has now sadly been turned into a graveyard. My country finds itself at the crossroads between the Middle East, Europe, and Africa. The tragedy that is occurring so close to home is so starkly evident and of immense concern to us. We are the only country in Europe, and probably the only country around the world, that dedicates 100% of its limited military resources to saving people at sea each and every day. Last April, we witnessed the funeral of 24 migrants who perished together with 800 others in what is probably the worst ever recorded capsizing of a boat laden with migrants in the Med. These unnamed individuals were mourned by all of us. Sadly, however, this was not the last tragedy. And while many have been rescued to the concerted efforts by European countries, several thousand others have continued to lose their lives on this perilous journey, a journey which they are sometimes forced to take at gunpoint by unscrupulous people smugglers. Indeed, so far, this year has broken all records in terms of desperate people attempting to flee from persecution and hopelessness in search of a better life and to attain the right to live in peace, free from anxieties, poverty, and persecution. We see it happening in the Mediterranean Sea. Now we see it happening across the Balkans. This proves that this is not a Mediterranean problem. This is not a European problem. It is a global phenomenon that needs global responses. Malta has been highlighting this situation for years and years now at this Assembly. In November, we will host a summit bringing together the leaders of the European Union and key African nations. The Valletta Summit will be an opportunity to enhance our dialogue and improve our understanding in an attempt to address this issue comprehensively in a spirit of partnership and cooperation with all the countries involved. It is expected to build and strengthen the present frameworks of action in the field of migration in an effort to address the phenomenon in a more holistic manner and in order to reap the opportunities presented whilst dealing with the challenge of forced displacement. The first priority must remain the saving of lives. This is our moral duty as human beings. Europe intensified its search and rescue operations in an attempt to reduce the loss of lives. Then we are providing assistance and refuge to those who qualify. Nevertheless, an important and necessary part of the effort by the European Union requires a more committed response to taking on the smugglers before they can put the lives of more innocent people at risk. The international community should be under no illusion. When it comes to these criminals, we are dealing with individuals who feed on the desperation of innocent people. In the process, they are making a fortune, money, which is also being used to finance other criminal activities, probably even terrorism. These people must be held accountable for their crimes and must be brought to justice. Efforts to combat these networks must be, in the first instance, stepped up nationally and regionally. Closer cooperation is essential, and most of all, amongst the countries of origin, countries of transit, and destination, including through better intelligence sharing and through joint criminal investigations. Improved implementation of national enforcement policies and stronger penalties to punish smugglers are also essential measures to effectively addressing this challenge. We have to continue doing our best to give shelter to those fleeing from war and those who qualify for asylum. But it must also be clear that a free-for-all policy is not on the table. People who do not qualify for asylum should be returned. Safe countries of origin, which do not help in return, should face sanctions. Those which collaborate should be rewarded with further aid and access to markets. Nevertheless, tackling the root causes of migration is the only real long-term solution. There are several causes. Starting with development, 2015 is a pivotal year for the global sustainable development and poverty eradication. Through the adoption of the Addis Ababa outcome for financing of development agreed to in July, as well as the post-2015 development agenda, which we have just welcomed a few days ago, we are called upon to respond in a transformative manner to the fundamental challenges facing the world today: eradicating poverty, achieving inclusive and sustainable development for the present and future generations, and ensuring the promotion and the protection of all human rights and fundamental values as the basis for peaceful and prosperous societies. However, we should all be starkly aware that this is only the first step of a process that can only be successful if we are truly fully committed to its implementation. Of all these efforts shall, however, be futile unless we clearly and in a determinate manner address the long-standing conflicts in the countries of origin and transit. It is not just Malta's problem. It is not just Europe's problem. It is everyone's problem. And the United Nations needs to act as it is morally bound to do so. Yes, we have to tackle the war in Syria, but it is a delusion to think that solving Syria will in itself solve the migration phenomenon. What about Somalia, Eritrea, and the whole list of forgotten conflicts generating mass displacement of people? What about climate change that is expected to displace so many people? Even in the best case scenario, we live in a world that will have mass displacement of people as a key feature. This is because we need to recognize that it is not only desperation that moves people, it is also aspiration. People aspire to a better life for themselves, for their families. And at a time when the world is getting smaller, mothers and fathers, such as ourselves, will set on the move, believing, rightly or wrongly, that they will secure a better future for their children. Thus, we need tools and institutions to set out rules and tackle the phenomenon on a permanent basis, not simply as a humanitarian effort, but as an economic, social, and environmental framework to anticipate and manage these flows. I come from a family of nations that has been very much in the news for failing to agree unanimously on a mandatory distribution system for refugees. I was one of the most vociferous critics in Europe, indicating our failures. Nevertheless, I stand in front of you today as a proud European. Can anyone mention to me another group of nations that has gone so far as to agreeing, albeit with considerable birth pangs and bruises, to such a system? There is none. Only Europe did this so far. So I ask, where is everyone else? We made a first step. Now the global community has to follow. The United Nations is the forum to do that. At the end of World War II, nation-states realized that their financial system was broken and they could no longer aspire to operate in a vacuum. The Bretton Woods Agreement laid the basis for rules and institutions to tackle the new reality. We now need a Bretton Woods of migration. Rules and institutions that see that all the members of the international community, and not just a few, share and shoulder the phenomenon of mass migration with both legal channels and instruments to deal with the crisis. In other words, there should not be a European quota, but a global quota system for migrants, not only for this, but for all crises. I urge for such a discussion to begin. And let us not let the people smugglers, the criminals, decide for us. Let us read the writing on the wall and lay the foundations to this new system. On a related subject, in our immediate neighborhood in the Mediterranean, the escalation in Libya proceeded at such a fast pace that the UN responded by taking the leading role to resolving the conflict. This conflict is providing all the necessary space for criminals to smuggle people and to take significant control of parts of the country. Malta strongly supports the toiling efforts of the UN to launch a national dialogue for a reconciliation process and the formation of a government of national unity in Libya. Malta recognized and welcomed the initialing of the draft UN-led political agreement signed in Morocco last July. The agreement's initialing was the result of the ongoing UN-facilitated consultations between the various rival Libyan parties. Hopefully, we shall witness an all-inclusive peace agreement. We have to acknowledge the political will and courage demonstrated by those who initialed this draft agreement, which seeks to resolve the Libyans' institutional and security crisis. The major challenge ahead of us, especially Libya's neighboring countries such as ourselves, is to ensure that the implementation of the agreement is put into effect. All Libyan actors in this process must realize that this is their homeland and it needs to be saved, where all hostilities and violent disputes must cease immediately. They must continue to engage actively in an inclusive political dialogue for national reconciliation. And we must be very sincere. If a complete agreement proves elusive again, it is high time that the United Nations and the global community back those people of goodwill on both sides of the divide who are willing to reach an agreement and do away with those on both sides who are simply wasting their people's future. Mr. President, this is an important year for my country. For the second time in 10 years, we will be hosting very soon the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. The summit itself, which has as its guiding theme the Commonwealth adding global value, shall be the culmination of a number of activities and fora, namely the People's Forum, the Youth Forum, the Commonwealth Business Forum, and for the first time, the Women's Forum. In the organization of this event and in the assumption of the chairmanship of the Commonwealth, we plan to examine some issues of common concern, including global political and security challenges, most urgent of which is the unprecedented rise of extremism and radicalization, as well as assessing development concerning the wake of the adoption of the post-2015 agenda and the related financing for development process, with particular attention to practical steps that might be taken by Commonwealth governments to accelerate the implementation of the outcomes of key global processes. Malta is confident that the Commonwealth can also provide added value to the international debate on climate change, particularly since this gathering will take place on the eve of COP21. Climate action will feature very high on the summit agenda, noting that the Commonwealth gathers together disparate countries from all the continents, from vulnerable island states to G20 economies. This summit will play an important role in strengthening regional and international cooperation and provide support for a successful outcome of COP21. We now look forward to a successful conclusion to the United Nations Summit on Climate Change in Paris in December, seeking it to reach an ambitious, fair, balanced, and legally binding agreement. We must be principled and practical in our approach in order to achieve these results. Malta believes that climate change is a decisive challenge, which, if not urgently managed, will put at risk not only the environment, but also world economic prosperity, development, and more broadly, stability and security. Back in 1988, our former president, the late Vincent Tabone, brought a motion before the United Nations, calling the world's climate to be declared the common heritage of mankind. The impacts of climate change require a global and coordinated response. Malta was the first to alert the international community to the need to address the warnings on human-induced climate change by the scientific community. We now aspire to being one facilitator amongst others in securing an equitable deal. Mr. President, I am of the firm conviction that what binds us together is stronger than what divides us. The challenges we face should unite us, as we need to, indeed we must, face them together. As standard bearers of optimism, we respond to today's great problems with even greater resolve. Malta will play its part. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta for his statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear now a statement by His Excellency Charles Michel, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, His Excellency Charles Michel. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations. Mr. President, your predecessor, who presided the first General Assembly of the United Nations in 1946, was one of my compatriots, Paul-Henri Spaak. In the midst of the Second World War, he also declared, "We must take advantage of the exceptional circumstances and seize the opportunity to make substantial progress in the world, save succeeding generations from the scourge of war." This, my dear colleagues, was a goal 70 years ago. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights says that fundamental rights consecrates universal rights and human rights. All human beings should be equal, freedom of thought, freedom of opinion, freedom of expression are intangible, and these are the basis for a democratic world where everyone's dignity, wherever they might be, whatever their origin, whatever their culture, must be fully respected. Dear colleagues, since 1945, the world has changed a great deal. Progress has been made. I'm 40 years old. The challenges our generation is faced with are multiple, they're complex, they are increasingly interdependent. Conflicts, poverty, climate, migration, The 2030 Agenda must give a new impetus and greater strength for a common action for development. As I said, I'm 40 years old, and I was born far after the independence of African states. My belief is that the destiny of Europe and Africa are closely interlinked. Everyone has to gain from the success of others, but also from failures. I did not know the period of colonization. I only knew Africa, which was free and independent, so I have no nostalgia nor guilt, but I do feel a feeling of responsibility. We have to look clearly and optimistically to the future of that continent, which my country is very closely attached. We want a sincere, frank, equal relationship where everyone is respected, a partnership where no one teaches the other. With more than 1 billion inhabitants, Africa, I'm convinced, will have an increasingly important place in the world. We know the potential of this continent. Africa has talent, Africa has resources, and I think of those young Africans, full of life, ingenious, these young Africans who wish to take their destiny in their hands. They have that feeling of dignity, of freedom. Nothing and no one will stop that. Dear colleagues, the first condition for development is respecting the rule of law and guaranteeing partnerships. 2015, 2016 are electoral years in Africa. There's no democracy without legitimacy. There's no legitimacy without respect of constitutional agreements which unite the leaders and their people. Certain countries have shown the road to wisdom. I'm thinking of Nigeria. I'm thinking of Senegal. And we can only condemn attempts of coup d'etat which have recently occurred in Burkina Faso. Finally, we must call upon all heads of states to respect electoral cycles organized by the constitutions. The United Nations Charter consecrates the sovereignty of all states. That sovereignty is primarily a responsibility, namely to lead the country in the respect of general interest, and in no cases can sovereignty be a pretext for hierarchy. Sovereignty is a duty for its people. Ignoring the rights of people, thwarting freedom, only lasts a little time, because the thirst for freedom and dignity always, sooner or later, wins over. In Burundi, we did not spare our efforts to ensure the respect of the Constitution and the Arusha Agreement. The obstinacy to remain in power at whatever cost is a certain form of blindness, and this upset the balance. Unfortunately, that country today is faced with division, and it is the Burundi citizens, numerous refugees, are the main victims of this. We sincerely hope once again to call for a political dialogue between the governments and the opposition under the auspices of the countries of the region within the framework of the East African Community. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is a large country in Africa. It has a young population, which is dynamic, abundant natural resources, but at the same time, tragic conflicts. And the population has paid the price of this for many years. Respect for the rule of law and constitutional rules is the only path to ensure stability. Everyone expects those political leaders of this country, with the elections, will show that it is in the superior interest of their country and of their people that they have in their heart. Ladies and gentlemen, My country is also committed in the Sahel, both for security and development. Destabilization in Libya, the demographic explosion, and climate change, as we know, leads to serious difficulties, and we wish to continue to support peacekeeping operations in Niger and Mali. We will continue to support the MINUSMA, as well as ODA. The private initiatives should be encouraged. Economic development must create jobs, must lead to greater income for states. The fight against corruption must allow for good investments. We must also encourage innovative financing for development, for instance, the idea of an international contribution to financial transactions. Mr. President, colleagues, we are all increasingly faced with the rise of terrorism, and my country has not been spared. Terrorists wish to destroy universal values. They choose to affect innocent victims blindly. All means must be ensured to fight this, but we have to fight the fanatics, respecting the rule of law, and we must ensure the balance between the right to security and the respect of individual freedom. We have to mobilize the police, security forces. We must also base ourselves on local community, religious heads, spiritual heads, and civil society to help us. Since 2003, in negotiating an international convention on terrorism is practically at a deadlock, and here I wish to make an appeal. Let us give a new impetus for this so that we can validate international conventions and thus have more means to act. Several people have mentioned this at this rostrum. We have to work to resolve conflicts in Libya, in Iraq, and in Syria. In Syria, it's not a question for us to make a choice between one side barbarism of the Islamic State or, on the other hand, the tyranny and the massacres of Bashar al-Assad. We have to work in parallel. We must both eradicate Daesh and at the same time force a political transition with free and credible elections. Syria needs solid institutions. It needs a legitimate government. This is the only possible path to peace and stability. We are in favor of a global approach, which is humanitarian, political, and the military option could be envisaged in order to respect international law. We wish to support the remarkable commitment of the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Stéphane Rivera, to relaunch a dialogue between the parties. The situation in Libya, we must say clearly, is a failure for the international community, and this shows that only a global approach, the extremists are sowing terror. Attacks in Tunisia to undermine democracy have shown this, and here again we wish to support efforts made by the United Nations for a political dialogue. We note conflicts, wars, oblige populations to seek security elsewhere, far from their homes. 60 million people today have been displaced in the world and must often endanger their lives to escape conflicts. Syria, unfortunately, is one of the tragic examples of that situation. We have to support those countries which are faced with the consequences of the conflict, for instance, Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and I'm happy that the European Union has decided to mobilize 1 billion euros to better support welcoming these refugees in these three countries. In the Middle East, the peace process has slowed down, And for us, the status quo cannot be an option. Raising the Palestinian flag here at the United Nations, as we've just done, is certainly a symbol, but that symbol is insufficient. More than ever before, the goal must be the recognition of a sovereign Palestinian state which is independent, fully respecting the right to the security of Israel. And I say this with the necessary clear. Neither sending of rockets or illegal settlements will open the path to this goal, which is so important. Our belief is that Europe must mobilize more in partnership with the partners, and it is in that spirit that Belgium supports the initiative of France to try and establish a contact group with countries of goodwill. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the United Nations Charter establishes the principle of sovereign equality. The territorial integrity and the sovereignty of countries has to be guaranteed. This is absolutely necessary. And here again, we are on the side of Ukraine to respect the principles and the obligations under international law. The Minsk Agreement has to be implemented by all parties. Finally, I wish to conclude by saying that peace and security must certainly be constant goals. Clearly, we know there will always be differences between countries and disputes between countries, but the honor of this assembly should be to resolve through dialogue and mutual understanding the conflicts rather than with cannons and guns and fanaticism. The peace agreement in Colombia, the Iranian nuclear process, and the resumption of diplomatic relations with Cuba show that dialogue and respect can produce tangible results. The international order requires that everyone, whatever their origin, their culture, their religion, has the right to universal values as their basis. And as President Obama said only a few hours ago at this rostrum, a tyrant can put an opponent in prison. But as head of government, we know that the responsibility of those who represent their peoples. We know also, like you, that the world is full of obstacles. It's full of contradictions. It's full of tragedies. But the world is primarily men and women with dreams, with hopes for themselves and for those they love. Intangible freedom, innovation, intelligence, ingenuity, respect, and tolerance must be our best weapons to meet the challenges of our century. And I conclude with these words of Paul-Henri Spaak, the first president of this General Assembly, who already declared that between a perfect world and a better world, I would choose a better world. We know that a perfect world is impossible. A better world depends on us. The better world needs courage, responsibility, and also solidarity. And it is with that conviction that I wish to affirm here the commitment of my country for a better world. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je désire remercier le Premier ministre.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I want to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium for his state, and I would ask protocol to escort His Excellency.
The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Tamam Salam, President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the pleasure in welcoming the President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic, His Excellency Tamam Salam, and I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President, it gives me pleasure at the beginning to congratulate you for presiding over the work of the 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I seize this opportunity to thank Mr. Sam Kutesa, former Foreign Minister of Uganda, for the efforts he exerted throughout his presidency of the 69th session of the General Assembly. On the 70th anniversary marking the establishment of the United Nations, which my country had the honor of contributing to setting up its charter, I would like to stress Lebanon's commitment to fully assume its role as an active member within the international community in order to fulfill the noble aims that were unanimously approved by all nations, chiefly safeguarding international peace and security, the right of peoples to self-determination, and the respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all human beings. Mr. President, we speak about the fundamental rights of human beings, and in our countries, in our region, this concept is withering day after day under the pressure of wars, putting back in the face of an ever-growing obscurantism hidden under the veil of religion and totally dissolving when facing the barbarism of the colonization practiced by the State of Israel, which seeks to hide under a modern and democratic cloak. Under the eyes of the whole world, nations are being disintegrated in our region. Millions are leaving their homes, wandering away to the unknown. This is a land. This is a land, the 3-year-old child, which the whole world saw earlier this month in his eternal rest after he was washed ashore. His tragedy sums up the prevailing fundamental human rights in our region. His picture describes the story of a tormented people drifting out in the seas to nowhere, jam-packed on the sidewalks in cities and train stations, waiting for a permission, a visa, or simply a meal. The narrative has gone far beyond any political, military, and legal framework to mutate into a major question related to the present and future of humanity. We have all followed the efforts undertaken by some European countries in order to accommodate additional numbers of refugees on their territory. These efforts are rooted in the cultural and civilizational heritage stemming from the bitter experiences and the devastation of wars. But we still believe that the best solution to the problem and the least expensive for Syria and the neighboring countries and the entire world is to tackle the tragedy directly and deal with it at its root causes. Lebanon reiterates its call to the international community, especially all prominent powers in the world, to rise above reluctance and lingering and stop fighting with Syrian blood and on Syrian territory. We urge them to end the ongoing massacre there by fostering a political solution that safeguards the country's unity, independence, and territorial integrity while fulfilling the Syrian people's aspirations for a free and dignified life. Mr. President, this call does not stem only from the links of neighborhood, kinship, history, and common interests between the Syrian and Lebanese peoples, but also from Lebanon's firm interest in ending the Syrian crisis due to the heavy burden of massive waves of displacement dubbed by the United Nations itself as a quote-unquote national disaster. If Europe, I repeat, if Europe, with its sizable capacities and generous humanity, has been confused at the sight of thousands of displaced people erupting suddenly in its cities, Lebanon, with its limited space and scarce capacities, has been hosting over the past 4 years of 1.5 million displaced Syrians, amounting to 1/3 of its population. Thus, the public infrastructure and hosting communities in Lebanon have been exhausted to the maximum at a time of steadily declining international assistance because of a soi-disant donors' fatigue. While Lebanon upholds its international obligations, it reiterates its appeal to donor countries, urging them to fulfill their commitments, rather to increase their financial contributions, providing direct assistance to the public institutions and the Lebanese hosting communities, according to the response plan launched by Lebanon in collaboration with the United Nations last December. We firmly stress the principle of shared responsibility and burden sharing among countries, underlining the importance of establishing safe areas or buffer zones for refugees in Syria, or setting up some gathering centers on the borderline. Mr. President, the problem of the displaced population is just only one facet of the many negative repercussions Lebanon has endured as a result of the war in our neighborhood. Perhaps the most daunting consequence of this conflict is terrorism that claimed steep sacrifices. It is no secret that for more than a year now, a group of our military forces is still held by terrorist groups, and we are still exerting tremendous efforts to free them. We have succeeded in addressing this scourge based on a firm political resolution and an efficient security action. Our people has proven to the world that Lebanon is not an incubator of terrorism that is meddling with some regional countries under the cover of Islam, the religion of tolerance, love, and moderation. The increasing responsibilities assumed by our military and security apparatuses in the fight against terrorism has fostered our determination to strengthen these forces as a main pillar of security, stability, and civil peace in the country. Lebanon renews its commitment to fight terrorism in all its forms, stressing the need to address the roots of this affliction, and at the same time reaffirms its readiness to cooperate in the framework of joint international effort undertaken by the Security Council to eradicate terrorism and its sources of financing. Mr. President, despite the many political crises our country is enduring, chiefly the vacuum in the presidency of the Republic, Lebanon is proud of being a paragon of diversity and an oasis of coexistence between members of various religions and sects at a time of surging Middle Eastern events threatening the social, cultural, and religious diversity. We consider that safeguarding the Lebanese entity is tantamount to shielding a vital remnant of pluralism in the Levant. Hence, consolidating the stability in the country with its political, security, and socio-economic dimensions calls for a joint decision from both brethren and friends to keep Lebanon away from regional polarization, help the Lebanese people in putting an end to the current vacuum and paralysis, and bolstering the work of the constitutional institutions by electing a new President of the Republic without further delay. Mr. President, we followed with great interest the recent agreement between Iran and the 5 permanent Security Council members and Germany, and it is our hope now that this development will open a new page in international relations and will mark the beginning of an improvement in the regional environment, which will reflect positively on the political situation in Lebanon. We consider that the baseline requirement for a successful and normal relationship among the countries in the region for the best interest of their peoples is commitment to the good neighbors policy, respect of state sovereignty, and non-interference in their internal affairs or security and stability manipulation. Mr. President, while commemorating the 9th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1701, Lebanon reaffirms its commitment to all the provisions of this resolution based on the belief that it will strengthen stability and security in southern Lebanon and will contribute to extending the state's authority over its entire territory. Lebanon reiterates its call to the international community to compel Israel to cease its violations of Lebanese sovereignty, cooperate with UNIFIL, and I take this occasion to express our thanks to UNIFIL command, structures, troops, and all participating countries in order to demarcate the rest of the Blue Line and withdraw immediately from the northern Ghajar area, Shab'a Farms, and Kfar Shuba Hills. Mr. President, Lebanon denounces Israel's continued occupation of Palestinian land and its blockade of the Gaza Strip, and we call upon the international community to compel it to lift this inhumane blockade and secure the conditions for a decent living for the Palestinians. We condemn the repeated Israeli attacks on Al-Aqsa Mosque and warn of their serious repercussions, while we hold Israel responsible for the failure in reaching a peaceful settlement to the conflict based on the two-state solution. In the meantime, we call upon the Security Council to issue a decision to resume the negotiations in order to end the occupation within a specified time frame on the basis of Security Council resolutions 242, 338, the Madrid Terms of Reference for Peace, and the Arab Peace Initiative. While Lebanon rejects the resettlement of refugees on its territory, it stresses the right of the Palestinians to return to their homeland according to the United Nations relevant resolutions. Mr. President, crises are storming our East that is plagued by many scourges and illnesses. Time has indeed come for the world to mobilize its powers and address them seriously rather than ignoring them and escaping responsibility. Not only because our East is the cradle of the heavenly messages that you all embrace and the source of the alphabet you read, but also because your humanitarian duty commands you to do so, as your undeniable interest requires that you contain the explosion and prevent fragments from reaching your homes. I call upon the countries of the world, Repeat, I call upon the countries of the world to revoke their resignation from responsibility and assume the task of restoring security and stability to our region in order to secure our people's right to a better future. Extend your hands to stop the death toll in Syria, Iraq, Libya, and Yemen, and in the land of peace, Palestine. Extend your hands to restore the glow of the Levantine jewel called Lebanon. Extend your hands to provide the right to our children, as it is the right of your children, to sail in their legitimate dreams instead of sailing in the boats of humiliation and death towards strange shores. I thank you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 20th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
Declaro abierta.
I call to order the 20th session of the General Assembly. The Assembly will now hear the address of His Excellency Raimon Iohannis, President of the Republic of Latvia. I ask the protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Raimon Iohannis, President of the Republic of Latvia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, as we celebrate 70 years of the United Nations and 70 years since the end of the Second World War, it is time for us all to take stock what has been achieved, where have we failed, where is there yet to do to create a safer and better world. In July, we marked the 75th anniversary since the Sumner Wells Declaration on the non-recognition policy of the illegal Soviet annexation of the Baltic states. This policy reflected that international law-based principle that the change of borders by force is not acceptable. The firm stance of the international community in support of this principle has been of great importance to us. Mr. President, since its completion in San Francisco in 1945, the UN Charter embodies the core principles of the international system. However, far too often, international order and principles have been violated, and the UN has been unable to prevent conflicts or build peace or to stop atrocities. past failures must be lessons for the future. The UN, and in particular the Security Council, must be able to implement the mission set by the Charter with a renewed sense of responsibility. It is time to move forward with the UN Security Council reform. We applaud efforts to revive negotiations on this important issue. Latvia supports expansion of the Security Council in both categories of membership. At least one additional non-permanent seat should be ensured to the Eastern European group of states. Mr. President, early action of the UN in situation of concern is crucial. Latvia supports the proposal to voluntarily restrain the use of the veto at the Security Council in situations involving mass atrocity crimes. It also supports a code of conduct for any member of the Council not to vote against any action designed to end and prevent mass atrocity crimes. On several crucial occasions in recent times, the Security Council was not able to take timely and decisive action. It has had dire consequences. The Security Council was blocked from playing a role to stop Russia's aggression against Ukraine and to seek justice for the victims of the flight MH17 in an international tribunal that could establish the truth on who shot down this civilian airplane. The conflict in eastern Ukraine has cost the lives of thousands and led to the suffering of millions of innocent victims. Russia must stop all forms of support to separatists and use its influence to make them adhere to the Minsk Agreement. Full implementation of the Minsk agreements by all parties is essential. The international community, including the UN General Assembly, supports Ukraine and its territorial integrity. The illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol by Russia will not be recognized. We are particularly concerned about the worsening social, economic, and human rights situation in Crimea, especially affecting Crimean Tatars and ethnic Ukrainians. Together with the rest of the international community, Latvia will continue to support Ukraine reform process in order to strengthen democracy, economy, and good governance. Mr. President, the horrific conflict in Syria has entered in its 5th year. It has created the humanitarian catastrophe and destabilized the whole region. The international community must not abandon the people of Syria and must push for a political settlement. Those responsible for making use in Syria of internationally prohibited chemical weapons must be identified and held accountably. The conflict and fragility of Syria and Iraq have contributed to the rise of ISIL, Daesh, and the violent extremism spreading globally. Concerted international action is vital to defeat this evil and is key for achieving lasting peace and stability in Syria, Iraq, and the wider region. Latvia welcomes the recent nuclear agreement with Iran. Full and smooth implementation of the Joint Comprehensive Action Plan is now necessary. Only then can a change in the regional dynamics towards more engagement and cooperation, as well as greater stability in the Middle East region, become a reality. It is commendable that despite all existing challenges, the government of Afghanistan has shown its commitment to the democratic process. Sustainable peace and stability in the country can be achieved only with continued strong commitment from the Afghan side and further international support. The resolution of protracted conflicts in Transnistria, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Nagorno-Karabakh should remain on the international agenda. Mr. President, increased migration from conflict-torn Middle East and African countries to Europe has become one of the greatest humanitarian challenges of our time. Migration challenges also persist in the Asia-Pacific region and Americas. Beyond immediate humanitarian responses, the new trends of migration and forced displacement require long-term, comprehensive solutions. The stabilization of political, economic, and social situation in the European Union's neighborhoods must be the ultimate goal. At the same time, the greater focus should be put on addressing the root causes of increased illegal migration, including by strengthening the capabilities of prevention of conflict. Latvia welcomes the ongoing UN review on peacekeeping. Cooperation between the UN and regional organizations is essential to effectively fulfill peacekeeping mandates. Operational tasks need to be effectively synchronized between all involved parties. The European Union is an important partner of the UN, as demonstrated in the Central African Republic, Mali, and other places. Latvia provides a voluntary contribution to UN peacekeeping and intends, for the first time, to participate in a UN peacekeeping mission. International commitment to protect population from atrocity crimes has been greatly strengthened in the past 10 years. Latvia strongly supports the work of the International Criminal Court as a legal arm of the responsibility to protect and hopes for swift activation of the Kampala amendments to the Rome Statute on the crime of aggression. Mr. President, this year, the international community will conclude two of the most important international processes of our times. We have just adopted an ambitious development agenda for the next 15 years. The Sustainable Development Goals must drive us to make real changes to end poverty and build prosperity and equality for all. With well thought out, focused and action-oriented policies, we can do it. But most importantly, the involvement and accountability of all stakeholders at all levels will be critical to the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. These goals will be greatly reinforced by the approval at the Paris Conference of a new universal agreement to address climate change. Failure to undertake ambitious mitigation actions cannot be accepted. Any further postponement will make adaptation extremely costly or even unfeasible. Latvia supports the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions. It is also important to give a strong signal to investors and business of the plans to move towards a low carbon, climate-resilient world. Mr. President, the UN has played a crucial role in advancing economic and social development and human rights for everyone. These ideals and values have proved timeless and universal. The UN will continue to be an important forum to search for solutions to future challenges through global discussions, raising awareness, creating expertise, and building trust. At the forefront of these issues is the fast evolution of technology. technological development is a source of progress and growth. At the same time, the rapid advancement of technology has exposed significant vulnerabilities and a variety of issues of a transnational and cross-sectoral nature. Nations are facing an increasing challenge to counter cyber threats. Efforts to prevent misuse of new technologies, either by state or non-state actors, should be cooperative, international, cross-sectoral, and involving all stakeholders. This will not be an easy process. We need to safeguard the right balance between fostering freedom of expression and open innovation on the Internet and ensuring that legitimate national security concerns are taken into account. This year, the UN General Assembly will review the results of the implementation of the World Summit on the Information Society of the past 10 years. It is important that this review process, where Latvia plays a leading role, is successful and contributes to the achievement of the overall UN goals set forth in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Mr. President, next year we shall have to choose the next Secretary General of the United Nations. It is important that the selection process is transparent and inclusive. Furthermore, it is high time for Eastern European group to provide the best possible candidate for the post of the next Secretary General. It is the only regional group that has never been represented in this position. Mr. President, the people of our nations want to live in safe, stable, and prosperous world where conflicts, hunger, and inequalities do not exist. In order to succeed with the task of implementing the new development agenda, we all have the obligation to work to make the world a better place. Our responsibility is to ensure that the road ahead is built on the goals laid down in the Charter 70 years ago and which remain valid today and in the future. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tomislav Nikolic, President of the Republic of Serbia, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Tomislav Nikolic, President of the Republic of Serbia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 70 years have passed since the inception of the United Nations. People live differently now. Many changes have taken place and many reforms have been effected. It is time, Mr. President, we reform the United Nations as well. I call on you to speed up this process during your presidency. Perhaps no other session in the history of the General Assembly has come at a more opportune time. last year changed many things. Negotiations unimaginable before were begun to end the embargo on Cuba. An agreement was reached to lift sanctions on Iran. We recognize those who took part in making these historic decisions and encourage them to complete the job, much in line with the policy pursued by my country over a number of decades. The world of today does not resemble the world of yesterday, and no one of us must remain indifferent to this fact. Ours used to be a bipolar world divided into blocks. We did not do well because the poles were at loggerheads and always within the reach of the most frightful weapons. Neither do we do well with one power alone, carrying out diplomacy by sword, heedless of concerns of anyone, the United Nations included. With concerns for one's own interests alone being attended to, peoples and states were left to extremist religious fanatics, which gave rise to ISIS and other similar extremist movements that now threaten dozens of millions of people, creating in many a negative image of Islam, the religion on whose behalf they profess to act. Two important elements used to determine international relations and politics, law and ethics. United States President Woodrow Wilson was a staunch advocate, while the great Serbian poet Njegoš expressed it in verses in his Mountain Wreath in the following way: "Along his path, who maketh might his right rise, stanches of inhuman cruelty, and as wolf doth on the sheep impose his might, so tyrant lords it over feebler fellow. But foot to place upon the tyrant's neck to bring him to the consciousness of right, this of all human duties is most sacred." Today, though, legal and ethical factors are essentially being pushed back in international politics. Not infrequently, unlawful and most immoral actions are being taken with purportedly ethical and legal alibis. Most often, Mr. President, when a clear legal norm, which brooks no exception, such as the need for the Security Council to make a decision, for instance, stands in the way of the pursuit by a major power of its geopolitical goals. International law, therefore, and the moral tenets that have to underpin a legal norm and its implementation are deeply in crisis today. Ample evidence is available everywhere, including the latest dangerous crisis of large proportions. Some call it a migrant crisis, some a new migration of peoples according to intents and purposes. What worries us, though, is that those who tend to think that efforts should be intensified to re-establish peace quickly and more easily and bring about economic progress to all and to the developing countries in particular are few and far between. We ought to look each other in the eye and assess the year behind us open-mindedly. We ought to say what we did in our countries. Some of us ought to say if their actions help mankind or threaten the future of our children. Are we still ready to commence our speeches with "we, the peoples of the United Nations"? Are we any closer to peace and prosperity, or do we rush and hurry blindfolded towards a year similar to 1939, which saw the onset of a great world tragedy that was to last 6 years, the consequences of which we shall never be able to erase? Some of the mighty and powerful appear to think that the global economic crisis has not frightened our children and their parents enough. They continue to use the most sophisticated weapons to make people homeless and stateless and thrust them, fearful for their lives, into the rough and tumble of migration roads thousands of kilometers long. The world, though, is short of food, water, electrical power. The responsibility for these developments does not lie on those who combat poverty in their countries to create conditions for a life worthy of a man. This responsibility does not lie on Serbia, which opens soup kitchens to feed many their only daily meal. The responsibility does lie on those who have the most, irrespective of whether God gave or they gained it by the force they used to exploit other peoples. The responsibility does lie on those who spend on arms more than poor countries spend on food jointly. The responsibility does lie on all of us, because we cannot think of sustainable development unless we accept our common responsibility in connection with one of the major global challenges, the eradication of poverty, or at least its alleviation. I often ask myself how parents look like in the eyes of their children as they tell them that school and knowledge are important for their future and a normal life, trying to convince them that food will be in their plates once they finish school and acquire knowledge. Knowledge is not acquired if we live in fear, if we have nothing to eat, if we are threatened by disease, if our parents are unemployed, or if we are faced with the threat of a terrible war. Those of you who represent the rich and powerful here today, think about it as you put your children to bed in a war room in the evening. Think of it as you make important decisions during the day. Our profits, political and military superiority were so much that we no longer empathize with the sufferings of others and get carried away with basic instincts instead. Peace and prosperity, Mr. President, must not be a privilege of the people in some countries. They are the right of all men and women on planet Earth. It is for this reason that we prefer a helping hand in the quest for the realization of the goals of the agenda for common goals designed to bring about a better future to mankind on the basis of the principles that ensure progress and prosperity for all. Evidently, sustainable development is a concept accepted by the preponderant part of mankind. The concept postulates a global economy that connects all parts of the world based on trust, ethics, equality, and support, as well as a global management through the analysis and appraisal of the work of governments and companies. Any management, though, calls for a prior establishment of certain rules. So the question is, who the rules are to be established by and where? Can individuals or groups of individuals foresee all future events and developments? And is it possible at all to control events and developments? Are we establishing a new global center of power, oblivious to the specificities of individuals, states, or organizations of states? A center which has only one solution for all problems. What do we do with the fact that some of the goals that do get set do not correspond with the specificities of some countries? We must not fail to see that it is not possible to control the lives of the people because it is allegedly dangerous to trust one's free will. Epochal changes in the way we live require time for adjustment, lest basic values implode. Today, the world is extraordinarily interconnected in miraculous virtual ways. Information is exchanged and people and goods move at unprecedented speed. What about people, though? They have never been so alienated. In megacities, amid millions, people die alone. Individuals, states, and international organizations become alienated. Reasons are aplenty to put up arguments. Ever more frequently, relations among states are based on the imposition of the will of the more powerful, more affluent, and more developed. The new age, we hope, will usher in a new beginning, new way of thinking that will essentially be, as it always should, in the best interest of men and their communities, immediate and extended. We are all aware that this is not easy to achieve, since modern communications may be used to impose a way of thinking aimed at implementing ideas that do not command the majority interest. Modern man's conformism, his everyday struggle to meet the ever greater demands and the specter of unemployment and hardships late in life, reduce resolve to resist the ever more evident violations of basic human rights. The world is tragically divided today into enormously rich individuals and a majority living below the threshold of human dignity. The 21st century portends to be the age of the accumulation and concentration of enormous individual wealth by those who have, and of poverty and uncertainty by those who have not. Included among wealthy individuals is also an entirely new generation of privileged managers who are paid unjustifiably and immorally much more than their employees. Apparently, the number of those who will stand up to this phenomenon is increasing up to the tipping point when their demands will have to be accepted. I call on you from this rostrum that we make a joint effort in order to bring about an equitable distribution of assets and resources. Distinguished colleagues, We continue to talk about another major challenge, the climate change, non-committally, as if its consequences were not patently evident everywhere, as if we did not see that they intensify frictions caused by the great inequality that already exists in the world. A wake-up call of sorts. The consequences of what we did in the past and what we do now affect the weakest the most, the countries which still have to develop industrially and provide better life to their citizens. Most of the developing countries account for just a fraction of global warming. They must be given an opportunity to grow their economies under the same conditions under which others have already become prosperous, even though harmful gas emissions might be higher than the rich may tolerate. We have to develop technologies which will enable developing countries to develop and be responsible to the environment as much as possible, rather than use harmful gas emissions and the concern over global warming as pretext for industrial stagnation of these countries. There are also moral reasons to ensure development. Politicians should be tasked with providing full support to scientific activities on the one hand, and with harmonizing and coordinating responses to climate change and extreme weather conditions on the other. Adaptation and preparation of national and social responses to potential scenarios, including the worst ones, are basic and most important goals. With full respect to the relevant international documents, first and foremost the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Kyoto Protocol, the government and scientific institutions of Serbia will continue to render contributions to the UN and other activities, primarily European and regional initiatives regarding climate monitoring and reduction of the negative effects of the climate change. Serbia welcomes the forthcoming climate change conference to be held in Paris later this year. We intend to support and fully contribute to the consideration of this important issue. We were and shall remain part of a joint team and an active participant hoping that scientists will offer as soon as possible clear answers and irrevocable proof, while politicians will render support and quick and best solutions. We can expect a better future only if we overcome problems such as hunger, wars, and diseases. Therefore, Serbia has actively participated in peacekeeping operations all over the world and has made every effort to train and equip an ever greater number of its officers to take part in such lofty assignments. Therefore, Serbia presides over the OSCE in a manner which elicits recognition from all, including those in conflict among themselves. Let me also mention, Mr. President, that for more than 3 years now, Serbia has been an EU candidate country and continues to take decisive measures to harmonize its system and practice with the Union standards. At the same time, Serbia continues to nurture its cooperation and friendship with Russia and China. Ladies and gentlemen, territory, people, languages, and cultural heritage make up a state. Serbia is the only country in Europe which, in addition to the seizure of a part of its territory, expulsion of its people, their unpunished killing and the so-called harvesting of their organs, has no attempts made against its cultural heritage under the protection of UNESCO. I recall that in March 2004, the Albanians in Kosovo and Metohija destroyed in the presence of KFOR and its lackluster opposition numerous Christian Orthodox churches, church outbuildings, convents, bell towers, monastic libraries, and archives, most often by setting fires or explosive devices. That was only a brutal and effective continuation of the damage and destruction of over 140 Orthodox sanctuaries done ever since the arrival of the UN and KFOR in June 1999. In this period, the Albanian terrorists destroyed systematically the traces of the spirituality and culture of the Serbian people in Kosovo and Metohija, the traces of centuries-long life of the Serbs in Kosovo and Metohija, the existence of which in this territory of theirs is evinced by the monasteries and churches whose foundations were laid often before the 9th century. These are the Serbian deeds etched in stone, the testimony of the Serbian presence in Kosovo and Metohija. The 31st UNESCO conference said that crime against cultural heritage was committed in Kosovo and Metohija. 372 cultural monuments of the Serbian people of high value have been registered in such a small territory of Kosovo and Metohija, exactly under the standards provided for by UNESCO. As many as 49 monuments from the Middle Ages have been recognized as European and world heritage that mankind can take pride and honor in. More to the point, it took pride and honor in. Invaluable and unique works of art and architecture had survived 5 centuries of the Ottoman rule, Balkan Wars, and the First and Second World War. Yet, there they were in 2004, being savagely desecrated and destroyed, buried and ploughed over, as though this undertaking was part of preparations designed in a filigree precise fashion for the unilateral declaration of the independence of the Republic of Kosovo, the event that ensued 4 years after the barbaric destruction of the attainments of the Serbian Christian culture and civilization. Not only Serbian, but also European culture, the world's collective memory, are preserved in Kosovo and Metohija, an important civilizational stride of man on planet Earth. It is therefore important that Serbia continues to be the keeper of its and the world's cultural treasure as a full member of UNESCO. Dear friends, in an attempt to falsify history, unfortunately, with the support of a certain number of countries, Albania has submitted on behalf of the Pristina administration a request to UNESCO that the Serbian heritage be declared Kosovan, that is, Albanian. Those who strategically destroyed monasteries with the aim of marginalizing the importance of Kosovo and Metohija for the Serbs and attempt to establish a new ethnic and cultural identity of Kosovo and Metohija on the ashes of the history of others would be rewarded in this way. How is it possible that arsonists and destroyers with goals that clearly go beyond all ethic norms and established rules on which UNESCO is rested are now trying to project themselves as guardians and protectors? Should that request be accepted nonetheless, a dangerous precedent will be set, and room will be opened for the legalization of violence over national, cultural, and religious identity of any people wherever. By defending the right of Serbia to preserve and present proudly its identity and cultural heritage as it has done for the past 11 years, by preventing the unscrupulous intention that one's heritage be stolen and ascribed to somebody else, we are defending the underlying principles of international law and human justice, as well as those on which UNESCO was founded. I therefore call upon all the presidents not to allow that the Serbian people be taken its soul, seized its essence, and have its monasteries in Kosovo and Metohija, its spiritual backbone, declared cultural heritage of the Albanian people in Kosovo and Metohija. Simply, this is neither truth nor a historical and scientific fact. It is not justice. Peoples do not acquire history and civilization by snatching centuries of the existence of others or by bribing with Judas silver those to whom the history of others means nothing, who could not care less if the spiritual and cultural roots of one people, of us the Serbs in this case, are plucked from the areas that they had previously expelled us from. The United Nations must preserve its credibility and stand up to the injustice and evil that would be done to Serbia by the acceptance of this initiative. I'm confident that, as responsible statesmen and honorable men and women, you will reject the injustice and evil that might have a domino effect on other peoples and states in the future as well. Serbia talks to the representatives of the administration in Pristina. It will fulfill all its obligations under the UN Security Council Resolution 1244 and all its obligations under the agreements reached in Brussels thus far, but it will never, ever recognize the independence of the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija, part of its territory to which its existence is connected. Distinguished friends, the problem of the mass migration from the Middle East is the greatest challenge of today. We cannot dissect the causes and direct and indirect responsibilities for the migrant crisis here and now. This is the issue of paramount importance and should be addressed at an international forum to gather together prominent statesmen and eminent scholars and scientists. This is the best way to assess the situation objectively, provide an answer, and propose a solution to this complex problem. For the humanitarian disaster facing the world is only a consequence of the crisis that had shaken Syria for 4 years now, all along without an adequate response by the international community. Without access to mutual funds, the situation of Serbia is perhaps more difficult than that of the other countries on the old continent. Despite the difficult economic situation, Serbia is making every effort to provide a decent stay and accommodation for refugees. However, if the international community, the European Union in the first place, fails to make concrete efforts to solve the problem, a humanitarian catastrophe of an even larger scale threatens Southeast Europe. The consequences are impossible to foresee, but they will surely affect not only Europe, but the whole world as well. As regards the number of asylum seekers in the Republic of Serbia, 125,138 persons arrived in Serbia between the 1st of January and the 14th of September 2015, and only 524 of them submitted asylum requests. I would like to draw your attention to the worrisome practice of some governments, which erected wire and razor fences to ghettoize the asylum seekers fleeing war and destitution. Such attitude runs counter to the Convention relating to the status of refugees and the proclaimed solidarity of the European Union member states with migrants, and aggravates the situation in the countries which respect international law and treat humanely the individuals struck by the calamity. The governments of certain UN member states behave as if they never left the ideology that prevailed until the end of the Second World War, destroying the fragile stability in the Balkans achieved through hard work and dedication to which Serbia contributed the most. My country has had to cope with a deep economic crisis since 2008. Refugees, therefore, cannot expect to achieve much more than their personal safety in Serbia. We shall provide it to them, irrespective of the fact that certain countries intervene also against people in the territory of Serbia. The way we understand humanity, the way we empathize with those in need, as well as our resolve to give these people what perhaps we do not need at the moment as urgently as they do, will not be lessened. Our borders are open to receive them and to let them go. We need no law for that. That's the way we are. Serbia is not a member of the European Union, but it implements consistently the proclaimed principle of solidarity, the fundamental value, and a supposedly unconditional mainstay of the Union itself. I do not understand the selfishness, sometimes even the hatred for those who have nothing, that some individuals have come to nurture. If the rapid pace with which government leaders of some countries are losing control and composure are any clue, the situation can only become worse. We therefore need a comprehensive plan that would have to be implemented within the shortest possible time. Without such a plan, migrants will be left altogether to the mercy of human smugglers. Passivity and an increasingly inhumane treatment of migrants open a market for smugglers. The sequence of catastrophes to ensue in that case, from the Mediterranean to the British Isles, would be tragic, and the one in which more than 800 people died would be remembered just as one sad link in that sorry chain. Esteemed colleagues, even though it was not directly involved in the conflict in the territory of the former Yugoslavia in the 1990s, started and stage managed in a similar way to the conflict in Syria, Serbia was labeled guilty. Even a resolution was submitted to the Security Council recently to stigmatize the Serbs as a paragon genocidal people, although such characterization of any people in the world is unjustifiable. The attempt failed, owing to those members of the Security Council who were aware of the ulterior purposes and intentions of the sponsors of the resolution, as well as of its possibly disastrous consequences. What kind of genocidal criminals are we? Is that the image imparted by the footage of migrants, unfrightened and unworried only in Serbia, about the reaction of the people or the authorities unlike elsewhere in the region? Or is it the image of a hospitable people with a kind heart? Have the Serbian citizens changed? They have not. The people of Serbia of all ethnicities have now and in the past been humane and hospitable, as well as good neighbors. In addition to refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, Pakistan and Iraq, Serbia plays host to hundreds of thousands of refugees and displaced persons from the territory of the former Yugoslavia. They are preponderantly Serbs, but include also Bosnia, Croats, the Roma and others. Some of these people have gone to third countries, while others continue to live in Serbia. We are still faced with the consequences of these migration changes as they alter the demographic, social, and other structures of the country and society. Then and now, my country has not had much to offer to these destitute people who left their homes. It shared the little it had. Ladies and gentlemen, Serbia expects the United Nations member states to act responsibly and humanely. We should all bear in mind that this situation will have global consequences. Civilization is at a crossroads. Europe is going through serious travails and tribulations. Now is the time for it to show if it is still the standard bearer in the implementation of human rights and the respect of international law, or if it continues to turn a blind eye to the apparent double standards and allows the attainments of civilization to be valid only for some countries and some peoples. Equality is not applicable only to relations among individuals, but also to relations among states. Our fathers shed blood on many battlefields for equality of all peoples. They fought for our freedom to speak out our mind and for our opinion to be strong enough to change things. Freedom and equality are the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations, of numerous international documents, and of national constitutions. We must not allow, Mr. President, that they become dead letters. Esteemed colleagues, taking up these topics and drawing your attention to them, I wanted to motivate us to show genuine empathy, solidarity, and responsibility in the future, and to build together and indefatigably true humanism in the organization that gathered us together here today. I would like us to meet in this place with different messages next year, and if not problems solved, then at least with steps made towards solving the problems that burden us today. I would like us to be better every coming year. I would like the world to feel the ideas of liberty and equality, of humane and just society, are not just empty rhetoric, but genuine resolve to implement them on this planet of ours. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President.
La Asamblea escuchará.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, President and Head of Government of the Republic of Djibouti. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, President and Head of Government of the Republic of Djibouti, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Head of States, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Morgan Zlikotev, as well as his country, the Kingdom of Denmark, on his election to the presidency of the General Assembly. With his wisdom and experience, I am confident that he will successfully steer the proceedings of this Assembly. I assure him of my delegation's cooperation and support. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to His Excellency Sam Kutesa, who had just concluded the 69th session of this Assembly. Mr. Kutesa has worked tirelessly to promote the work of the General Assembly, and we are grateful to him for his dedicated services. Finally, I would like to thank our Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, for his leadership, dedication, and personal commitments towards advancing the agenda of this organization. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, before I begin my speech, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay a warm tribute to the memory of His Excellency Roble Olaye, Permanent Representative of Djibouti to the United Nations and Ambassador of the Republic of Djibouti to the United States. My country and I myself have lost a brother and a great patriot. The United Nations family has also lost a colleague and a friend. The late Roble Olaye was the perfect example of a seasoned and experienced diplomat. His career is impressive, his life rich in lessons, and his successes immense. I would like, in particular, to highlight his ongoing fight for economic and trade development for the African continent. He represented our country and all of Africa with pride. The grief and sorrow that we feel today following his death are alleviated by the many expressions of respect and compassion we have received from around the world and have profoundly touched us. May God Almighty welcome him in eternal paradise. Amen. Mr. President, once again, it's a great honor for me to take the floor before this Assembly of Peoples to mark, together with men and women of all countries, races, languages, and cultures, to mark the 70th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. When the United Nations Charter was drafted in 1946, it sent a message of hope for tomorrow, following one of the bleakest chapters in human history. It in fact symbolized the global community's aspiration for peace and cooperation. This year, ladies and gentlemen, we are commemorating not only the 70th anniversary of our dear organization, which is a historic date in itself, but also the 20th anniversary of the Beijing Conference, as well as the 15th anniversary since the adoption of the Millennium Declaration. 2015 is a crucial year. 2015 is a year that carries many hopes. Despite the sustained efforts made to achieve a world of prosperity, equity, freedom, dignity, and peace for all peoples, as we all know, unfortunately, there is still a long way to go. The international community undeniably remains faced with an unprecedented range of immense challenges: poverty and hunger, persistent unemployment, and violent armed conflict, as well as climate change. And last year alone, we saw the health systems of fraternal countries being overwhelmed by new and terrible threats, such as the Ebola virus, while new challenges emerged, threatening peace and security all the time. We will have an opportunity to return to this, but allow me now to touch on the consequences of macroeconomic fragility in the global economy and the many and varied challenges to our country, as well as the importance of establishing a credible and beneficial multilateral trade system for all. Mr. President, the world's economic and financial context is more alarming than ever. The 2008 economic and financial crisis has had multidimensional consequences, and a large number of developing countries continue to face difficult macroeconomic situations. Any response designed to resolve this situation needs to take into account the specific needs of Africa, and particularly the least developed countries, and ensure that commitments undertaken at the time of international meetings can be implemented. In this regard, we continue to note with concern the current difficulties facing member states of the WTO in efforts to identify ways and means to break the deadlock in the Doha round of negotiations and establish a significant post-Bali program of work. Major issues are at stake because it is our responsibility to build a credible multilateral trade system that enables all, in particular developing countries, to draw up their goals for industrialization and the structural transformation of their economies. Mr. President, climate change is the greatest challenge confronting humankind, but also the most important one of our day in terms of development, and threatens to undermine life for future generations. The many meetings on climate change and the little progress that has been made show the extent to which this issue is a source of controversy and division. It is true that our claims, ladies and gentlemen, are legitimate and understandable. However, it is also true that Africa has more to lose than others. For that reason, we stand ready to shoulder our responsibilities in order to reduce our emissions, and we hope that the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities will be scrupulously respected. Each region has its particularities and its environmental concerns, which are not necessarily the same as in other regions. My country, for its part, is particularly exposed to many natural vagaries, the most frequent and destructive ones being droughts and flooding. The Republic of Djibouti, despite its marginal contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, is contributing towards global efforts to combat this devastating scourge. In this regard, we recently hosted a conference in partnership with the Climate Energy Institute of the prestigious Yale University, which has developed a very relevant climate model which shows all scenarios for climate change impact on our region. In this spirit, we have proposed to establish and to house a regional environmental observatory in Djibouti. Furthermore, my country has been engaged for several years now in conducting a policy to use renewable energy with the stated goal of excluding fossil energies by 2020. For this reason, together with Ethiopia, we have already carried out a hydroelectricity project, and we have now begun to use the tremendous potential of our country's wind, solar, and wave energy. The environment is a cross-cutting and transnational factor, and quite logically, we therefore need cross-cutting, transnational, and multidisciplinary policies commensurate with the challenge. It is thus time to adopt fair, equitable, and scientific climate goals. We hope that COP21, which will shortly take place in Paris, will mark a decisive turning point. Mr. President, violent extremism is the deadly ideological product which openly advocates the elimination of others on behalf of a supposed religious belief, whereas Islam is a religion that advocates essentially openness, tolerance, and love of one's neighbor. Our region, East Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the first regions to have fallen victim to terrorist attacks. The Al-Shabaab group is a major threat to our region, and it is behind terrorist attacks and many attempted attacks in most countries of our region. This painful experience has enabled us to develop knowledge of the workings of and practices of terrorist groups, and this deserves to be shared. There are many deep-seated causes of this scourge, namely extremism and terrorist groups. Fissures and fractures seen in the international security architecture and conflict zones in the Middle East and in Africa, as well as economic difficulties, extreme poverty, and the perception, whether it be real or not, of marginalization, can all generate a feeling of uncertainty and a strong desire for belonging. These can make groups sensitive to extremist rhetoric and lead to violent attacks, and we all know the human costs and the many security, economic and social problems that they entail. Yesterday, President Obama took the initiative to hold a summit on this subject, which is of importance to all of us. We would like to thank him for this, because the international context every day proves to us the need and the relevance of having such consultations. No country alone can combat this terrorist scourge, because terrorism knows no borders. To neutralize this threat, we need to work together concretely and decisively. Strategies to combat and prevent extremist violence need to be perfectly calibrated while also avoiding overreacting. They need to be based on an analysis of the root causes as well as an understanding of the reasons driving extremism. Governments, regional and international organizations, religious leaders and officials of the academia and civil society must unite their efforts in order to strengthen resilience in the face of terrorism and set up an overall plan to consolidate security and stability in our countries. In this regard, my country will shortly create, within the framework of IGAD, a Center of Excellence to combat extremism. This center has the goal of building the capacities of governmental and non-governmental actors and provides a space for dialogue and a platform for exchange of information among researchers and experts. Mr. President, member countries present here have seen that since 2008, the tense and still unresolved situation prevailing in the north of my country has followed the unjustified and incomprehensible occupation by Eritrean forces of part of our territory. The members of my government and I myself have come here on several occasions to brief you about the situation and to inform you about the unreasonable behavior of Eritrea, which continues to ignore the gravity of the situation and to reject any attempted discussion. To resolve this conflict peacefully, my country, from the start, has sought out the good offices of the African Union and of the League of Arab States and of the Organization of Islamic Conference and of the United Nations. And we have accepted mediation of His Excellency the Emir of Qatar in the belief that Eritrea would listen to reason, but in vain. To date, more than 5 years after the signing of the mediation agreement, we still await the demarcation of the border and the return of our prisoners of war. Despite the call to reason by the international community and the adoption of resolutions 1862 in 2009, 1907 in 2009, and 2023 in 2011, Eritrea has refused to recognize the very existence of these Djiboutian prisoners, although thankfully 2 of them have managed to escape. This attitude of denial, even after the return and testimony of these prisoners, and the refusal of any discussion, is contrary to the international norms and behaviors. It shows the danger that this country represents to the region and to the international community as a whole. My country has always wished to preserve peace, and we believe in the virtues of dialogue and mediation. Nevertheless, territorial integrity of my country is non-negotiable. Regarding Yemen, we are deeply concerned by the dramatic situation currently facing this fraternal country, and especially we're concerned by the deterioration of the humanitarian situation, which has been catastrophic since the start of the conflict. The Republic of Djibouti reaffirms its solidarity with the Yemeni people and has taken all necessary steps to help and to host displaced populations fleeing combat. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation prevailing today in Yemen is the result of the rebellion's refusal to accept and abide by the political transitional period as negotiated during the national dialogue process. By taking up arms, they have wrought havoc in this fraternal country and have forced the legitimate president to leave the country. We condemn the actions of the rebellion and especially the threats that these elements represent to the unity, integrity, and stability, as well as sovereignty of Yemen. In addition, the upsurge in violence in Yemen is a grave threat to the security and stability of the region and opens up a new front of radicalization, especially the rise in power of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula on our eastern border, thereby posing a particular threat to my country and throughout the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. In this regard, we welcome the military intervention of fraternal countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council led by Saudi Arabia in Yemen, and this is at the request of President Hadi Mansour. We thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and through him, Mr. Ismail Ould Sheikh Ahmed, his special envoy for Yemen, for their commitment as well as their tireless efforts which they've shown since the start of this conflict. We would ask the United Nations to redouble its efforts and its good office's activities to enable the resumption of a peaceful political transitional process, since the settlement of the Yemeni crisis requires dialogue. Lastly, we urge all Yemeni parties to participate in good faith in dialogue, which is being conducted under the aegis of the United Nations. Despite the difficulties and daily obstacles that we are all aware of, Somalia has made notable progress, the most notable being the federal formation, the establishment of regional administrations, as well as an independent national electoral commission. However, the Somalian government remains faced with major challenges. It's clear to us that rebuilding Somalia depends on guaranteeing a stable security environment. Of course, over the last 2 years, great progress has been made on the ground. However, the extremist threat remains, given the rise in the number of attacks in recent months. The attack on the 26th of July 2015 against Hotel Jazeera is proof of this. Such attacks have demonstrated that AMISOM needs the assistance of the Somalian security forces. For that reason, I reiterate our strong conviction that establishing an appropriately equipped, taught and trained Somalian army, especially one that has the necessary financial support, is an imperative. Indeed, the project to integrate armed elements into a regular force capable of responding to threats to the unity and territorial integrity of Somalia, to my mind, needs to be a priority for the Somalian government and for the international community. I take this opportunity to welcome the tireless efforts and the heavy sacrifices made by AMISOM troops and Somalian troops, despite the gravity of the security situation. Mr. President, the scale of Palestinian suffering is troubling to the core. We are aware that after half a century of tragedy and resistance, Palestinian people continue to suffer from the Israeli occupation and to live in inhumane conditions before our very eyes. Each time a glimmer of hope appears for a resumption of peace negotiations, the Israeli state puts an end to it by relaunching new settlement building. As governments, we, as members of the United Nations General Assembly, have a moral duty and a political responsibility to say no and to give these Palestinian brothers the right to be free from all occupation, the right to live in dignity and peace, and the right to aspire to the goals that we all have, each and every one of us. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital and fully fledged membership for Palestine of the United Nations are an imperative for peace and stability in this region and will change the trajectory and image of history. Mr. President, it's undeniable that today we are at a crucial time in the history of our organization, and that the world in which we live is very different from that of 1945. It's also undeniable that these changes require us to adapt to new and changing realities. In this regard, revitalization of the General Assembly and Security Council reform at the UN are of pivotal importance. In this regard, we welcome the adoption by the General Assembly of the resolution on revitalization of its work. Following the major achievement made by the Founding Fathers in creating the United Nations, we must tirelessly pursue our quest to live up to all of the promises contained in their vision. As regards Security Council reform, it is imperative that at the dawn of its 70th anniversary, the African continent, which has the largest number of countries, must be able to enjoy having a permanent voice in the conduct of international affairs. For that reason, my country reiterates its full support for the conclusions of the C10 summit held on the 9th of May 2015 in Livingstone, Zambia, including the need to pursue promoting the common African position on reform of the United Nations and on preserving African group unity. Over 15 years after its adoption, the Eswatini Consensus remains fully relevant, especially in this context where African issues, more than ever, are on the Security Council's agenda. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Republic of Djibouti for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Chumali Sayason, President of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Chumali Sayason, President of the Lao People's Democratic Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, at the outset I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Morgan Likatov on his election as President of this 70th session of the UN General Assembly. I'm confident that with your extensive diplomatic experience, Excellency will guide this General Assembly session with a great success. May I assure you our full support and cooperation to your Excellencies in the discharge of your noble duty. Likewise, I would like to sincerely commend Excellency Sam Kutesa for the successful completion of his task as President of the 69th session of the UNGA. Mr. President, this marks the 70th anniversary of the United Nations since its inception after the Second World War had ended. Its main objectives are to promote the international peace, security, and development cooperation, aiming at ensuring that all mankind live in peace, social progress, and conducive environment for development. Despite conflicts and challenges that have occurred in different parts of the world, in general, peace, security, and development cooperation among all nations remain the prevailing trend of this era. This is the important achievement of the United Nations in fulfilling its mandate as stipulated in the Charter. Nevertheless, the international environment continues to undergo numerous challenges, such as armed conflict, terrorism, poverty and hunger, infectious diseases, climate change, and natural disasters, which have posed major threats to peace and development. Therefore, I am of the view that we must enhance our political will, mutual assistance, and cooperation under the banner of the United Nations in order to collectively address the said challenges facing us. To this end, the United Nations should improve its working method. The Laupedia hopes that on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the United Nations this year, the international community will collectively make serious efforts to conduct comprehensive reform of this universal organization, so as for the UN to be able to respond to the emerging challenges in a more effective manner. Mr. President, taking this opportunity, I would like to welcome the successful conclusion of the UN Summit on SDGs a few days ago, during which the 2030 Development Agenda was adopted, aiming at further addressing major challenges faced by the world today, including those off-track MDGs targets. Indeed, the new development agenda is the outcome of the open and inclusive intergovernmental negotiations. To realize these set goals and targets within the next 15 years, we need to honor our political commitment to strengthening global partnership and cooperation at all levels possible. Mr. President, today, conflicts have often occurred in many regions of the world, which have caused major concerns for the international community. Therefore, it is important to find resolutions to restore peace and development to those regions. In this context, the Laupedia consistently supports peaceful settlement of conflicts in those regions. I therefore praise all parties concerned for reaching the agreement on Iran's nuclear program, which is of historic significance. This is a testimony to the value of dialogue as the best way to address the conflict, which should be taken as a model for resolving hot issues globally. In addition, the Laupedia always hopes that the issue of Palestine, which has been stalled for many decades, will be resolved by peaceful means by parties concerned, with a view to creating two independent states of Palestine and Israel living side by side in peace based on the Arab Peace Initiative and recognized borders as stipulated in the UN Security Council resolutions. The Laupedia therefore urges the international community to redouble its efforts to help rehabilitating Palestine back to normalcy as soon as possible. In the era of interdependence, cooperation and engagement are the key factors for peaceful coexistence and mutual benefit. The Laupedia therefore welcomes the recent re-establishment of the diplomatic relations between the United States of America and the Republic of Cuba, which has opened a new chapter in the history of relations between the two countries that had been stalled for many years. The Laupedia does hope that the re-established relations would be further enhanced, leading to the end of the embargo, thus bringing about actual benefits to the people of the two nations, the region, and the world at large. Mr. President, climate change and severe natural disasters, which have occurred more frequently, have caused huge impact on the development of countries, especially developing countries, including the least developed countries that are most vulnerable due to the fact that of their limited infrastructure, insufficient technology, financial and human resources to respond and address to those phenomena. Therefore, it is incumbent upon the international community to help these vulnerable countries through, and among other things, building their long-term capacity to tackle the said challenges. We hope that the UN Climate Change Conference to be held in Paris later this year will be able to adopt various measures to address climate change in the coming years. Mr. President, Southeast Asian region, now in the process of economic integration through different ASEAN cooperation frameworks with a view to building an ASEAN community by the end of this year, has continued to enjoy peace, stability, and constant economic growth. ASEAN has broadened its external relations with different countries and regional groupings at various levels, as well as within the United Nations. In 2016, the Laupedia will have the honor to assume ASEAN chairmanship for the second time, which is the first year of ASEAN community. I do hope that the international community, especially the ASEAN dialogue partners, will continue to support ASEAN-led mechanisms in which ASEAN playing a central role in order for ASEAN to become a community based on ASEAN way and continue to be a regional grouping that contributes to the maintaining of peace, enhancing cooperation with other regions and the world at large. Mr. President, this year, 2015, marks the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. Over the past 4 decades, we have gone through a period of healing the wounds of war and advancing our national development through the implementation of the 5-year national socio-economic development plans, in particular the 7th 5-year plan for 2011 and 2015, which will be completed by the end of this year. The achievements made during the past 40 years are attributed to many factors, but the most crucial ones are the political stability and social order. This has provided conducive environment for economic growth and steadily improve in the livelihood of the people. The Lao government has maintained its unswavering political will to fight against poverty, create prerequisites for lifting the country from the LDC status, and pursue the path of sustainable development through 3-level development known as Samsang, that is making a province a strategic body, a district a comprehensively strong body, and a village as development body, while enhancing its cooperation with development partners, which will pave the way for industrialization and modernization of the country. Indeed, we are moving on the right direction in our national development cause. In addition, in the coming months, along with the 8th five-year social and economic development plan 2016-2020, the Lao government will adopt a 10-year social economic development strategy from 2016 to 2025 and Vision 2030. Nevertheless, it is recognized that the Lao PDR will continue to face numerous challenges in the process of its social economic development. These include, among others, the impact of regional and global economic and financial crisis and natural disaster. I therefore call upon the international community development partners to continue rendering your support to the Lao PDR in order to achieve our sustainable development goals in the coming years. Although the Indochina War ended 4 decades ago, legacy of war continue to pose serious obstacles to our national development, especially in the agricultural production and the livelihood of the people, the development of infrastructure, as well as investment programs in those UXO-contaminated areas. The clearance of UXOs as remnants of war will take a long time and requires huge resources. Recognizing such serious impact, the Lao PDR has been actively promoting the Convention on Cluster Munitions, or known as the Oslo Convention, that could prevent further the victimization of humankind. This year, the first review conference of the said convention took place in Croatia in early this month, with a view to stock-taking the progress and shortcomings in the implementation of this important convention. Taking this opportunity, the Lao PDR calls upon those countries which are not yet party to the CCM to accede to this universal convention. At the same time, we also encourage friendly countries and international organizations to continue to provide funding and technical support in this endeavor. Mr. President, this year marks the 40th anniversary of Laos being a member of the United Nations. We have actively participated in the work of the United Nations in various areas throughout the years. Moreover, the cooperation between the Lao PDR and United Nations have steadily been enhanced. The financial technical support have been provided by the UN agencies, funds and programs. All have made important contributions to our socio-economic development. We do hope that such valuable support and cooperation will continue in the coming years. The Lao PDR attaches great importance to promoting and protecting human rights, has become a state party to 7 of main international human rights instruments. Having desire to contribute to the work of Human Rights Council, the Lao PDR has presented its candidature for the membership of this Human Rights Council for the period of 2016 to 2018. And we look forward to receiving support from member states and the opportunity to contribute to the work of the Human Rights Council. Mr. President, this year is of great historical significance for the international community, especially the adoption of the 2030 Global Agenda. I am of the view that this would mark an important milestone in realizing the aspiration of all mankind to live in peace, security, prosperity, and social justice, while protecting the environment and promoting sustainable development for the brighter future of the current and future generations. To this end, the Lao PDR will actively contribute to the realization of the SDGs and targets that the world leaders adopted a few days ago. I thank you for your kind attention.
En nombre de la Asamblea General,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Lao People's Democratic Republic for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President.
la Asamblea escuchará ahora al
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Baron Divavesi Waka, President of the Republic of Nauru. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea General,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Baron Divavesi Waka, President of the Republic of Nauru, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, it is an honor to be here for the 70th anniversary of the United Nations. I can only marvel at the scale of this accomplishment. Not only has this institution grown from its original 51 members to its current 193, but it has also expanded its work to take on a remarkable number of issues facing the world. Our debate here provides an excellent opportunity to reflect on what has made this organization so successful. I believe the reason for this success can be summed up in a single word: legitimacy. Only with legitimacy could we expect leaders from around the world to gather here every September. Only with legitimacy can we expect the agreements we reach here to be implemented in the real world. However, legitimacy is a fragile thing. It takes decades to build, but can be lost in a blink of an eye. Therefore, preserving and strengthening the legitimacy of this institution must be at the center of work if the United Nations is to remain a powerful force of progressive change in the world. Therefore, to strengthen the legitimacy of the United Nations, I propose that the road ahead be guided by three principles: universality, adaptability, and accountability. We took an important step in this direction this week with the adoption of the 2030 Development Agenda, which demonstrates our ability to learn from past experience and create an approach better tailored to the needs and circumstances of all nations. The agenda places the welfare of human beings at its core and lays out a comprehensive set of goals and targets to help empower every individual to realize their full potential. This moves us away from looking at single indicators like GDP or income per capita to measure human progress and focuses our work on the building of a more robust foundation for sustainability and prosperity. Education, public health, gender equality, clean water, oceans, energy, and more importantly, a strong family unit. These are some of the blocks on which our future must be built. For my country, the ocean is the source of almost all development possibilities. Unlike large countries, we do not have a diversified portfolio of industries. Phosphate mining and fishing constitute the large bulk of economic possibilities for Nauru, along with less than a handful of other sources of income. It is all the more concerning, therefore, when vessels come to our waters and engage in illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing. Regional estimates put lost earnings from IUU at anywhere from the millions to over $1 billion. For economies like ours, these numbers are staggering. And if we are to be true to Agenda 2030 and the commitments made by SIDS, we must do much more to eliminate IUU fishing and ensure that the income from fishing goes to the rightful resource owners. This and other issues from Agenda 2030 will require us to rethink the way we cooperate at the international level. Our international and regional bodies must be fit for purpose. The universality of this endeavor will require them to respect national differences and move away from one-size-fits-all strategies. Thematic silos must be replaced with cross-cutting networks. Implementing agencies at every level must become both more nimble and more robust. All partnerships, be they multilateral, bilateral, or public-private, must be based on mutual respect. A respect that recognizes genuine development partners, such as the Republic of China, Taiwan, a democracy that can contribute meaningfully towards development and prosperity in the world. Needless to say, Taiwanese technology and know-how can make a lot of difference towards helping the needy, and as such, I call for the inclusion of Taiwan in the development agencies of the UN. Mr. President, aid must be predictable and sustainable. It should not be wielded as a weapon to advance partisan political ends. Predatory relationships that pit one group against another have no place in the 2030 development agenda. History has demonstrated that openness and engagement have proven far more effective strategies for positive change than isolation and exclusion. Only in this environment can we hold one another accountable for its full implementation. This is the vision that Nauru has embraced for the 2030 Development Agenda. And we are taking steps to move forward back home. And like the United Nations itself, we will need to build strong domestic institutions to achieve our goals. And simply, Their legitimacy will rest on their inclusiveness, their adaptability, and their accountability. Therefore, in the implementation of the 2030 Development Agenda, we must go beyond capacity building. We must engage in the difficult task of institution building. International and regional agencies and development partners should back these efforts with real resources that include long-term in-country engagement when appropriate, so that they leave behind durable domestic institutions run by a skilled national workforce. Nauru is asking for a lot from its development partners. We want to be better partners ourselves. And at the end of the day, implementation of the 2030 Development Agenda will mostly happen at the national and local level. On this note, let me thank our partners, Australia, Taiwan, Russia, Cuba, and others, for their support towards our sustainable development priorities. Our efforts to improve the legitimacy of international institutions must extend beyond those most directly involved in the 2030 Development Agenda. The Security Council, in particular, must better reflect the geopolitical realities of the world today, and therefore, the list of permanent and non-permanent members should be expanded. And we support the inclusion of Germany, India, Japan, Brazil, and others in the permanent category. In addition, the Security Council must continue to adapt and respond to the most pressing issues of today. For this reason, Nauru calls on the Security Council to make climate change a permanent agenda item. This should be supplemented by the appointment by the United Nations Secretary General of a special representative on climate and security. In addition, relevant organs of the United Nations should conduct an assessment of their capacity to respond to the security implications of climate change. The governance of the Bretton Woods institutions should also be made more representative, with developing countries given a greater presence. The global economy has become more reliant on the flow of international capital. And with the frequency of financial crisis increasing, the legitimacy of these institutions will continue to be tested. However, climate change will be the largest test of all of our international and domestic institutions. We have already seen how some climate impacts can overwhelm the capacity of even the most powerful among us. Clearly, a strong legal binding agreement in Paris is absolutely critical, with ambitious mitigation contributions from all countries. The agreement should be guided by a temperature goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius and consistent with our vision for a safe and secure world. It must also ensure climate finance is available for adaptation, particularly for the most vulnerable countries, and for dealing with the impacts that exceed our adaptation efforts. It should anchor an international mechanism on loss and damage. The United Nations was created to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. At present, climate change, if left unaddressed, promises impacts no less catastrophic for many of our nations. Today marks the lead up to a very important milestone in my people's history. The 70th anniversary of our return home during the occupation of my country in the Second World War. Nauruans were forcibly evacuated to what is now Chuuk, state in the Federated States of Micronesia. Due to widespread food shortages and harsh conditions imposed by our captors, our population fell below 1,500. We were in danger of extinction. Nauruans know very well what happens to small, vulnerable countries when the big ones fail to address their problems in a responsible manner. And Mr. President, I strongly believe that many of the major economic powers want to reach an agreement in Paris. Many have already come forward with meaningful mitigation contributions that will certainly require a great deal of effort to achieve. And while we know it's not enough, I do not doubt their sincerity. However, I'm starting to doubt whether they are willing and able to make the fundamental changes in their political and economic systems required to achieve our ambitious goal. The intense lobbying to accept an unsatisfactory outcome has already begun. And in the international process, this has often meant that we will be presented with a take-it-or-leave-it deal at the COP. Would such an agreement have any legitimacy? Can we solve the climate problem without it? Mr. President, the number 70 has biblical significance in the Christian faith, composed of the numbers 7 and 10. The number 7 often represents the concept of completeness, while the number 10 often refers to law and responsibilities. It is fitting that during the 70th session of the General Assembly, we will complete our work on a new set of global agreements to tackle the challenges of our generation. The number 70 can also represent a period of judgment. We stand at a critical moment in history as civilization outstrips the natural boundaries of our planet. Our response over the next few years will determine the fate of future generations for the next 1,000. Will we continue to march into inexorable decline, or will we join together to meet the challenges before us? Thankfully, we still have a choice, and the widespread recognition of the need for change. I heard over the past week gives me hope that we will make the right one. May God bless the Republic of Nauru, and may God bless the United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Nauru for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President.
La Asamblea.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aguila Saleh Essa Guaida, Acting Head of State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Tengo el honor de dar.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Aguila Saleh Essa Guaida, Acting Head of State of Libya, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God Almighty, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the General Assembly gathers this year, we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the United Nations. Certainly, we have made a lot of achievements over the past 70 years in the economic field, in the protection of human rights, and in maintaining international peace and security. However, there were also failures by the organization due to the lack of appropriate structures to effectively deal with the continuous increase in the magnitude and number of the challenges as well as their nature compared with those that existed at the founding of the United Nations. It goes without saying that the maintenance of international peace and security remains the first priority for our organization. It is also the biggest challenge we face in an evolving world confronted by new complications such as terrorism, proliferation of armed conflicts, natural disasters, and climate change, all of which result in humanitarian crises which manifested themselves in different forms like refugees, displaced persons, and illegal migrants. The United Nations member states are in need now more than ever of consultation, cooperation, and mutual assistance in order to address common challenges and to ensure a better future for the generations to come. The Charter of the United Nations stipulates that the organization was established to save the future generations from the scourges of war. However, this goal remains elusive. Although armed conflicts between nations were reduced, however, the ideological, ethnic, and sectarian conflicts within states continue to spread dramatically. It is accompanied by unprecedented violations of human rights over and above the spread of terrorist organizations. Its emergence is a key driver of conflict and instability in many countries, especially in the Middle East and Africa. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we in Libya represent a fledgling democracy seeking to find its way in order to take hold as an added value in the minds of people and to transform it into a transparent, democratic, effective, and stable institutions. However, the spread of weapons and armed groups, some of which have turned into criminal and terrorist behavior, in addition to its exploitation by some people with personal interests, all resulted in the spread of chaos in the country and has weakened the central authority and constituted a real threat to the democratic transformation and encouraged the emergence of terrorist organizations and the recruitment of more foreign terrorist fighters. Over the past year, Libya has witnessed the emergence of the so-called Islamic State, or Daesh, an outcome and ally to Ansar al-Sharia, which asserts control over the towns of Darna and Sirt, with the view of taking these two towns as starting points to assert full control throughout Libya, in addition to the exploitation of Libya's resources to finance the establishment of an extremist entity that refuses to recognize the national state and fights democracy. This entity aims to stretch from Mauritania to Bangladesh and making the whole region subject to the law of the jungle, claiming it as the rule of Islam. This ideology is totally rejected and resisted by the Libyan people, with all power available under the leadership of the legitimate authorities represented in the elected House of Representatives and the government emanating from it. These groups have been and still are an essential part of the militia alliance of Fajr Libya. This alliance has seized the capital, Tripoli, and repeatedly announces that it will continue to support Ansar al-Sharia in Benghazi while describing them as revolutionaries. We realize that all these terrorist and extremist groups are nothing but tools to implement policies of foreign countries, which yet are still providing them with arms and ammunition. Further, they also facilitated the arrival of foreign fighters to Benghazi, Sirte, and Darna in order to participate in the fight against the Libyan army that is locked in a fierce war to rid Libya of terrorism with whatever modest means it has at its disposal. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the efforts of the Libyan authorities in the fight against terrorism in order to save Libya from terrorist crimes is being hampered by external support for terror, in addition to the continuation of the arms embargo, as well as the insistence of the United Nations Security Council in contradicting its decisions by the non-approval of the request for exemption from the arms embargo submitted by the Libyan government to arm the Libyan army. Unfortunately, some of the permanent members of the Security Council justify this as if to avoid the negative impact on the Libyan political dialogue, which we know has led to a draft political agreement accepted by the legitimate authority after it had made significant concessions and initialed by most of the parties involved on July 11th. However, the same agreement has been rejected by the so-called General National Congress, which represents the militias that occupy the capital Tripoli and are allied with Al-Qaeda and Ansar al-Sharia, supporting them with arms and fighters in their war against the Libyan army in the cities of Benghazi and Darna. The threat of terrorism of the Islamic State or Daesh and Al-Qaeda, as well as Ansar al-Sharia, is not only limited to Libya. Terrorism sees Libya as nothing but a base rich of substantial resources that could be exploited to finance its operations in North Africa and the Sahel region, as well as Europe, if they control it. Therefore, all United Nations members should be aware of the gravity of the position taken by the Security Council on the international peace and security, exercise pressure for the lifting of the arms embargo on the Libyan army, or speed up the approval of application for exemption from the arms embargo, and provide assistance to the Libyan government in the area of security according to the provisions of Security Council Resolution 2214 of 2015. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that nothing divides the Libyan people and that the vast majority is looking for any possible means to put an end to the unjustified fighting amongst brothers and to restore security and stability in the country. Nonetheless, they have become hostages to the armed groups and are unable to express their views. Hundreds of thousands of Libyans have become internally displaced and refugees looking to return to their homes as soon as possible. This could only be fulfilled by agreeing on a strong government enjoying the confidence of all Libyans, with its authority imposed all over Libyan territory and supported by the international community. We appreciate the effort made by the United Nations Support Mission in Libya in order to facilitate the dialogue between the Libyan parties for the formation of a government of national accord that represents all Libyans and puts the national interest above all considerations. The House of Representatives, as the legitimate authority elected by all Libyans, has been and still is supportive of the dialogue as a strategic option to resolve the political and security crisis in Libya. The House of Representatives made all possible concessions to encourage the extra-legitimate party to dissociate itself from terrorism and join the dialogue table in order to spare Libyans more bloodshed and to put an end to the destruction of Libyan cities. However, we notice more intransigence in positions and more misinterpretations of the flexibility shown by the House of Representatives. It seems that this flexibility has been misunderstood even by Mr. Bernardino Leon, the Special Representative of the Secretary General, who tried to bring us back to square one and unravel all that has been achieved in the last 10 months in dialogue and negotiations. In this regard, I would like to emphasize from this rostrum the following. The Council of Representatives is committed to dialogue as an approach to resolving the security and institutional crisis in Libya, but it would not agree to any regression with regard to what has been approved by the majority so far. No agreement should be imposed on any future government to take any step whatsoever in favor of the terrorist organizations placed by the Security Council on its list of sanctions. The war against terrorism in Benghazi, Darna, and Sirte could not be part of any arrangement for ceasefire under the agreement unless it is related to the surrender of the terrorists and the turning in of their weapons. The House of Representatives hopes to receive a final draft of an agreement that does not reward those who have committed crimes, destroyed state property, and seized the capital by force of arms. In the case of the continued intransigence of the General National Congress by rejecting the agreement, the House of Representatives calls on its boycotting members to advance the national interest and the interests of their constituents on any other matters. They are called upon to associate themselves from the extremist militias and to join the House of Representatives to participate in the selection of an inclusive government of national accord apart from the terrorist groups and call on the international community to push in this direction. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Mediterranean Sea has witnessed this year an unprecedented wave of illegal migration coming from Africa and Asia and heading towards Europe. We sadly notice the loss of thousands of lives by drowning in sea, and here we express our condolences and sympathy to the families of the victims. We re-emphasize Libya's position in support of all international efforts that seek to reduce the risks to illegal migrants in the Mediterranean, provided being within the framework of respect of the principles of international law, particularly the principles of respect of sovereignty and the non-interference in the internal affairs of other states. Hence, we assure Libyans' readiness to contribute within the limits of its capacity to prevent the smuggling of migrants and to rescue the lives in the Mediterranean. We also emphasize that the humanitarian crisis needs to be addressed in a comprehensive manner in consultation among the countries of origin, countries of transit, and countries of destination, taking into account the need to address the root causes of illegal migration in general and the reasons for the large increase in the numbers of migrants through Libya in recent months. The security approach to the problem of migrant smuggling is not enough. Libya believes that using force against smuggling boats off the Libyan coast may increase the complexity of the Libyan crisis and will not contribute in reducing the phenomenon of smuggling of migrants. This could only be achieved by providing the legitimate Libyan government with potential capabilities to extend its authority over all Libyan territories and control its borders, and with necessary assistance in building its capacity in this area, especially arming the Libyan army and its capacity building with the necessary equipment and training. Libya warns of any foreign military activity without its consent and control in the Libyan territory waters or the exclusive economic zone of Libya, which could harm the fishing activities and lead to the plundering of marine living resources. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, peace in the Middle East would not be achieved in the midst of the ongoing Israeli entity occupation of the Palestinian territories, denying the rights of the Palestinian people, seeking in every possible way to Judaize the city of Jerusalem, and ignoring all international resolutions on the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, particularly their right of return and the right to establish an independent state with full sovereignty over its territory, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Libya is demanding lifting the siege imposed on the Palestinian people and providing them with protection. Libya is compelling the Israeli occupation authorities to stop all acts of violence and intimidation exercised against the Palestinian people, and that they comply with all international resolutions, especially with regard to the return of refugees to their homes, and to stop settlement activities, as well as the repeated attacks against the holy sanctuary of Al-Haram al-Sharif in Jerusalem. With regard to the sisterly Syria, we condemn all atrocities against the Syrian people and express our support for all the international efforts aiming at finding a peaceful settlement to achieve the aspirations of the Syrian people to live in a dignified and democratic system that respects human rights and fundamental freedoms. With regard to brotherly Yemen, we hope that the Arab coalition could restore security and stability to Yemen and to reach a peaceful solution to the crisis of Yemen under the supervision of its legitimate government on the basis of UN Security Resolution 2216. Thank you, Mr. President.
En nombre de la Asamblea General,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Acting Head of State of Libya for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet His Excellency.
la Asamblea.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Christopher Luck, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Christopher Luck, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. General Secretary, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings of Yahweh from the people and nations of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. The UN's 2030 Development Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals offers small island states a powerful tool to craft and adjust our own domestic strategies. The international community has now spoken, and a changing world is mapping a visionary landscape out to more distant years, which have too rarely enter in our own national discussions. Beyond 2020,
beyond 2023 and towards 2030 and out to the middle of the century. In adopting the SDGs, the Marshall Islands cannot afford a set it and forget it mentality, which has too often marked past international efforts. We now have a powerful window to merge recent national planning improvements and set up architecture to measure progress and pinpoint gaps. These gaps are not only our own, but also those of our partners. For too often, we have, all of us, operated with goodwill, but without accountability for our collective performance. Our post-2023 National Trust Fund deserves a strong support system and also holds the opportunity, if we can use it, to work towards specific goals and benchmarks. If we can capture our national and global priorities together, if we can commit our own effort and national resources, however small they may be right now, and if our close partners can also work with us to restructure assistance delivery to target SDGs, then my nation too can climb the development ladder. I also welcome the establishment of a comprehensive assistance program with IEAE, which will not only build our own national capacity to monitor and evaluate serious issues of nuclear contamination, but also address health strategies and other key SDGs benchmarks. Mr. President, the Marshall Islands faces some of the more complex development, security, and planning challenges in the world, and we lack the full tools before us to tackle them. A nation which struggles to attain basic social development goals will not be equipped to resolve any other challenges. Progress on education is key. Firm efforts are underway to right our course and to provide better opportunities for our youngest and future generation. We have found new paths to build on our traditional knowledge and culture, to educate on our own Pacific story and strength. But our efforts and good intention alone cannot provide assurance that every willing student has an opportunity to succeed. We need international support. The Republic of the Marshall Islands has one of the world's highest incidence rates of diabetes. My government has declared a state of emergency, and non-communicable diseases remain a primary threat to our national well-being. Without transformative partnership, without extending the UN's renewed global health plan more closely to our shores, we risk a tragic downward spiral. Mr. President, the term developing nations implies forward movement, and for far too long, the Marshall Islands has been only treading water. We have promising windows, aspiration to improve our investment platform, but our untapped yet substantial resource base is often colored by larger international influence. Our fisheries are not only a vital sector for our own development, but a wider contribution to international food security, as the Pacific Island is stewards of the world's commercial tuna. Our foreign fishing nations partners, who by no mistake are also the drivers of global influence, have far too long held the purse to our own future, and key stocks in the Pacific are being plundered at unsustainable rate that sabotage our future. Already, our higher returns from foreign licenses have benefited our own national physical future, and this is only a fraction of the true potential. It cannot be that on one hand, we are expected to achieve the UN's SDGs, to produce dramatic development progress, and that, on the other hand, we are plucked from further benefit from our own resources by the self-interest of distant fishing nations. The Marshall Islands and the parties to the Nauru Agreement remain firmly committed to the benefits of the Vessel Day Scheme and targeted IC's closures as a condition to fish our waters. The tables have turned, and if others wish to fish our water, they must do so on our own sharpened terms. Mr. President, as a low-lying island nation with no higher ground, climate change poses a severe threat to our security. Some have said there is no more hope and no more time. I forcefully disagree. The future of my nations, the future of our very land, it is perhaps more in the hand of my fellow world leaders than it is in my own. There is still hope. Hope that my nation is able to tackle the most difficult planning challenges to build resilience wherever we can, and hope that the world will not turn a blind eye. Because I can assure the United Nations that the Marshall Islands refuses the notions that we would willingly relocate wholesale to another nation, and that if water comes, it comes. As we move to the UNFCCC conference of Paris parties later this year in Paris, I am proud that climate change is now recognized by all world leaders as a reality which deserves and is gaining a firm and collective response. Every one among us must act, and many, including my own nation, have already committed to emissions cut well into the future of 2025, of 2030, and beyond. But the world's initial efforts are falling well short. And instead of indifference or humble excuses, we must realize true leadership and provide a direct answer to closing the global emission gap. As the wider United Nations Debate Security Council reform to adjust to the modern world, those nations which hold themselves out as deserving leaders have an excellent opportunity to show that very same leadership in not tucking the bill or pointing fingers, but embracing the spirit challenge of the global emissions cap. And to start speaking of opportunities for a new energy rather than dancing around perceived threats to growth. A world without a true commitment and meaningful pathway toward decarbonization is, for the future in the island nations, ultimately no world at all. Mr. President, as dramatically different as our landscape is today, tensions of an earlier age also echo, a time when the Pacific Islands region served as a horrific theater for a global power struggle. Decades later, we again face the complex push and pull of larger international politics. Our original baseline is often severe fragility. We have a sharp exposure to external shocks, and some of our emerging or future security challenges extend beyond our capacity and push the envelope of international precedent. The treatment of our security as small island and large ocean nations cannot be considered apart from that of much larger interaction across the Pacific. Some may see political alliances, borders, and in some cases, significant marine mineral resources as mere possession readily available for the collecting of the highest bidder or the strongest military force, no more than as one pick ripe fruit from a tree. This cuts against the grain of the UN Charter. I offer my firm support for New Zealand's initiative during its Security Council presidency in holding a council meeting on small island developing state and threat to international peace and security. This meeting revealed issues that slip under the global radar, but which cannot be ignored. And I urge the Council's establishment of a regular agenda on security issues in small island developing states. Mr. President, I am proud to announce the formal establishment earlier this week of diplomatic relations between the Republic of the Marshall Islands and Cuba. Mr. President, everyone should participate on the international stage. The Republic of the Marshall Islands supports Taiwan's meaningful participation in UN specialized agencies, including the WHO, ICAO, and UNFCCC. It is imperative that the global community fully recognize and evaluate Taiwan's important commitments to reduce its emissions. Further, I call for Taiwan's involvement in the implementation of the post-2015 development agenda and urge recognition of important assistance provided to my country in health, education, and energy. The Marshall Islands welcomes Taiwan's efforts as a regional peacemaker, including in cross-strait issues, and urges that UN members states recognize and encourage such progress. Mr. President, like many others, The Republic of the Marshall Islands believes that the awareness of the catastrophic impacts and humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons must underpin all efforts toward nuclear disarmament. As a former UN trust territory, the Republic of the Marshall Islands has a unique legacy shared only by a few other nations. Even as the UN was supposed to move forward our development, 67 nuclear tests were conducted between 1946 and 1958 in our nation by our former administering power, the United States, and also during our UN trusteeship status, including through authorization in 2 UN resolutions. This is the only time the United Nations has ever explicitly authorized the use of nuclear weapons, and the results were and are still today beyond tragedy. If it is that our own history and very contemporary impacts bear this burden, heavy burden, then it is a story that the whole world must know much better. Mr. Secretary General, in your very welcome statements encouraging progress on nuclear disarmament and death bans, I would strongly urge you to no longer omit the powerful and specific examples of the Marshall Islands and the related role of the United Nations. It is essential for the survival of humanity that nuclear weapons are never used again under any circumstances. The universal way to accomplish this is through the total elimination of such weapons, and I am deeply disappointed that political distraction resulted in the lack of an outcome for the NPT's review conference earlier this year. It should be our goal as the United Nations not only to stop the spread of nuclear weapons, but also to pursue the peace and security of a world without them. Mr. President, this year I look forward to a truly united nation which has the courage not only to address immediate emergency at hand, but which also continues to move us all forward in our dynamic century. Thank you. Komoldara.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President.
La Asamblea escuchará.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ikililo Donine, President of the Union of the Comoros. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Ikililo Donin, President of the Union of the Comoros, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين
والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيد صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم. Excellence, Monsieur le Président de l'Association.
Excellency President of the 70th session of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen,
Prenant la parole.
Speaking for the last time before this August Assembly as President of the Union of the Comoros after 5 years in office, I wish to discharge the duty of conveying to you a message of solidarity from the Comoran people. On behalf of the Comoran government and on my own behalf, I would also like to express our sincerest thanks to the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, and all those who have helped to make our stay here in New York so warm. In particular, we thank the US authorities. Lastly, I'd like to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election, the head of our 70th session of the General Assembly, whose importance is clear. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our session is opening at a crucial time in the development of humankind, since man appeared on this earth. In the vast expanse of time, we are indeed the first generations, perhaps 3 million years after the appearance of our remote ancestors, to be aware of the physical laws that govern us and of the misdeeds from unsustainable use of natural resources. As in 1918, ladies and gentlemen, after the Great War, that incomparable horror, and as in 1945, after the victory against fascism, that degrading ideology, but also, as in the 1990s, in the face of the absurd folly of an arms race in weapons of mass destruction, today, as in yesteryear, nothing prevents us from uniting our efforts to effectively combat pollution and poverty. We, the leaders of the world, aware of our responsibility in the face of an impending disaster, must here and now work rationally to save humanity, and we are capable of doing this. We must now take advantage of this international unprecedented framework to mobilize the efforts of all countries to make our planet sustainable and equitable before 2030 through a bolder program and agenda. Thus, the time of our General Assembly, which has just adopted the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, I wish to commend the remarkable and consistent work done under the impetus of our Secretary General. The Union of the Comoros, my country, fully endorses the agenda that has just been established, which builds on the achievements of the MDGs while opening up at the same time a new era through 17 Sustainable Development Goals for the next 15 years. We must therefore commit to definitively end poverty in all of its forms, to eradicate hunger, promote sustainable agriculture, and guarantee food security, and guarantee good health and promote the well-being of all. We must also guarantee high quality and inclusive education. We must promote lifelong learning opportunities for all and ensure gender equality, as well as the empowerment of all women. It is also our duty to ensure the availability, sustainable management and cleanliness of water for all, and to guarantee access to clean, affordable and sustainable energy in order to promote sustained economic growth. To do this, several countries should immediately begin major work to build resilient infrastructure, to promote sustained and inclusive industrialization, and to encourage innovation everywhere to reduce inequalities within and among countries. We cannot imagine that man will thrive on this earth unless urgent action is taken to combat climate change and its impacts, while conserving and sustainably using the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. It is in this way that we shall promote the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, and we shall manage the forests sustainably while combating desertification. And this is how we can halt and combat land degradation and put an end to biodiversity loss. We need to find ways and means to continue to build peace throughout the world within the framework of sustainable development, and we must have access to justice for all and establish effective and accountable institutions at all levels. Lastly, we must build a world without poverty or inequalities, a sustainable world through a new roadmap that will save humanity. Therefore, let us dare to have bold goals because our own survival depends upon them. Excellencies, as I stressed earlier, we are facing a situation similar to that our very close ancestors underwent with sadness and suffering, but against which they fought until victory was achieved. I call it slavery, this system that almost exterminated a large share of humanity, quite simply because one side thought itself superior to all others. We are facing a situation that is almost similar to that seen by countries during the two world wars, but for which our peoples gave their lives with courage and bravery until the final victory to save humanity from chaos. We are facing legitimate questions that were asked by our ancestors when, for half a century, they were powerlessly bearing witness to an arms race that was leading humanity inevitably towards its own destruction, but where common sense eventually prevailed. We are facing a situation similar to that faced by almost all of African states, including my own, which for decades were subject to the misdeeds of colonialism, but which the valiant people of Africa, Latin America, and Asia fought until acquiring their sovereignty, independence of their territories, and saved humanity from indignity, decadence, and shame. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the world is directly following the consequences of wars, which have forced millions of men, women, and children to leave their homelands, to board makeshift boats, and to take refuge and live in inhumane conditions, and sometimes even to remain vagrants. If we add to this the barbarous acts perpetrated by terrorist movements, which are increasing throughout the world, especially in Africa, it is time for this international community, with one voice and with conviction, and to decisively say, never again. Mr. Secretary General, in a world of complete deprivation where each nation must participate in defense of international security, how can we, in a small country like my own, be engaged in this fight if, at the same time, we must be on the front lines to defend our dignity, which has been disregarded by a permanent member of the UN Security Council, an organization whose primary role is to ensure compliance with international law? I must underscore that the Union of the Comoros is the only country in the world which, at the time of its accession to independence, did not benefit from respect for the law. Indeed, unlike all former colonies, the archipelago of Comoros, composed of the islands of Mayotte, Anjouan, Moélie, and Grande Comore, and which was admitted to the United Nations as an independent state and subject to international law, has been separated from a part of its territory by the former colonial power, France, in contravention of all norms and principles governing international relations. You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that against the will of the Comoran people, France has used its veto and continues to exercise its power over our territory. Today, given what is occurring in East Europe, we wonder what significance the European Union gives to compliance with international law by accepting the Comoran island of Mayotte as an European ultra-peripheral region, contrary to the relevant resolutions of the African Union, the League of Arab States, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the Non-Aligned Movement. Ladies and gentlemen, at previous sessions, I informed this August Assembly that with President Francois Hollande in Paris, we had signed a political declaration that enabled us to hope that bilaterally we would be able to find a solution that would give Comorans back their dignity. Unfortunately, to date, France has refused to acknowledge that all Comorans, from whichever island they come, may freely move around the islands. Separated families, abandoned miners, displacements of populations in makeshift boats, precisely as is occurring in the Mediterranean Sea. All of this means that I urge you, Mr. Secretary General, to demand the application of international law, as France itself is rightly claiming each time that international norms governing international life are contravened. Of course, the High Parity Council established between France and the Comoros has as its main objective facilitating bilateral dialogue and rebuilding the trust that had disappeared between our countries. However, we must note that the main mission assigned to this council, namely facilitating movement of goods and peoples, has still not been accomplished. Thus, by continuing to defy international law on the issue of the Comoran island of Mayotte, France has prevented the expected results and progress from being achieved in the dialogue between the two parties. Hence, from this rostrum, I once again appeal to the French authorities for us together to find ways and means to put an end to this human tragedy from which every day Comoran families are suffering. I also address the community of nations which you represent, asking you to ensure the application of international law so that a lasting solution to this dispute can be achieved. With the political will, nothing is impossible. Furthermore, I welcome the fact that Palestine has finally been able to raise its flag at the United Nations. I also welcome the fact that Cuba and the United States of America have proven that even after half a century of conflict, states can find adapted formula to overcome deadlocks and foresee a peaceful future for their peoples. And lastly, I welcome the historic agreement concluded between Iran and the countries of the P5+1 on the nuclear issue, which augurs well for calmer international cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in a few months' time, after 5 years in office as in a rotating presidency which fell to the island of Moheli, a Comoran from the island of Gran Camor will succeed me in accordance with our constitution. In this electoral democratic process underway, I would appeal for support from the international community and from the Friends of Comoros for the victory of our young democracy. I also appeal to all of you that after the scheduled elections, you will support our country on the path towards stability, development, and for the well-being of the Comoran people. Ladies and gentlemen, as my country stands ready, after 40 years of independence, to begin the second phase in its history, I remain confident that the next president of the Comoros will be able to say from this rostrum of free countries in the future, we have now achieved the territorial integrity and unity of my country, the Comoros, within its borders inherited from colonization, that this has been achieved. I also remain confident that my successor will be able to say from this august rostrum of free countries, I thank the United Nations for having acted for the achievement of the main goals inscribed in our joint charter. Lastly, I remain confident that the President from the Comoros will be able to say to his compatriots from the 4 islands that the time has come for all of us to work together to build our free, open and prosperous country, one which is confident in its future and in its people's destiny. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Union of the Comoros for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President.
A continuación procederé.
We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear a statement by His Excellency Teodoro Nguema Obiang Mangue, Vice President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. And I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Tengo el honor de dar la.
I have great pleasure in welcoming the Vice President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Teodoro Nguema Obiang Mangue, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor before this august assembly on behalf of His Excellency President Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, who, due to numerous duties of state, is not able to be here today in this assembly. Equatorial Guinea is participating in this regular session of the General Assembly of the United Nations in a renewed spirit of faith and trust in the relevant role played by this organization in promoting peace, security, and stability amongst our nations, in order to create the basic conditions for the well-being of human beings. Motivated by this trust, my delegation wishes to warmly congratulate Mr. Morgans Lukatoft for his unanimous election. Your Excellency, Mr. President, your election genuinely translates the trust that the international community has in the rigor shown by your country in its treatment of international affairs. I am sure that during your term as President of this General Assembly, you will always be able to count on the support and cooperation of the government of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. We would like to congratulate also His Excellency Sam Kutesa, President of the 69th session of the General Assembly, for his praiseworthy work carried out during his term, with the important decisions which were taken that will trace out the path for the United Nations towards democratization and revitalization of its institutions, as well as for the universal scope of its decisions. We would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, for his tireless efforts to address the complex challenges facing our organization, and we offer him our support and cooperation to achieve every success in his endeavors. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the attempts of some to monopolize the United Nations system with their undeclared interests, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea has never lost our faith and our trust in the relevant role which the organization of the United Nations must play with regard to the maintenance of international peace and security and in the promotion of fundamental human rights to guarantee everyone's well-being. The United Nations organization is the only world body in which all states must have faith and trust. As is stated in its charter, all countries are represented according to the principle of sovereign equality amongst states, respecting the democratic principle of respect for the majority opinion, as well as the principle of respect for countries' own decisions. The events that have occurred in this first quarter of this century show a degree of weakness in the role of the United Nations when it comes to preventing and eliminating conflicts between states, and in the area of maintenance of international peace and security and the promotion of economic well-being of states. We are concerned to see a proliferation of armed conflicts in Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, as well as instability caused in countries of the developing world, the progressive advance of terrorism in various parts of the world, drug trafficking, and uncontrolled migration caused by these conflicts. All this would suggest that the United Nations has much more to do. Its members must act in solidarity and according to the purposes and principles of the Charter, which should unite them in their actions. In our view, the United Nations is not a police force acting to avert conflicts between states. The member states of the United Nations must submit themselves to the norms of international law, to justice and respect for human rights, as well as strict respect for these standards. Consequently, they must work towards peace, stability, and development of nations. However, today it would appear that the law of the strongest and the most astute prevails, a situation which naturally leads to rebellions, which could lead to terrorist movements. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the success of the United Nations does not depend on the skill of the President of the General Assembly or of the presidents of the United Nations organs, or much less does it depend on the intelligence of the Secretary General. Many of the denunciations made against the actions, purposes, and principles of the Charter of the United Nations happen on a daily basis, without those leaders being in the least concerned, because they feel that their interests lie above those of the United Nations principles. The results are before our very eyes. The large number of wars and conflicts that give rise to refugees and concentration camps, massive migrations of people looking for a place of refuge in countries that have a degree of stability and economic prosperity. The drop in the price of oil and other internationally traded commodities has a negative effect on the economic development of countries. This is the result of the pillaging recorded in the countries that have fallen victim to armed conflicts. the natural resources of which are being seized as trophies of war. Certainly, we're reaping the bad fruits of our own destructive action, and this is not in line with the aims of the United Nations. Equatorial Guinea is a small African country, and it survives thanks to the cautious approach of its good government, the good graces of its people, and the cooperation in solidarity with friendly countries. We have suffered attempted invasions by mercenaries supported by weapons-producing powers, who had no other objective in mind than to take control of our oil resources. But fortunately, the preventive and precautionary measures that we took put an end to the schemes of the aggressors. Not content with this aggression, our country has been subject to a systematic campaign of unfounded accusations of human rights violations and abject poverty, and we have no shame in denouncing this here, because the Republic of Equatorial Guinea is open to the world, and everyone is familiar with the successful achievements that we have achieved in the socio-political development. In concluding the program adopted by the United Nations on the Millennium Development Goals, Equatorial Guinea is happy to have achieved the greatest levels of implementation of these goals. Indeed, Equatorial Guinea's Horizon 2020 development plan defines the following goals: to build international standards of basic infrastructure and to improve productivity and speed up economic growth, to strengthen human capital and improve the quality of life of our citizens, to build a diversified economy based on 4 sectors of the economy: the energy and mining sector, fishing and fish farming, agriculture and livestock farming, and finally, the service sector, to establish quality governance at the service of the citizen. The success in the implementation of this program has made it possible for us to achieve the priority Millennium Development Goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the reform of United Nations organs, Equatorial Guinea reaffirms its firm commitment to the African Union position based on the Esselwini Consensus and the CERT Declaration, consisting in the demand for 2 permanent seats and 5 non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council, with all the obligations, rights and privileges which these seats entail. We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the governments of the United States of America and the Republic of Cuba for the re-establishment of their diplomatic relations, and we request that this culminate in the lifting of the embargo against the Republic of Cuba. With regard to climate change, Equatorial Guinea fully shares the concern of the international community, namely that the very existence of our planet Earth is under threat. In order to combat this, everyone should contribute according to their abilities to arrest this phenomenon. This being the case, the Amazon area in South America and the Congo Basin in Central Africa, which constitute the world's 2 lungs for the preservation of the environment and biodiversity, deserve special attention at the upcoming conference on climate change in Paris. We would conclude by expressing our heartfelt willingness as a member state of the United Nations to contribute to all processes that will help to improve the functioning of this world organization, wishing this regular session of the General Assembly every success. Thank you very much.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea for the statement just made. May I request protocol to accompany the President.
La Asamblea escuchará.
The Assembly will hear a statement by His Excellency Miro Cerar, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Tengo el honor de dar.
I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia, His Excellency Miro Cerar. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a historic junction for the United Nations, which will turn 70 next month. This occasion is an opportunity for stock-taking of the organization's past achievements, missed opportunities, and challenges ahead. The UN has been making outstanding efforts in paving the road ahead for peace, security, and human rights. At the same time, profound changes took place in these 7 decades. The UN has been successful in adapting to some, whereas it lacked creativity, political will, and flexibility to effectively face others. 10 years ago, leaders met here in New York with the vision to increase and promote international security, advance human rights and development with a bold plan known as the World Summit Outcome Document. This led to the establishment of the Human Rights Council and Peacebuilding Commission. We have collectively endorsed the concept of the responsibility to protect human rights from mass atrocities and systematic violation, to protect human beings from mass atrocities and systematic violation of human rights. We have also committed to reform the UN Security Council, as well to the revitalization of UN General Assembly as part of the comprehensive overall UN reform. United Nations has to continue to adapt to new challenges, and therefore it would be important to make progress in this respect. We have the mandate and responsibility to act based on the global solidarity and the vision of fairer and securer international community. We welcome the adoption of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the new Sustainable Development Agenda. However, by the end of the year, at the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Paris, we need to adopt an ambitious, durable, universal, and legally binding climate agreement, which will address mitigation, adaptation, financing, and technology development in a balanced and cost-effective manner. Slovenia remains strongly engaged in protection of environment, ensuring its sustainability in national and international context. Based on our extensive experience with beekeeping and the view of multiple threats to bee populations, we wish to raise the awareness of critical importance of bees for sustainable food production and biodiversity. The Slovenian government therefore decided to propose the proclamation of the World Bee Day, for which we will seek an endorsement of the United Nations. Mr. President, without respect for human rights, there can be no security or economic and social development, and vice versa. I wish to express our support for the excellent work of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Al-Hussein, and encourage him to continue to exercise his leadership in the field of human rights. Almost a quarter of a century ago, when Slovenia gained independence, respect for human rights was a pivotal founding principle of our newly formed state. Since then, our commitment to promoting human rights, especially the protection of the most vulnerable groups, including rights of children and elderly, has further strengthened and represents one of the core elements of our foreign policy. Slovenia will continue to advocate progressive approach to human rights issues and strive to enhance international norms and standards. We are confident that we can successfully contribute to this goal also by serving as a Human Rights Council member for the term 2016 to 2018. This year is of a particular importance for women. As of 20 years ago, member states adopted the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Just a few days ago, we have participated in the commemorating event and reaffirmed our commitment to gender equality, human rights, and the empowerment of women. In October, we will mark the 15th anniversary of the adoption of the Resolution 1325, the first resolution to stress the role of women in peace and security. While acknowledging progress that has been achieved, our quest for gender equality needs to go on. Mr. President, respect for the rule of law and international law is an essential condition for development and peaceful coexistence of nations. Embedded in the UN Charter, one of the aims of the UN is to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligation arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained. Slovenia is convinced in utmost importance of international treaties. It is in the context of these treaty processes that we can enhance universality, ensure reliability, and provide accountability. Justice, truth, and reconciliation have to be amongst the main focuses of all societies, reaching them by all means, including through international courts and tribunals. We continue to strongly support the International Criminal Court that plays an important role in establishing the rule of law. Slovenia will continue to advocate for a strong and independent court, as well as universality of the Rome Statute and the Kampala amendments, and we call upon states to offer full and prompt cooperation with the International Criminal Court. But primary responsibility to prosecute international crimes rests with states. Slovenia is actively engaged in efforts to ensure mutual legal assistance in extradition between states for crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide, the MLA initiative. No matter how many times we reiterate that mass atrocities and systematic violations of human rights should not be repeated, we still witness events that shock our human conscience time and again. Over the past few years, we have been witnessing war in Syria, raging conflicts in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Gaza, Yemen, South Sudan, Central African Republic, and elsewhere, with their spillover effects in their immediate neighborhoods and consequences felt around the world. The situation is further worsened by an escalation of violent extremism and crimes committed by Daesh and other terrorist groups and organizations. This must be stopped. We call upon the Security Council and especially its permanent members to overcome divisions and find a way to deal more effectively with this worsening situation in line with its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Europe as a continent has not been spared either. The conflict in Ukraine goes on. The sovereignty and territorial integrity of this country remain under threat. We therefore call for full and timely implementation of the Minsk agreements. War and conflicts have caused dramatic growth in mass displacement, reaching levels unprecedented in our recent history. We are faced with immense humanitarian challenge. Massive waves of refugees and migrants are fleeing their homes. Hundreds of people are dying while searching for better life. The magnitude of current humanitarian crisis needs a determined and immediate response from the whole international community, based on common principles of solidarity, humanity, and shared responsibility. We should help these people in need. We should increase assistance to countries hosting large numbers of refugees. We should also act more decisively in the countries of origin by pushing for sustainable political solutions to the ongoing conflicts and countering the spread of radical ideologies. Mr. President, Slovenia is committed to conflict prevention and peaceful conflict resolution. Wherever possible and applicable, we should opt for diplomacy, mediation, and conflict prevention. The recent historic agreement on the Iranian nuclear issue proves that even most complex issues can be resolved peacefully. Considering this positive outcome, we hope that the Middle East peace talks will also resume soon with a view to bring stability and security to this tormented region. Speaking of disarmament and arms control, I would like to welcome the early entry into force of the Arms Trade Treaty last December and call for its full implementation. This will allow us to effectively regulate international arms trade and thus substantially contribute to international peace and security. My country also remains committed to the goal of a world without nuclear weapons. Mr. President, let me conclude by underlining that Slovenia will continue with activities aimed at bringing the global community closer to universal human rights standards and decent life for all. We will remain a strong supporter of an environment in which every human being feels safe. We will continue to advocate strong partnerships, inclusive dialogue, and constructive cooperation. We are determined to work with all partners to make the organization deliver tangible, meaningful results that will advance peace, security, and human rights for all. Slovenia will take its share in responsibility to act. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement just made and the request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Meltek Sato Kilman Livit Tuvanu, Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu and I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Your Excellency, President of the 70th General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Governments and Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, Vanuatu is honored to join other esteemed speakers who have spoken before me to congratulate you for assuming the presidency of the 70th UN General Assembly. Be rest assured of my delegation's full support. With your leadership, we are confident that you will guide us successfully through this session. I also wish to extend my warm gratitude to the last President of the Assembly His Excellency Sam Kutesa. His exemplary leadership has resulted in many important achievements, which will continue to shape and strengthen the UN and enable it to execute its mandate effectively. Mr. President, today we are meeting at a critical crossroad in history, which presents us with a unique opportunity to positively change the lives of millions of people around the world, especially the most disadvantaged. Mr. President, the 2008 global financial crisis dramatically changed the global financial landscape. The banking crisis resulted in an unprecedented unemployment and low economic growth across the world. The impacts of global financial crisis are still being felt, and the recent volatility of the global financial markets has further created uncertainties. Mr. President, apart from this global economic challenge, we are witnessing an unprecedented humanitarian crisis caused by conflict and violence. According to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, there are currently over 60 million refugees, a record number unseen since World War II. Mr. President, climate change continues to be a major challenge for the world and a major threat for small island developing states, and its impact cannot be understated. The sea level rise, the impacts of El Nino, the unfavorable weather condition points to a bleak future for humanity. The uncertain global economic outlook, the adverse impact of climate change, and the humanitarian crisis means that the task ahead for us to implement the 2030 goals is all the more daunting. This stark reality calls for immediate collective action. Mr. President, if we do not resolve this global crisis today, then we are running a risk of creating a world where there is no prospect for sustaining peace and security. For the global community, this blunt reality calls for global action to ensure that peace, prosperity, and security are maintained at all times in the future. This is the most important gift that we can give to our future generations. Mr. President, I welcome the theme for the 70th General Assembly, the United Nations at 70, the road ahead for peace, security, and human rights. This theme is timely and relevant with respect to current global development challenges. Peace, security, and human rights are mutually reinforcing pillars for successful, sustainable development and are consistent with the UN Charter. This year, we celebrate 70 years of the UN's existence, and on reflection, there is much the UN has achieved. So far, we have not experienced any major war. Millions of people have been uplifted from extreme poverty, and that remarkable progress has been achieved on the human rights front. Despite these achievements, significant challenges continue to remain ahead of us. Mr. President, the humanitarian crisis caused by conflict and violence demonstrates a dark side of our humanity, the world of haves and have-nots. Major powers need to do more to provide assistance to the surging refugee population, and I urge the most financially able countries to seriously consider donating towards the United Nations humanitarian appeal. What we need now is to address the underlying root causes of these conflicts, addressing extreme poverty, hunger, lack of good governance, lack of adherence to the rule of law, poor economic growth, rising inequalities, and youth unemployment. Sustained and inclusive development is therefore extremely important for preserving peace, human rights, and stability in the world. I commend the approach of the United Nations Secretary General to address this humanitarian crisis from a human rights perspective. Mr. President, in light of these global challenges, the role of preventative diplomacy as a key instrument to maintaining global peace and security around the world is critically important. The role of women in this area should be enhanced, and preventative diplomacy is where most of our efforts should be focused. Vanuatu will always play its part to maintain international peace and security. The deployment of our peacekeepers to Ivory Coast and Haiti reflects our commitment to this endeavor. Mr. President, as part of the global community's response, we embarked on three important, ambitious global agendas: the adoption of the 2030 Agenda and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, as well as the Climate Change Agreement, which will be concluded in Paris later this year. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda promises to be transformative, in particular for those at the margins of society. The MDGs have contributed immensely to human progress in areas such as gender equality, extreme poverty reduction, and improved access to basic social services, although there is room for more to be done. The 2030 Agenda covers a wide range of areas that are pertinent to my country's sustainable development and complements well with our national sustainable development aspirations. Mr. President, we welcome the establishment of SDG 14 on the conservation and sustainable management of oceans and seas. For too long, we have observed the decline of the health of the oceans and seas, as evidenced in dying coral, the profusion of marine pollution, damaged coastal ecosystems, declining fish stocks, and ocean acidification. We recognize the need for a framework within which the implementation of SDG 14 can be progressively assessed, benchmarked, and driven forward for the duration of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We therefore support the mandating of the proposed triennial United Nations Oceans and Seas Conference to perform the role of driving progress on SDG 14. Mr. President, I am delighted to see that the focus on gender remains an integral part of the 2030 Agenda. In my country, achieving gender equality continues to be a challenge given our tradition and cultural makeup. However, the political will to further advance the interests of women remains steadfast. Notable progress has been made in terms of access to basic education and health services, women assuming leadership positions in municipal councils, and that women today have better access to basic financial services than ever before. As the leader of my country, I want to see more tangible progress in women's and girls' advancement and their active participation in national leadership. This progress can be expedited if more financial resources are channeled to assist my government to advance gender equality and women's empowerment. Mr. President, the success of the 2030 Agenda will depend on accessing affordable financial resources, accessing appropriate technology, and substantially improving national capacity. In terms of access to financial resources, the recently concluded Addis Ababa Action Agenda has captured most of these issues, and it's now important that we swiftly implement this agenda. I join the other global leaders calling for all developed countries to meet their ODA commitments as agreed in the Monterrey Consensus and the Doha Declaration. The ODA targets of 0.7 of GNI and also the increased ODA target of 0.2% of GNI to LDCs by 2020 must be met. Meeting these targets is paramount to realizing the 2030 Agenda. The development financing initiatives through the South-South Cooperation is complementary and will continue to remain critical. On this note, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the President of China, His Excellency Xi Jinping, for his recent announcement of the Development Summit that China will be providing United States $2 billion to developing countries. This type of gesture and goodwill demonstrates real action and genuine partnership. Mr. President, access to technology is critical for achieving sustainable development. I welcome the least developed country initiative of establishing a technology bank in Istanbul. My government will greatly appreciate the swift realization of this initiative. In the area of technology, and especially in ICT development, Vanuatu has made tremendous strides in recent years. As a result, our efforts were recognized last weekend when Vanuatu was among a few other countries presented with the United Nations ICT for Development Award. This recognition demonstrates the transformative role the ICT is playing to improve the lives of our people. ICT will remain one of our key tools to implement and achieve our SDGs. In terms of improving country capacity, I urge the United Nations to assist developing countries, particularly SEEDs and LDCs, in developing their statistical capacities. For small island development states, this remains a challenge, and as we know, it is the most important foundation for formulation of evidence-based policy and also assessing 2030 agenda progress. Mr. President, for small island developing states like Vanuatu, climate change remains a major single threat to achieving our sustainable development. I am therefore grateful to see that the 2030 agenda highlights the importance of climate change as reflected in Goal 13. However, it is important for us to know that this goal can only be meaningful if a favorable Paris Agreement is reached in December this year. Mr. President, the linkage between climate change and sustainable development is clear. Without addressing climate change, sustainable development for seeds cannot be achieved. In March this year, Vanuatu experienced a Category 5 tropical cyclone that affected 60% of the population and impacted 64% of our economy. In our current assessment, it will take many years and more than $500 million to rebuild our economy. I take this opportunity to thank the global community for their swift response to assist us immediately after the cyclone with disaster relief and operations. We look forward to your continued support towards our recovery and reconstruction efforts, which we have just embarked on. Mr. President, our Pacific Island leaders continue to voice their concerns on climate change at regional and international fora. We call for a legal binding agreement limiting global average temperature increase to well below 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels, and to have loss and damage provisions anchored in the agreement. We also call for a financial package that will commit Annex 1 countries to providing $1 billion per year by 2020 to finance our adaptation and mitigation needs. The declarations are our collective voice towards the Paris Climate Change Conference and our call to save the planet for us and for future generations. Apart from focusing on climate change, we also agreed to strengthen regional connectivity, improve productivity, boost economic growth to ensure peace and security in our region. All these initiatives are consistent with the 2030 agenda. The relationship between the United Nations and the Pacific-based regional organizations is critical to implement the 2030 agenda and the Samuel pathway. The recent adoption of the General Assembly resolution on the relationship between Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat and the United Nations is welcomed. This cooperation should now translate into concrete action. Mr. President, my delegation wishes to remind the United Nations not to lose sight of decolonization issues in light of emerging challenges that have been put on the table for us to address collectively. Vanuatu calls on the UN family to remain equally focused on finding ways to address this long overdue issue. A UN membership needs to bring closure to its work on decolonization. The right to self-determination has been a fight endured for generations past. While many have lost their lives in the process, the dreams of these martyrs that one day the United Nations and all nations advocating and promoting the democratic principles still linger in the hearts of many people in the hope that their cries will be heard and the promise of a self-determined future be delivered. Mr. President, the UN must continue the work of the Committee on Decolonization to maintain meaningful dialogue on the question of New Caledonia. We thank the government of France for their cooperation in moving the decolonization process forward. It is important, therefore, that all parties maintain dialogue and ensure all issues are addressed. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the recent decision made by President Barack Obama to re-establish diplomatic relations with Cuba, and also for the reopening of diplomatic missions between the two nations. We hope that this process will be completed soon with the lifting of the embargo against Cuba. Mr. President, just like other small Pacific Island countries, Vanuatu is a small, open, and vulnerable economy. Its openness and smallness implies that it is highly vulnerable to external shocks, and the opportunities to exploit economies of scale are limited. Despite these challenges, Vanuatu was able to record economic growth for the last 10 years. However, the recent impact of Tropical Cyclone Palm has erased the gains made in the last decade. It will take many years to recover, making our efforts towards achieving sustainable development somewhat daunting. As a result of this difficulty, my government has recently made a decision requesting the UN to favorably consider postponing our LDC graduation for some years. This will give us ample time to fully recover from the effect of the cyclone and to rebuild our economy. I urge the UN membership to support our resolution on this matter during the 70th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, my government and people shall work towards mobilizing domestic resources and ensuring that our institutional capacity is geared towards meeting the new development agenda. Just like many developing countries, we acknowledge that we cannot achieve our sustainable development plans alone, and therefore call upon the global community to assist us in achieving these goals. Mr. President, my government is convinced that ongoing tensions between freedom of the seas and their territorial claims has placed the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea and relevant international conventions under huge pressure. However, I am also convinced that states must continue to be willing to cooperate and seek peaceful solution to any dispute that has arisen. Humainupe and Lega Island, commonly known as Matthew and Handa Highlands, south of Vanuatu, have always been a source of our cultural heritage well before the colonial era. Like the other 83 islands, people would use the freedom of the sea to visit their claimed cultural site. It has been several decades now that my people have been denied their rights to enjoy the freedom of sea and their claimed territory. Mr. President, allow me to thank and commend the United Nations and the Republic of France for their willingness to dialogue and allow my people their rights to visit their claimed territory to perform cultural rituals. The government of France is to be commended for its important role in advocating the rights of indigenous people in the region and around the world. I wish to place on record that Vanuatu has declared the two islands and its surrounding water a cultural and marine protected area. Cultural visits to the island will be undertaken to revive and empower our indigenous and cultural system. I also wish to place on record that the Vanuatu government will strengthen its ties with the French government in collaborating efforts to ensure our ocean is safe from terrorism, piracy, climate change, and illegal fishing. In conclusion, Mr. President, the global challenges in front of us are overwhelming. The global economic uncertainty, the impact of climate change, and the unprecedented humanitarian crisis at hand reminds us that we need to think differently and adopt innovative approaches to resolve these challenges. We need to deviate from business as usual. This is important, especially when implementing the ambitious 2030 Agenda, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and soon to be adopted Paris Climate Change Agreement. What we need are revitalized partnerships, international cooperation, and collective wisdom to address these challenges. Mr. President, when we stand together, there is no limit to what we can do together. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu for the statement just made and the request protocol to escort His Excellency. Nous venons d'entendre le dernier.
We've just heard the last speaker of the 20th plenary. The 21st plenary session will begin immediately after I adjourn the current meeting.
20e séance.
The 21st meeting is closed. The 20th meeting is closed and the 21st meeting is open.
The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Chulaipe Shulele Maligao, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Independent State of Samoa. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister and invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President, heads of delegations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Last Friday ushered in a new era in our search for an innovative plan of action for people and the planet. The significant milestone event was the adoption by the United Nations of the new set of Sustainable Development Goals as part of the 2030 Global Agenda. Our 17 Sustainable Development Goals are inspirational and ambitious. They are global in nature and universally applicable to every UN member state, developed and developing. Every goal is important and deserves priority attention. They are interrelated, carry equal weight, and they all matter. Achieving some goals at the expense of others is not a preferred option. All goals must be realized, which should be the overriding objective. Mr. President, I have tried to attend annual UN General Assembly debates as often as possible since becoming Samoa's Prime Minister, in my firm belief in the importance of the work of our organization. I am therefore acutely aware of the diversity and gravity of issues confronting our organization and the need sometimes to refer to them in one statement. However, partly in recognition of the new agenda we have now agreed to implement, and as a gesture to the 70th anniversary of our organization and the imminent danger of climate change for small island developing states, my statement in essence is devoted to the Sustainable Development Goal number 13. Take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts.
This is also a priority goal enshrined in the SET's accelerated modalities of action, the Samoa Pathway, the outcome document of the Third International Conference on SETs. Mr. President, climate change will continue to be the major preoccupation and priority policy determinant for Samoa well into the future. I think that the same would be true for all our Pacific Island countries and the wider SETs. Thus, to contextualize our perspective on climate change, allow me to share with delegates part of our narrative. Firstly, some givens. Climate change is the single most urgent challenge confronting mankind. It is facilitated largely through human-induced activities driven for the most part by profit motives with some degree of insensitivity to the consequences of such action on others, particularly those vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, usually ill-prepared to adapt, and in most cases had barely contributed to the causes of climate change in the first place. Climate change is not a future phenomenon. It is real, irreversible, and is already happening with far more frequency. It is no longer a question of when, but rather the severity of the magnitude of the impacts and the full cost society must bear. Even now in my country, we are suffering drought conditions. This will give way to the onset of the cyclone season predicted to have a high likelihood of severe cyclones in our Pacific region. As a cross-cutting issue, ambitious actions or solutions at the national and international levels to try to address the root causes of climate change will inevitably end up either being compromised, watered down, or put aside due to political, social, and economic considerations taking precedence over basic climate logic. Climate change is not a small island developing state's concern only. It impacts every country, but some more extensively, like small island developing states, more than others because our capacity to respond quickly and effectively is constrained by our realities. In summary, climate change cannot be wished away. It is real, irreversible, and is already happening. It has significant security implications, and its impact threatens the continued existence and viability of some small island developing states. Even those countries which have been in self-denial to date of the climate change phenomenon must surely now accept the weight of scientific evidence. Mr. President, Samoa is a small island developing state from the Pacific, a region recognized and acknowledged as most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Our islands contributed the least to the causes of climate change, yet stand to suffer the most and least able to adapt effectively to the adverse impacts. Climate change is a security risk of far greater proportions than many people are prepared to admit. For some of the low-lying Pacific Islands, climate change may well lead to their eventual extinction as sovereign states. Just a few months ago, I was privileged to attend the Special Security Council open debate on security concerns of SETs. It was an important opportunity to highlight in the Council the security threat of climate change for all our small island developing states. Mr. President, against the backdrop of the existential threat, climate change poses, especially to atolls and low-lying islands, SETS had long been advocating for ambitious mitigation efforts by member states with the capacity to do so, and for a global goal of limiting the rise in average global temperature to well below 1.5 degrees Celsius to prevent some of our low-lying islands from being submerged by sea level rise. We have also consistently called for a loss and damage mechanism to be anchored in a new Paris Agreement to be treated separately from adaptation. With the gradual operationalization of the Green Climate Fund, we have asked SETS representatives on the Green Climate Fund board to ensure that the spirit and letter of the governing instrument of the fund, as they relate to those areas that will be beneficial to SETS, are retained and not compromised. Our pleas over the years on the 1.5 degrees and the loss and damage had largely gone unnoticed. At least the countries, our messages had been intended for remain unconvinced, but I hope not disinterested. Part of this, I think, is due to some misguided notion that the climate phenomena and related events affect small island developing states only. Some might have concluded already that climate change is not life-threatening and does not affect them either because their countries are huge in sizes or well-developed infrastructure to be shielded from any real damages from climate change impacts. It may also be that there is an implied sense that if the large problems of the bigger, stronger, more populous and well-developed countries are solved, then the solutions to the afflictions of SETS will automatically follow. As a result, challenges facing SETS are conveniently viewed by others from the same lens, which blurs the distinctions and fails to bring out the truth about the urgency and dire consequences of the problems we face because of climate change. But times are changing, and the world has witnessed in recent months a year's epic outbreak of horrific natural disasters unprecedented in the 70-year history of our organization. Tsunamis, hurricanes, earthquakes, flooding, bushfires, droughts have resulted in countless loss of lives and untold sorrow and sufferings. Especially noteworthy is the fact that developed countries are no longer insulated from the rich and the destructive force of these events. Some countries and regions had been visited upon by climate-related and natural events like cyclones, bushfires, flooding, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, droughts, tornadoes, etc. Mr. President, what is happening across our planet is quite significant because it discredits the long-held perception by some that climate change is a small island developing state's concern only. Nothing can be further from the truth. Events of the recent past have demonstrated that climate-related disasters do not discriminate between poor and rich countries, big or small. Climate change affects us all, developed and developing countries, though in varying degrees. I submit, therefore, that this realization should shape our overall approach going forward to the Paris Climate Conference in December and beyond. Hopefully, it should also help to shift the focus in the relationship in the specific context of climate change from that of donor-recipient or donor-victim to one of partner-partner in a joint partnership. While this may sound overly simplified, its real value lies in the change of perspective this reorientation should bring, and in how we view our respective roles when trying to address climate change. This, I think, should be beneficial to all, because we are now all affected by climate change in one way or another. That should energize everyone to do their utmost, either as current or future victims of climate change impacts, to ensure that we address the root causes urgently and in a decisive manner. After all, human nature tells us that when we are asked to do something for a friend or someone else, the impact is not the same because there is no sense of obligation, commitment, or urgency. But when we have to do something because it will affect us personally, our children or family, nothing will stop or prevent us from doing all that is possible within our power, especially if it affects our own safety and future. Hopefully, member states, imbued not just with the projections of science, but now with the advanced evidence of actual events, will be prepared to go to the extra mile to do the maximum possible for their own future survival. Mr. President, climate change is a societal problem requiring a decisive response from the global community. It is a challenge that should unite us, not divide us. No country can deal with this problem alone. We must work cooperatively in a partnership of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capability if we are to succeed. But true partnerships should be underpinned by trust. Without trust, they cannot be sustained. Apportioning blame for past wrongs will be counterproductive. They will not restore our environment to its pre-industrial state. Mr. President, clearly, we want leaders who view the world as a single constituency, where everyone must work together within the limits of their capacity and capability to be part of the total solution. Sadly, some amongst us, amongst our global community, had been dismissive and remain unconvinced. Others, through their actions, had been indifferent and unsympathetic. But there is hope, and our whole focus is on Paris. What is needed is principled action. The Paris Agreement requires a new brand of cooperation and broader outlook. The narrow pursuit of self-interest, the use of economic and political expediencies should be set aside and must not be allowed to derail the goal of concluding a universal, ambitious, and legally binding agreement. Climate change is also everyone's job. While acknowledging historical responsibility is legitimate, allowing it to get in the way of making decisions to reach a comprehensive agreement would be a grave mistake. A durable climate change agreement in Paris is therefore a test of multilateral solidarity. Time is running out. The impacts of climate change are getting worse daily. Playing the blame and shame tactics or waiting to be led but not willing to lead are no longer options. For no single nation, no single group of nations, and no single organization on its own can win the war against climate change. The divergent yet inextricably linked interests of member states demands that we seal a good deal in Paris. The Paris Agreement should focus on both national action and the inclusion of all stakeholders, a timely reminder that no action is too small or insignificant. All contributions matter and every action counts, irrespective of the source. Importantly, it places the responsibility of addressing climate change squarely on every individual leader in terms of what national actions he or she can commit to deliver as his country's contribution to our collective task. Samoa is putting the final touches to its intended nationally determined contributions, which are quite ambitious and will be submitted in due course to the Secretariat in Bonn. Mr. President, often at times we blame others for our misfortunes and the current status of our development, including telling others what they should do, by when and how, but rarely on what we can contribute to make a change. So when my country and our people are exposed to the impacts of climate change continuously, we want to be part of the solution by committing to do everything possible for the benefit of our people, our generation, and those to follow. That must be our universal message, simple and unambiguous. As for those suggesting they are implementing bold actions for the sake of our vulnerable small island developing states, they should instead be reminded to take time to inform their constituencies and supporters alike, especially those that deny climate change, that in the final analysis, the actions being recommended and if implemented will ultimately benefit their economies, their own people, and the survival of their own countries. Mr. President, the United Nations remains our last best hope to provide the political will and the necessary commitment to turn the tide against climate change. Samoa calls upon those member states of our organization in the position of world leadership to lead the charge in finding and implementing solutions to the causes of climate change. As present custodians of our world's environment, we owe it to our children and future generations to do what needs to be done quickly and decisively before we run out of time. It is therefore imperative to complete the Paris Climate Agreement in time for the Conference of Parties in December to adopt an agreement that is ambitious, universally applicable, effective, binding, capable of swift implementation, and universally owned and respected by all our member states. In the same way that nations in leadership roles are called to account in doing the right thing for our world, so must all the member states of the UN uphold their part of the bargain in the work that needs to be done. Without this cooperation from all member states, reaching the objectives we all know should be achieved would continue to elude us. Mr. President, international terrorism is a global menace. It creates an atmosphere of collective fear and intolerance. It preys on the innocent, vulnerable, and defenseless, and disrupts any progress to peace and development. Terrorism, in all its forms and manifestations, should always be condemned unreservedly. Over the last several weeks, we have witnessed the tragedy of people fleeing from their countries, mired in the destruction from war and terrorism. Obviously, a credible and long-term response is needed to this grave crisis that has cost so many lives and affecting so many people. Individual actions by states cannot, in themselves, provide a solution. We must shoulder our responsibility to act together to meet the threat through concerted multilateral action, which underpins the spirit of our organization. Ideally, it must start in the Security Council, entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining world peace. The coherence of the response from our United Nations depends on the work and cooperative spirit of the Security Council to see the great picture of the future of our world. The reforms to our organization must therefore be given priority and to take account of the concerns of our full membership. Our world has enjoyed peace and security 70 years by faithfully observing and following the charter of our organization. As world leaders, it is our moral duty and responsibility to ensure that our people continue to live in peace and harmony for many more years to come. I thank you, Fafitai and Suifur.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Independent State of Samoa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Haider al-Abadi, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq, and I invite him to address the General Assembly.
In the name of God, the compassionate and the merciful, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives, may God peace and be upon you. The General Assembly meets in the 70th session amidst grave challenges the world is facing on more than one level, particularly in fighting terrorism, foremost among which is the ISIS terrorism. We in Iraq stand ably and patiently alongside the world to ward off the monstrosity of those impacting our country, region, and the world. While international efforts continue to deepen the pillars of peace and security and to promote communication among the people of the world and to achieve human development sponsored by the United Nations that worked tirelessly to uphold its major pillars in health, education, and raising living standards. Ever since the UNDP launched the first development report in 1990, the countries of the world, and Iraq is one of them, started looking forward to the improvement of the human development levels. We pursued this goal so that people would become the means and target of the development process. As a result of the flawed policies of the past dictatorial Saddam Hussein regime, the standard of human development decreased after a series of wars that were fought by that regime and the deprivation and siege that the Iraqis suffered as a result of international sanctions. After the political regime has changed and once the democratic atmosphere was promoted, the situation improved, particularly after the assistance provided by the United Nations and its specialized agencies and other international organizations. Our national institutions tried to bridge the development gap in fulfillment of the Millennium Declaration adopted by the leaders of the world in the 2000 GA session by concentrating on targets that were supposed to be achieved by 2015. We in Iraq achieved tangible progress in decreasing mortality rates, in increasing school enrollment, and in decreasing gender inequality and improving living standards. However, the ill will harbored by terrorist organizations, foremost among which is Al Qaeda and ISIS, and those who joined them, namely the vestiges of the old Ba'ath regime, obstructed our development process and wreaked death and destruction on people and on infrastructure. While persisting in their atrocities, those terrorists did not distinguish between an infant or an elderly, between a man or a woman. These evil forces terrorized the civilians in different parts of Iraq and pursued an ethnic cleansing policy, particularly in those areas that it came to support. Many of people who used to live in the western and northern parts of Iraq are today refugees or displaced internally. They were displaced by these gangsters without any mercy. They are suffering as well as those who are still besieged in their villages and cities. We highly appreciate the position of the United Nations and the international community and the support we received. The support and solidarity extended to us in our just war against terrorism was instrumental. We also recognize the tireless efforts made to restore stability to the regions that were liberated by our armed forces, by the Popular Mobilization Forces, and the tribal fighters. We also look forward to an effective contribution by countries and international organizations to repair our infrastructure and help us reconstruct. Iraq, and despite the aforementioned, pursues its democratic policies, promoting respect for the Constitution, the peaceful turnover of power, the expression of opinion, and the elimination of racial, ethnic, and confessional discrimination. Despite the challenges, we are aware of the demands, and we tried to set forth an organizational framework that is called the Popular Mobilization Institution, which receives its instructions from the President of the Republic and the armed forces. Therefore, the Popular Mobilization Forces fights while respecting the law. They're fighting terrorists and they're fighting organized crime, particularly those who carry arms outside the framework of the state. The Iraqi constitution bans carrying arms outside the organization of the state. I continue. Iraq, despite all of the above, pursues its democratic path, tries to promote the constitution, the peaceful turnover of power, the freedom of expression, and the elimination of racial, religious, and confessional discrimination. Despite of the challenges, we respect the popular demands all over Iraq. The Iraqi security forces protects the demonstrators and provide them with their full freedom to express their demands. We are in a state of war. However, many of the governorates have peaceful demonstrations, and there is an excellent relation between the demonstrators and the security forces. This is a unique experience indeed. I personally decided to entrust a working task force with following up the demands of the demonstrators so that we can assist in implementing these demands. Distinguished President, ladies and gentlemen, the Iraqi Council of Representatives passed the government program of work. This council is a representative of the Iraqi people. We adopted a progressive vision in light of as sanctioned by the highest religious authority, urging for reform. We listened to the demands of our people that were expressed over the past 2 months. We therefore provided reform packages economically, administratively, and financially. We started working to invigorate the private sector in our country. We provided financing for small and medium-sized projects. And despite this happened despite the difficulties we experienced after the huge drop in oil prices. Iraq depends the Iraqi revenues account for 92% of our income. The reform package was respectfully accepted by our people, and they actually expressed their opinions in detail about their demands. This reform found support by the highest religious authorities. So did other stakeholders in the society. We are determined to continue our reform without disregarding our important role in directing the security and military effort to fight ISIS. Here, I would like to salute, on behalf of the Iraqi people, the efforts made by the international coalition, our brotherly and friendly countries in our war against terror, providing more support, particularly is very important, because the Iraqis are fighting. They are fighting this war, and therefore we would like to thank our brotherly countries who provided assistance. We would like to have more assistance in addressing the problems of refugees, and to increase the logistic and military support, because this would bring us closer to our ultimate victory and promote peace and security in all countries of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq understood the importance of the international efforts to draft a new development document to be adopted by the United Nations after the Millennium Declaration. Iraqi experts, national institutions in Iraq participated in the international efforts made in our region to draft a new declaration that will be celebrated this year, called the Sustainable Development Goals. The importance of this declaration is not limited to the pursuit of development for the human individual. We focus on the sustainability factor, which includes advocating for a clean environment, for the preservation of the rights of future generations, the promotion of peace and security, eliminating poverty and discrimination, improving the health and educational standard of children, and achieving wider freedoms, living in peace, and bridging the gap between the poor and the rich. These are only samples of the reforms we are trying to attain in Iraq today by bridging this gap and by lifting the injustice experienced by many sectors in our society and in the world as well. The important items included in the post-2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the achievement of such goals by 2030 require that we all work more tirelessly and to try to achieve further cooperation among the peoples and the countries of the world instead of fighting each other. This would provide the United Nations with a sufficient opportunity to work constructively in order to expedite the achievement of these objectives, to share the know-how within the programs that are applicable all over the world. Iraq will seriously and enthusiastically work to achieve the sustainable development goals within the time frame assigned. We know that this development will not really affect Iraq alone, but all countries of the world, because no country can achieve sustainable development alone without this development prevailing in the neighboring countries. We in Iraq expect from all countries of the world to adopt Security Council resolutions, namely Security Council Resolution 2170, 2178, and 2199. Such resolutions call for ending all support, financing, and arming terrorist groups. I also cite GA Resolution 281, adopted on the 25th of May 2015 to salvage the Iraqi cultural heritage, which would allow Iraq to build its country and achieve development. The government and people of Iraq understands the importance of communicating with the peoples and governments of the world. We are keen on building peace and understanding in our region, and therefore we tried to open the horizons for new relations with the countries of the region. We try to promote such relations without interfering in the internal affairs of others, so that we can guarantee a bright future for us all. The political process in Iraq is a democratic process, and it is governed by a peaceful turnover of power. 5 governments succeeded each other in Iraq, and our government is the last government, and therefore we take pride in our democratic processes. However, there are political blocs that happen to have different points of views. We are proud of the fact that there are others who have the right to express their opinion. That by itself shows that there is a political sphere for a freedom of expression of opinion. Our problem in Iraq is not an internal problem. Our problem is that there is a terrorist group that crossed the border from a neighboring country. This organization was supported and was armed and by others and occupied vast areas of Iraq. It killed thousands of Iraqis. It violated their rights, and to date, this organization, namely ISIS, recruits thousands of volunteers from various parts of the world, particularly from countries that claim that they want to stand by Iraq. This terrorist organization receives assistance and receives weapons and continues to fight us. So our problem is really an external problem. It is the support that such terrorist organizations enjoy. So therefore, the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq is a legitimate organization that is supported by the Iraqi state. However, we're talking here about legitimate terrorist groups that does not respect the state, that does not respect the law. It kills anyone who happens to think in a way that is different from the way that this organization thinks of. So even those who happen to confess the same fate have been killed and have been displaced by ISIS. There are more than 3 million people who have been displaced by ISIS from the cities that they used to live in. We are keen on building our relations with our neighboring countries. We respect the sovereignty of neighboring countries, and we do not interfere their internal affairs. And therefore, we call upon them. We call upon them to promote the same quality of relations. We want them not to interfere in our affairs. We want them to respect the Iraqi sovereignty and to respect our rights to heed the inviolability of the Iraqi lives. In conclusion, I would like to thank the United Nations and other international organizations for supporting our efforts in Iraq to achieve development, and I salute the efforts of the international organizations and all other leaders of the world and their representatives. It is truly my hope that next year we will be meeting amidst a better circumstance, and I would like to extend an invitation to all countries of the region to work together to achieve peace instead of killing and destruction. Therefore, we believe that the leaders of the region must assume their responsibility to stop the bloodshed. Each and every one of us, the leaders of the region, have a responsibility to end this killing, which is an evil visited on humanity at large. Thank you.
The General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq for the statement just made and the request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Valeriu Stretlet, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, and I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am most delighted and indeed honored to represent for the first time my country on this high rostrum and to address the General Assembly at this anniversary session. Mr. President, the 70th anniversary of the signing of the UN Charter gives us the opportunity to learn lessons from the past and to reflect on the ways and means we need to face today's and tomorrow's challenges and build together a better future for the next generation. We are all proud that today the UN remains the leader in maintaining peace and security, promoting sustainable development and human rights. The organization also durably stays at the core of the effective multilateralism, and the prominent confirmation of this is the outcome documents of the UN Summit of the adoption of the post-2015 development agenda, held a few days ago here in New York. I have a great pleasure to highlight in this respect that throughout the entire preparatory process and during this summit, the Republic of Moldova has advocated for the adoption of a new development roadmap and concerns the present and the future of our planet. The integration of the economic, social, and environmental pillars of the new framework agenda is the key to an old issue that the UN has debated along the years about the essence of sustainable development and how to put it in practice. With the new Agenda 2030, the UN and its member states are engaging in an advanced model of sustainable development for humanity and will address poverty, inequality, and combat climate change. We support the UN and member states' initiatives and actions directed to addressing climate change through ambitious measures to promote clean power at national and international levels. We believe that if everyone put their shoulders to the wheel, we would be more likely to reach the targets and create a better world. The Republic of Moldova brings its own contribution to the effort. The Sustainable Development Goals make an important chapter in the governing program for the next years. Among many years, and the aim of increasing the ratio of domestic renewable energy consumption to 20% by 2020 and promoting green economy. My country is on track to ratify the low emission development strategy, and during the Paris conference of UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Republic of Moldova intends to support the EU's mechanism for reaching these goals. Moreover, the implementation of the EU-Moldova Association Agreement included last year in Brussels, along with the deep and comprehensive free trade area, DCFTA, as its component part represents the strategic direction which complements our sustainable development efforts. The EU agenda and the UN commitments to go hand in hand and embody our affiliation to the universality of goals and responsibilities for development and peace by way of embracing the European core values and principles and strengthening our partnership in the region. Mr. President, the first anniversary of the association agreement with the EU entities entitles us to assert that the progress achieved in different fields confirm once again the veracity of the choice made by Republic of Moldova in its way forward, the European integration. The gradual implementation of the association agreement and the creation of this FTA zone brought us politically and economically closer to the EU and helped us to advance in development and modernization of the country and of the Moldovan society in the spirit of European and universal values. Although, in view of its positioning and dimensions, the Republic of Moldova does not often manage to influence the international agenda, our migration managing experience gained during implementing the action plan for liberalization, the visa-free regime, and the mobility partnership allowed us to become, inter alia, an important voice in the global forum for migration and development and with the discussion of the UN post-2015 development agenda. Nevertheless, a lot remains to be done. Reiterating the assumed commitment of the Republic of Moldova to continuing reforms and bringing the country into the big European family, we are fully opened for a further efficient dialogue with our European partners on the implementation of our priorities, the macro-financial stabilization, the reform of the judiciary and prosecution systems, the fight against corruption, and also deepening the reform on the public administration, education, and social areas, as well as the consolidation of the cooperation in the ensuring energy security and the interconnection of the transport network. The achieved progress came with the help of our development partners, and we are grateful to the European Union and its member states, especially to our neighbor, Romania, and to the United States for their continuous financial and technical assistance and for the unprecedented political support. For the same perspective, in reaching the strategic objectives of the European integration and of sustainable social economic development of the country, we also count on the support of all development partners and the UN funds, programs and special agencies. In this respect, the cooperation and assistance programs with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank being of invaluable importance for my country. We firmly believe that with the support and assistance of our development partners, we will firmly pursue the path of European integration. Mr. President, the world we live in is becoming increasingly turbulent and unsafe. Illegitimate use of military force and other forms of violence are widely used by states and non-state actors as a means to promote their interest. Gross violations of international law and dramatic decrease in the trust between the states have already undermined the central pillars of the international system. Regretfully, after a period of relative stability, the system of security and cooperation in Europe has been seriously shaken. The annexation of the Crimea by the Russian Federation, in a flagrant violation of the international law, and the outbreak of the armed conflict in the eastern regions of the Ukraine have directly challenged the international peace and security. These major negative developments brought back to our agenda the fundamental questions. What should be done to restore order and ensure respect for the norms and principles of the international law? Search for the answer will take time, but this exercise is very much needed. In the meantime, it is critical to bring the military hostilities in the Donbas region of Ukraine to an end. Continuation of the conflict will cause more suffering, more victims, and more destroyed infrastructure. There is one simple truth to be kept in mind. The longer a conflict goes on, the harder it is to find a sustainable solution. In this respect, the Republic of Moldova supports peaceful settlement of the conflict in Donbass in accordance with Minsk agreements and respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We express our solidarity with the Ukrainian people at this difficult time. The Republic of Moldova has also gone through a conflict. For other 2 decades, my country has been divided as a result of the Transnistrian conflict. But in spite of the external and domestic challenges, the Republic of Moldova will firmly follow the way of peaceful settlements of this conflict. Through restoring trust and promoting dialogue, we should move step by step to a comprehensive resolution of the Transnistrian conflict. The solution should be based on respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Moldova, identifying a special status for the Transnistrian region within the internationally recognized borders of my country. We express hope that all external partners will undertake efforts for advancing the conflict resolution process towards this goal. Additionally, we reiterate our firm position with regard to the imperative of withdrawing Russian military forces and ammunition from the territory of Republic of Moldova in accordance with the constitutional provisions of my country and international commitments. In the same context, we believe that the existing peacekeeping operation has fulfilled its mandate and needs to be transformed into a civilian mission with a relevant international mandate. Mr. President, the Republic of Moldova fully supports all measures taken by United Nations in the field of combating international terrorism, promoting disarmament and non-proliferation, and pleads for the active participation for all member states in their implementations. My country ratified and our delegation deposited these days the ratification instrument of the Arms Trade Treaty to the Secretary General. This treaty should not only ensure transparency and accountability in transfers of conventional weapons, but it should also prevent illicit arms trafficking, especially to unrecognized separatist entities. In the context of a complex security situation in the Eastern Europe region, this is of vital importance. Being convinced that the security deterioration in our region imposes an effective mechanism of small arms and light weapons control, we have also engaged in implementing the UN program of actions of small arms and light weapons, as well supporting the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. And today, we are pleased to state that during the last 3 years, with the support of our partners, we succeeded in destroying all stocks of cluster munitions in our country and anti-personnel mines. We also share what the international community's concerns about the emergence of the new terrorist threats to our democratic values, human rights, and world peace. And co-sponsor of UN Security Council Resolution 2178 for 2014 years on foreign terrorist fighters, the Republic of Moldova is in favor of the adoption of the appropriate measures for its implementation. In the same way, apart from the fact that the Republic of Moldova has participated for many years with military observers in the UN peacekeeping operation in Côte d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sudan, South Sudan, and Central African Republic, starting from 2014, our country has been contributing to the multinational peacekeeping Kosovo force, KFOR, with a contingent of more than 40 servicemen. During the last year, an important progress has also been achieved in cooperating with the EU in the field of common security and defense policy, particularly by participating for the first time in the EU-led crisis management missions and operations, including the EU training missions in Mali in 2014 and the EU military advisory mission in the Central African Republic in 2015. Thus, the Republic of Moldova is transitioning from being a security observer and beneficiary to becoming an active participant and contributor to establishing security, building peace and stability in Europe and in the whole world. As a European Union associated state, the Republic of Moldova is determined to contribute to the consolidation of the European Union's position as a regional and global actor. Mr. President, when humanity is confronted with deepening crisis, causing increasing human rights implications, and the needs of people are evolving, the UN expertise and independent assessment are crucial. Especially for this reason, the Republic of Moldova welcomes the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights' innovative approach to brief member states on new developments in a prompt manner, which will contribute to strengthening prevention and early warning. My country stands for a universal respect of the principles of international law and human rights that stems from their indivisibility and interdependence, and believes that ensuring the efficient, real, and quick reaction mechanism for the respect and promotion of the fundamental freedoms without any exceptions is of crucial importance. Mr. President, the 70th anniversary could and should become an influential incentive for further real reforms and for the reaffirmation and strengthening the role and work of the United Nations. We welcome and support every concrete effort directed and ensuring the reform of all UN structures, including the General Assembly, its subsidiary bodies, the ECOSOC and the Security Council, with the purpose to enhancing their efficiency, effectiveness, accountability, transparency, and equitable regional representation. In this line, we particularly reiterate previously expressed position of the imperatives of the allocation of one non-permanent seat in a reforming Security Council to the Eastern European group of states, and of ensuring the equitable regional rotation in the process of the elections of the UN Secretary General by entrusting for the first time the highest position of the UN Secretariat to the national coming from an Eastern European country. Finally, Mr. President, having this privilege of congratulating the entire United Nations family with the 70th anniversary of the organizations, we express our convictions that all member states will further engage by uniting efforts and resources in confronting the new threats and challenges, those safeguarding peace, humanity, and our planet, and the founders of United Nations urged us to do, pledging to constructively contribute to the attainment of this noble achievement. My delegation and my country is confident that this anniversary session will lead to the advancement of sustainable peace and development, to the environmental and human rights protections for the benefit of the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. Je donne la...
And I give the floor to His Royal Highness, Prince Moulay Rashid of Morocco.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سيد الرئيس أصحاب.
On behalf of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, President, Secretary General, Majesties, King Mohammed VI mandated me to pass on his congratulations, his esteem and his greetings. He also asked me to pronounce this royal speech to be addressed to the 70th session of the General Assembly. Praise be to God. May peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen. The current session of the United Nations General Assembly is particularly important. That is because it will see the adoption of the post-2015 Sustainable Development Agenda. It is an opportunity to reiterate our collective commitment to achieving one of the lofty objectives called for by the United Nations Charter, and also to fulfill the aspirations of peoples around the world. This current session also coincides with the celebration of the United Nations 70th anniversary, the foundation of our organization, and this in a context when the international community is facing serious challenges, unprecedented challenges, and these are challenges which require joint, efficient and integrated action. The Kingdom of Morocco's position regarding these challenges, as well as the various regional and international issues, this position will be laid out during the General Assembly's committee meetings, as well as during the ministerial discussions which will take place on the sidelines of the General Assembly. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the preparation of the development agenda for the 15 years to come must be based on an objective assessment of what we have done since the year 2000. Have we managed to change the day-to-day life of the poor? Are the results achieved solid and sustainable enough to withstand tensions, wars, and social and economic crises?
The review of the Millennium Development Goals shows that tangible progress has been made between 1990 and 2015. However, there remain gaps between regions around the world, and also within certain countries. And these remain a legitimate cause of concern. This situation tarnishes the image of international cooperation and casts doubt on our collective action within the United Nations. But it does not necessarily mean that we have failed. This situation should rather bring all stakeholders to think about the best means to promote development and to correct the malfunctions that affect international cooperation. In this context, the Kingdom of Morocco hopes that the Sustainable Development Goals will contribute to developing an ambitious agenda that can change the situation at all levels, at national, regional, and international level. However relevant and promising the Sustainable Development Agenda is, its credibility will depend on our ability to find the financing that is necessary for it. International cooperation, therefore, has to keep in step with the new international reality. It needs to shake off the legacy of the past, as well as geopolitical calculations, and refrain from imposing near impossible conditions for accessing support. The Ebola crisis showed that, besides expressions of solidarity dictated by circumstance, the international support to the countries affected was far from sufficient. It did not come up to the level of commitment that was required by the seriousness of the situation. Mr. President, development doesn't come through bureaucratic decisions or by means of technical reports that lack credibility. Development requires the deep understanding of the realities of the peoples and their characteristic facilities, as well as an objective analysis of the context in which they live. It also requires serious work to be undertaken that responds to their aspirations and to their real, genuine concerns. I am very familiar with the difficult situation in Africa, and I think I know what I'm talking about. In fact, many Africans are living in very difficult conditions. The reality is infinitely more cruel and more bitter than what is indicated in the reports by some international, governmental or non-governmental organizations. The lives of these Africans is a struggle and is subject to daily challenges, scant resources, but at the same time they live with dignity and have a sincere patriotic commitment to a better future. To address this situation, an inclusive and consistent mid-term approach needs to be adopted with complementary measures. Urgent practical initiatives are also required because deteriorating conditions and daily pressing needs cannot wait for international bureaucracy to wake up and take the necessary decisions. Seen from this point of view, Africa must be at the heart of international cooperation for development in order to help the continent to rid itself of its colonial past and to unlock its potential. For this reason, Morocco is calling on the United Nations Organization and on regional and international financial institutions. That call is for an action plan for economic transformation in Africa and for the provision of steady resources for its financing. Today, despite its promise, Africa stands at a crossroads. That is because without substantial and tangible international support, the continent will experience glaring disparities between its countries. There will be countries that are progressing and developing, while others continue to have problems and will sink into poverty, ignorance, and instability. We are making a call for peace and stability to be made top priorities to prevent conflicts, to face extremism and terrorism, and to address the migration problem. All of this by using an approach that takes into account the dignity of migrants, that preserves their basic rights, and that tackles the root causes of this phenomenon. Mr. President, the National Human Development Initiative has been launched in our country. This year, we are celebrating its 10th anniversary. This initiative has contributed to reducing poverty, marginalization, and exclusion. It has also reduced interregional disparities. In addition, it has enabled Morocco to achieve the first of the Millennium Development Goals, and to do that as early as 2013. This has meant that international organizations have put Morocco in third place among the 5 countries in the world to have adopted the best programs and initiatives in public welfare. We are ready to put our experience in this field at the service of our partners, in particular in Africa. Because of its geographical location and its strategic choices, the Kingdom of Morocco is actively involved in addressing all of the global issues and concerns. Whether we are talking about migration and human rights, climate change, sustainable development, or the fight against terrorism. Morocco has made a national response in each case that is a quality contribution to the international efforts to face these unprecedented global challenges. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Morocco's commitment to addressing these universal issues is reflected particularly in the fight against climate change. This threat is one of the most serious to face the whole of humanity. We participated in the Rio Summit in 1992, and since then, Morocco has worked to develop a national policy on the environment that is based on involving all of the relevant stakeholders. It also relates to the proper use of financial resources dedicated to climate issues. This policy is seen particularly in the adoption of the National Charter for the Environment and also in the Green Morocco Plan. It's also demonstrated by ambitious programs for solar and wind renewable energy. These programs aim to, by 2020, cover 42% of Morocco's energy needs. We are also loyal to our commitments in the field of the environment, and thus the Kingdom of Morocco in 2015 officially presented its contribution that was determined at national level. This includes strong and ambitious commitments to its participation in setting up an international environmental order which is fair and solidarity based. In this respect, Morocco is proposing to host in Marrakesh in 2016 the 22nd Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We should like to take this opportunity to reiterate our support for France's efforts. These are the efforts to achieve a global, comprehensive, sustainable, balanced and legally binding agreement at the Paris COP21 conference. Therefore, we see the Paris and Marrakesh conferences as two complementary steps to make a qualitative improvement in the fight against climate change and in avoiding previous failures. These were due to a lack of coordination and cooperation between the different stakeholders. Hence the importance of the Tangier call that was launched together with His Excellency President François Hollande on the 20th of September. This was a call for collective, solidarity-based international action on climate change. Morocco was chosen to launch this joint initiative, and that was not an incidental choice. Rather, it is a demonstration of the consideration for our country, which is at the vanguard of the efforts by African nations to adopt an efficient national strategy in the field of renewable energy. Consistent with this solidarity-based policy, Morocco will spare no effort to make heard the voice and the concerns of the African continent, as well as those of the small island developing states. They are the most vulnerable to climate change. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Organization is today celebrating its 70th anniversary, and it has reached the age of maturity, wisdom, and responsibility. Those same principles and values should govern the action of the international community in resolving the regional disputes it faces. The organization's work must not be a destabilizing factor for countries that contribute to multilateral cooperation and action. Therefore, Morocco will reject any irresponsible or risky course of action with regard to the regional dispute over the Moroccan Sahara. Indeed, many international powers fully realize that the unrealistic plans that have been drawn up inside offices and the erroneous proposals that have been made can only jeopardize the situation in the region. We have high hopes that the United Nations organization will maintain its efforts to resolve disputes through peaceful means. We hope it will remain committed to upholding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states in order to bring about peace, security, and stability as aspired to by the peoples of the world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci.
Thank His Royal Highness Prince Moulay Rashid of Morocco.
L'Assemblée va maintenant.
The Assembly will now hear a statement from His Excellency Lionel Zinsou, Prime Minister responsible for economic development and evaluation of public policy and promotion of good governance of the Republic of Benin. I would ask protocol to escort His Excellency.
J'ai le grand plaisir de
My great pleasure to welcome the Prime Minister of the Republic of Benin, His Excellency Lionel Zinsou. I invite him to address the General Assembly. Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. The United Nations this year turns 70, and for this anniversary we welcome its call for a stronger UN for a better world. This celebration is an opportunity to welcome, but also to take stock of all progress made in promoting the fundamental principles of the Charter. The goals and ideals of the organization today are faced with a world, a globalized world, one that is often dangerous, that is traversing a turbulent time in its history. We're in a multipolar world. Climate change has become concrete in terms of its harmful effects, especially on the least developed countries. Fortunately, there are public opinions. There are peoples who have aspirations for a prosperous, lasting future, and who know how to achieve this. I commend the President of the General Assembly on his personal qualities. Moreover, his country, Denmark, where he's a senior leader, continues to be very close to countries like our own. He is an excellent ambassador of the United Nations and of the will of the United Nations to stand in solidarity. I also want to pay tribute to the outgoing President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Sam Kutesa from the brother country of Uganda. His personal qualities allowed undeniable progress to be made and strong consensuses to be reached on important issues, and I want to pay tribute to him together with the President of the current session. Now, when it comes to peace, security and human rights, the theme of this 70th General Debate, we are certain that considerable progress has been made, but it's still possible to go further, and that is what we want to discuss, because yes, our world has made considerable progress, but there is still the threat of terrorism that has been mentioned many times from this rostrum just a few minutes ago when we heard from Iraq, but also, as we know from our own experience in Africa, there is strong financial instability. There are crises in Africa, and there's food crises, energy crises. There's mass youth unemployment that's affecting the youngest and the oldest in all countries. There are pandemics, that other globalization of the day. There's what we feel as a coastal country, rising sea level, coastal erosion. Now, clearly, everyone has their challenges, but the United Nations system is in the front line, and we are proud and confident in the UN's action. And then we have problems that run deep in all of our countries concerning good governance, sometimes posing major obstacles to development policies and preventing good responses to the challenges of today. And when they need to be addressed as a priority. Africa, in the Addis Ababa Plan of Action, open new possibilities of cooperation in combating great international corruption that is hitting us hard in terms of the mass tax evasion and illicit financial flows. This struggle against this kind of corruption requires coordinated judicial assistance. We need to counter its harmful, far-reaching effects. It's an obstacle to growth and to investment. We must deny the perpetrators of economic and financial crimes the possibility to take refuge in those sanctuaries which are tax havens. We're pleased that the United Nations system, working with the G20, is coordinating now with the full commitment of the African Union to combat this kind of corruption. But in each of our countries, we know that corruption at domestic level is also a very important obstacle. Benin has decided to address it, to attack it, using institutional means by creating, through a law in 2011, an effective national authority for combating corruption, and in 2015, a general audit office designed to improve administrative practices. Benin, with the help of its partners, both technical and financial, and with the help of the UN system, which has been very vigilant and very effective, intends justice to find better means so that we can prosecute and eradicate the impunity that often goes with corruption at a domestic level, even in the institutions of the Republic itself. Now, if we look at things more broadly, the UN, which has helped us in all these subjects, we expect it also to be ever more effective when it comes to conflict resolution. No state, powerful though it may be, can alone prevent or resolve conflict. If you take the example of our continent, the security issue is ever present. It's a serious obstacle to the development of the countries in the grip of these conflicts. Often it's a reflection on our borders in our territory of conflicts which in reality are trans-border in nature. Often they're linked to religious fundamentalism, to all kinds of terrorism, human trafficking, drug smuggling, maritime piracy. Africa knows these problems. Africa is getting organized. It needs help from the rest of the world. We still need help, assistance in security. That is an absolute priority component of development assistance. Our country advocates this holistic approach, which is both political, economic, legal, diplomatic, when it comes to cooperation between states. And we find that this aid is progressing strongly, especially between African countries or Africa and other continents, with the UN system as a guarantor and an actor. Similarly, want to stand in solidarity and also be an actor. Increasingly, you'll have noted in recent years that Africa is a key actor in prevention and resolution of conflicts. I must apologize today for the absence at this General Assembly because he had to leave just a few years ago. The President of the Republic of Benin, Dr. Toma Botniai, who was called on as mediator, ECOWAS mediator, to finish mediating the interior conflict in Burkina Faso and to help the Burkina people in the quest to resolve their internal problems. Now, the President is optimistic. It's an example of what we can do, but we also contribute to the task force, bringing together the brother countries of Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Chad, who are trying to fight Boko Haram together in a resolute manner. 800 Beninois soldiers will be present next to the sister and brother forces. 800 soldiers trained very often for action and intervention as part of peacekeeping operations, UN peacekeeping operations. Mr. President, it's very important. Conflict prevention is very important. Let me highlight an initiative that the United Nations has strongly supported. We met in Cotonou from the 26th to 28th of May 2015 at a symposium on education on peace and interreligious dialogue. We have the opportunity as a nation to be a nation where we see peaceful and constructive coexistence for the goals of development of our traditional religions and others. That symposium led to the adoption of a manifesto that proposes ways forward to create this will to live together, this harmony, which is a key element in preventing future conflicts and threats. And here I'd like both to thank the United Nations for their support and to call on the international community to draw inspiration and to substantively assist us in following up on this reflection on interreligious dialogue, which has developed these inter-African roots. The President of the Republic of Benin was the driving force behind the coordination of the office of the LDCs with the services of the Secretary General. And here I want to welcome the Secretary General for all the help he's provided. In that regard, we were able to improve the plight of the least developed countries. Here too, it's vital to see that in the historic adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, our countries, the LDCs, received a certain number of commitments, very strong commitments when it comes to economic development specifically dedicated to their specific cases. President, in terms of the way the UN is evolving, let me just say that Benin is very attached to two major issues, which is ever more cooperation with the African institutions. When the President of the Republic of Benin assumed the presidency of the African Union in 2012, we saw in the situation of Mali, we saw perfect coordination between the UN and the African Union with the assistance of ECOWAS, how it yielded favorable results in terms of stabilization and also in terms of bringing the situation, an eminently dangerous situation, under control. institutionalizing relations between the African Union Peace and Security Council and the United Nations Security Council is obviously a goal that we want to see pursued effectively. And as speaking of the Security Council, the United Nations Security Council, we clearly share the African position, which seeks to remedy the historic injustice where Africa is neither represented among the permanent members nor even necessarily at all within the Security Council. It's hard to leave over a billion people who've now become 2 billion people in the space of a duration outside the Security Council if the Council is to be effective, and it's hard to remain committed to privileges dating back to 1945. Those opposed to equitable representation of member states within the Security Council need to use the fact that we have entered our 71st year to truly modernize the Security Council. It will make it more effective given the major contemporary political problems before us. So in that respect, Mr. President, I'd like to say that as we do believe that there's been major progress made on a number of subjects and on which we need to move forward on further, we welcome the creation of a call for the creation of an independent Palestinian state, fully fledged UN member state, living in good relations with the neighbours Israel. And we are convinced this would create an impetus to ease tensions in that part of the world, so that we can then declare the Middle East zone a nuclear weapons-free zone the next day. But we were very encouraged by negotiations also that ended on 14th July 2015 in Vienna with a resolution to what could have been a very grave conflict, which saw the Islamic Republic of Iran and the P5+1 reaching an agreement on the nuclear issue that maintains the possibility of peaceful use of nuclear energy for the welfare, the well-being of the people, while at the same time avoiding the considerable risks that could have that were being crystallized. And we also noted with emotion during this General Assembly, we see we're moving towards a complete lifting of the embargo on Cuba declared by the United States, and the progress made. We want to commend both Presidents Castro and Obama for their spectacular courage, for being able to wipe the slate clean, and for being able to build a future of hope for the two peoples. It's vital, and the whole world should benefit from it. But Mr. President, I'd like to conclude by returning to the question of good governance and combating corruption. Mr. President, the post-2015 agenda is very demanding, and that's as it should be. Now, with a country like Benin, an LDC, what we have to do in 15 years is something that humanity has never done. There will be over 150 million inhabitants in a few years in Africa. With all that means in terms of the balance of our ecosystems, in terms of social equilibrium, needs for education, needs for infrastructure, in terms of urbanization. What lies ahead, no one has ever done it before. And the goals that we're proposing, no one has ever even proposed such goals. And that's a considerable step forward, and the success of the MDGs in many countries and in our own, all the people ensured that there was significant progress made on all of them, and now there's also in Bangladesh that achieved all the goals. That's an extraordinary feat, and it's rather dizzying because it now faces something that's even more demanding. We will need all the aid from the international community, but we will need ourselves. We'll need to draw on our own strengths. We'll need the best possible governance. The President of the Republic of Benin, coming to the end of his 2 constitutional mandates in compliance with the Constitution, is ensuring that the elections in 6 months' time will take place in Benin, should be an example for all previous elections, especially the last 2 at legislative municipal levels have just taken place, so that the democratic changeovers that the country has seen over the last 5 years should once again be illustrated with success and dignity. We are but a small example, but we are an example of a democracy and of democracy governance that knows its limits and shortcomings, but we're getting better. We are a democracy, an example for Africa, and we think that today that it's the primary ingredient of any successful development policy, given the challenges that lie ahead. We seek to be there in the spirit of the United Nations Charter. I thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister of Benin for the statement just made. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
je donne maintenant la parole.
And I give the floor to His Excellency Gilles Tonelli, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Monaco.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, the successful outcome of the United Nations Summit on the 70th anniversary of the organization is about facing the common challenges over the 15 years to come and facing the many obstacles that impede sustainable development for all. The heads of state and government have adopted an historic agreement, and its objectives are eradicating poverty and restoring dignity to each individual so that all might enjoy their freedoms and rights. The 21st century should meet the expectations of peoples for higher social justice and for shared prosperity and a healthy environment, which is respectful of future generations, as quite rightly was underlined by His Holiness Pope Francis in front of this Assembly. The proliferation of conflicts and crises and the millions of victims caught in their destructive wake strengthen our determination to pursue transformation of current models whose ambition is to match the challenges we are facing. Mr. President, tragedy persists and in Syria, and barbaric means are used by extremist groups, and that's propagated in Western Africa and the Middle East. Those fill us with horror. They blindly target religious minorities, civilians, women and children. Those are always the most common victims. The international community cannot remain indifferent in the face of the destruction of our common human heritage, such as the temples in Palmyra. They are a symbol of the Middle East as the cradle of a culture for thousands of years. We therefore strongly support the Secretary-General's initiative, Human Rights for All, and his endeavour to establish a plan of action preventing violent extremism. In this regard, I would like to remind you that Monaco co-sponsored the Security Council Resolution 2178 on foreign terrorist fighters and combating violent extremism. The Principality already implements the decisions taken by the Security Council on prohibiting access to financial assets and economic sanctions on people who might be connected to terrorist networks. Furthermore, Monaco is currently reinforcing its legal framework in the area of national security, and the Principality also actively participates in the fight against money laundering for funds coming from illicit activities. We are aware of the importance of cooperation between the UN and regional organizations. Therefore, Monaco continues to support a peaceful solution to the crisis in Ukraine. We also did that in the last 3 months of 2014 when we presided over the OSCE Forum on Security and Cooperation, and it continues today in our support for the actions maintained by the OSCE Observer Mission. These last few months have seen flows of migrants in Europe that have been unprecedented since the Second World War. There have been dire humanitarian consequences, and that requires a coordinated multilateral approach. The European Union plan, in this regard, provides a timely response. The principle of the responsibility to protect was endorsed by His Serene Highness 10 years ago from this high rostrum, and that must represent the basis for our collective action faced with genocide, ethnic cleansing, and other crimes against humanity. The primary responsibility bestowed by the Charter of the Security Council to maintain international peace and security brings me to commend the courageous initiative taken by France and Mexico in calling for the voluntary and collective suspension of the right of veto by its 5 permanent members when dealing with mass atrocities. I take this opportunity today to announce Monaco's official support for this initiative, as well as the one presented by the ACT Group to develop a code of conduct which would apply to all member states. Let me also express our gratitude to those who promote these specific and ethical measures to reinforce the effectiveness of the Security Council and make its decisions more convincing in the face of public opinion. All of the efforts made have allowed in representation to the Security Council must be supported. The princely government welcomes the recent developments in the intergovernmental negotiation process. Mr. President, in 1 month's time, we'll celebrate the 15th anniversary of Resolution 1325 of the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security. Then we will reveal the results of the global study on its implementation. Unfortunately, we are too sadly familiar with the devastating consequences of conflicts for women, who are often the first victims when they are, however, not responsible for such conflicts. Along with children, they also represent the majority of refugees and displaced persons. Convinced of the importance of full and active participation of women on an equal footing in preventing conflicts and peacefully resolving them, as well as in peace building and peacekeeping, we therefore call for the implementation of specific measures. Mr. President, the issues to be tackled by the first humanitarian summit proposed by the Secretary General are of utmost importance given the context. As I've said, there's been this human tragedy, and we're also dealing with climate change, natural disasters, and a health crisis. In this regard, the international community needs to define a new humanitarian deployment framework that can respond to the growing and complex needs, can support financing, and can complement operations by providing planning and long-term development. Regional consultations have already highlighted the concerns of various stakeholders. They will allow for adequate responses to be found, not only meeting the complexity of humanitarian crises, but also the specificity of each of these crises. Monaco's participated actively in this preparation work, in line with its commitment in the international framework, or as part of the mobilization of its NGOs and of the Monegasque Red Cross. The magnitude of the Ebola virus has once again demonstrated the absolute need to build effective, sustainable health systems that can face emergency situations. In this regard, Monaco has already expressed its support for the reform that has been begun by the WHO to this end. Mr. President, the Addis Ababa Programme of Action has been developed to facilitate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with its 17 goals and 169 targets. The aim here is to find an effective way to transform our lifestyles. A technology facility mechanism was also launched during the summit, and this represents the spirit of development stakeholders to work for developing countries. It also bears witness to the will of the international community to build capacity in a specific manner. These efforts will, however, not be successful without ambitious and legally binding universal agreements that will allow us to fight climate change effectively and to move towards low carbon and resilient societies and economies. The Principality is convinced that COP21 in Paris will be part of this trend and will help us to achieve a global agreement for the climate. Such an agreement is a sine qua non condition for the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is why Prince Albert has committed the Principality to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 compared with 1990 levels. He's also renewed his commitment to carbon neutrality by 2050. In setting these objectives, the Principality demonstrates its willingness to take a full part in the collective efforts needed to face one of humanity's biggest challenges. Despite its low emissions footprint, Monaco will continue to promote innovative means of transportation and consumption, as well as planning that is as green as possible. Mr. President, we cannot talk about the climate without talking about the issue of the oceans, which play a central role in regulating the world's climate. That is the reason that has led the Principality to supporting the the 2015 Ocean and Climate Platform of the International Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. Monaco is pleased to see that this is an integral part of the Sustainable Development Programme, which strengthens the implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which represents a constitution of the oceans. This is the sense behind the personal commitment of Prince Albert and also of his leadership, of his government's actions in favour of healthy and productive oceans and seas. To ensure the implementation of this agenda, Monaco proposes to convene conferences every 3 years from 2017 onwards. For small island developing states, the ocean is not just a source of economic and social benefit, it is also an integral part of their identity. For this reason, Monaco has increased its international cooperation for climate change adaptation and for the preservation of biodiversity, as well as for access to water, the development of sustainable tourism, and for capacity building. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to remind you that for several years now, Monaco has proposed increasing the protection of marine mammals from the growing threat caused by humans. We hope that this proposal will be included in the omnibus resolution on oceans at this current session. Mr. President, in 70 years, the United Nations has worked to honour the goals bestowed on it by the Charter. It hasn't ceased to adapt to emerging challenges that have transformed the world since its creation. Political will that has prevailed during the United Nations Summit on Sustainable Development has encouraged us. It has encouraged us in further strengthening the organisation, in giving it the means to pursue its noble mandate. Therefore, it has reaffirmed the legitimacy of the values and principles of the United Nations Charter in today's world. The Principality of Monaco remains more than ever convinced that this is necessary, and it will continue to make its modest but resolute contribution to building a better world, while respecting our differences. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Monaco.
Give the floor to His Excellency Elmar Mamadiarov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Mogans Lukitov on his assumptions of the presidency of the General Assembly at its 70th session and wish him every success in fulfilling this highly responsible duty. We are also grateful to Mr. Sam Kutesa for all his hard work in presiding over the 69th session. Over the past 70 years, the United Nations have decisively established itself as a universal organization working for the noble cause of maintaining international peace and security, developing friendly relations among states, and achieving international cooperation. The ability of the United Nations to respond to rapidly changing international environment by constant adaptation is remarkable. It gives us confidence to believe that the organization will succeed in addressing the challenges it faces. Azerbaijan condemns terrorism, violent extremism, and separatism in all their forms and manifestations. In situations of armed conflict or political crisis involving interstate relations, no solution can be reached which is inconsistent with international law and legal order, particularly where fundamental norms are concerned, such as obligation to respect the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of the internationally recognized borders of the states. With a view to contemporary developments, I have to express our deepest concern over the unfolding refugee crisis fueled by the armed conflicts in the Middle East and Africa. We are equally alarmed by increasing cases of religious intolerance, in particular Islamophobia, and attempts to associate religions with terrorism. Mr. President, guided by the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, Azerbaijan is making concrete contributions to the activities of the United Nations. My country has been participating in the UN mandate peacekeeping operations conducted under the commands of regional organizations or individual member states in Kosovo, Iraq, and Afghanistan for more than 15 years. We are looking forward to further supporting the UN peacekeeping activities, including by providing training facilities in Azerbaijan. The Millennium Development Goals are of key importance in promoting development worldwide. In this regard, we are confident that Sustainable Development Goals will be an effective tool in global efforts towards attaining peace, prosperity, and growth. Over the past years, Azerbaijan has achieved impressive results on many MDG targets, especially on eradicating extreme poverty and hunger, ensuring universal primary education, and promoting gender equality. Currently, Azerbaijan is adopting its National Sustainable Development Strategy, taking into account the SDG targets aimed at developing a more sustainable, inclusive, and diversified economy. In recognition of Azerbaijan's outstanding commitment, determination, and continuous efforts toward the implementation of the MDGs, my country received the 2015 South-South Award. Despite global economic and financial crisis encountered by many countries of the region, in the first half of 2015, Azerbaijan registered economic growth of 5.7%, while the growth in the non-oil sector was 9.2%. My country has managed to become one of the crucial players of the global market in energy infrastructure projects, such as Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, through the construction of Trans-Anatolian and Trans-Adriatic natural gas pipelines and the Southern Gas Corridor, which will connect energy pipeline networks of Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, Greece, Albania, and Italy. Azerbaijan has also initiated strategic transport infrastructure networks, such as Baku-Tbilisi Kars Railroad project, which will connect railway systems of Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey, and the new Baku International Sea Trade Port allow short and efficient connection between East and West as a reviving Asian Silk Road. Azerbaijan considers information and communication technologies as a driving force of development and has initiated Trans-Eurasia Information Superhighway within the United Nations, which is designed to provide affordable and reliable broadband connectivity to landlocked countries of Eurasia, including Afghanistan and Central Asia states. On human dimension, Azerbaijan continues to promote tolerance, multiculturalism, and understanding among peoples. We are proud that the first European Games in the history of the European continent was held this year in Baku, with participation of more than 6,000 athletes from 50 countries. In 2017, my country will host Islamic Solidarity Games. We are also planning to hold the 7th Global Forum of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations in Baku in 2016. Mr. President, yesterday, the President of Armenia delivered a statement at the general debate, full of usual set of falsifications, distortions, and misinterpretations, in which he attempted once again to lecture others about principles and values which in reality his government disregards and opposes. The international community still recalls brutal massacres by invaded Armenian troops on Azerbaijan civilians, including children, women, and the elderly, as well as establishment of the military dictatorship in Armenia after murdering the entire political elite of the country and killing a number of peaceful demonstrators protesting rigged presidential elections. It is well known that Armenia unleashed the war and used force against my country and occupied almost 1/5 of territory of Azerbaijan, including Nagorno-Karabakh region and 7 adjacent districts, carried out ethnic cleansing on the seized areas by expelling about 1 million Azerbaijanis from their homes, and committed war crimes and crimes against humanity during the conflict. The international community has consistently deplored it in the strongest terms the use of force by Armenia against Azerbaijan and the resulting occupation of its territories. In 1993, United Nations Security Council adopted resolutions 822, 853, 874, and 884, condemning the occupation of the territory of Azerbaijan and reaffirming respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and the inviolability of its internationally recognized borders. In those resolutions, the Security Council also confirmed that Nagorno-Karabakh region is part of Azerbaijan and demanded immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of the occupying forces from all occupied territories of my country. Other international organizations have adopted a similar position and resolution. It is a landmark judgment. In case of Cheragov and other versus Armenia, the European Court of Human Rights held Armenia fully responsible for the occupation of territories of Azerbaijan and violation of the rights of Azerbaijani internally displaced persons. In total disregard to this judgment and the norms and principles of international law, Armenia continues its efforts aimed at further consolidating the status quo of the occupation by altering the physical, demographic, and cultural characters of the occupied territories, and to deny the right of hundreds of thousands of Azerbaijanis forcibly displaced persons to return to their homes and access to their properties. On September 26 of this year, President of Armenia made even more remarkable statement referring to the occupied Nagorno-Karabakh region of Azerbaijan as a part of Armenia. We categorically reject this fallacious and bellicose statement, which testified to Armenia's apparent disregard of its obligations under the UN Charter and international law, represents yet another admission at the highest level of the aggression perpetrated by the Republic of Armenia against the Republic of Azerbaijan, and demonstrates how the leadership of Armenia is far from engaging in constructive search for peace. In that statement, Armenian president even boasted his country to be one of the most militarized areas of the world. Against this background, Armenia's speculations on confidence-building measures are curious to say the least. In fact, the real reason for lack of confidence are Armenia's over-territorial claims to neighboring countries, aggression against Azerbaijan, occupation and ethnic cleansing of its territories, denial of its responsibility for atrocious crimes committed in course of the conflict, opposition to direct contacts between Azerbaijani Armenian communities of Nagorno-Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, and reluctance even to cooperate seriously on the issues of missing persons. In reality, for an effective confidence building, it is crucial first and foremost to implement without further delay the plan of withdrawal of the armed forces of Armenia from the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. As for the ideas of elaborating a mechanism for investigation incidents along the line of contact, we should note that the major cause of these incidents is the continued unlawful presence of Armenian troops in the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. Such an investigation mechanism must be an integral component of the above-mentioned withdrawal plan. Otherwise, it will serve only for consolidating the status quo, which even the presidents of OSCE Minsk Group co-chair countries have repeatedly stated to be unacceptable and unsustainable. The Nagorno-Karabakh region has always been and will remain an inalienable part of Azerbaijan. We will never reconcile with the seizure of our territories. The conflict can only be resolved on the basis of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan within its internationally recognized borders. The military occupation of the territory of my country does not represent a solution and shall never produce a political outcome desired by Armenia. The sooner Armenia reconciles with this reality, the earlier the conflict will be resolved, and countries and peoples in the region, of course including of Armenia, will benefit from the prospects of cooperation and economic development. Azerbaijan is the most interested party in soonest negotiation settlement of the conflict. However, if the negotiations fail to bring as an outcome the complete and conditional withdrawal of Armenian troops, Azerbaijan will be compelled to use its inherent right of self-defense guaranteed under the Article 51 of United Nations Charter to ensure restoration of its sovereignty and territorial integrity within the international recognized border. Azerbaijan highly appreciates the principled stance of the member states of the United Nations that has been repeatedly expressed on issues that are of utmost importance for my country and pertaining to its sovereignty and territorial integrity. We count on the continued resolve of the international community in defending the purpose and principles of UN Charter, as well as strong solidarity with the just position of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jose Manuel Garcia Margallo, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Spain.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, Excellencies, there's a famous painting by Goya called "The Dream of Reason Produces Monsters." Goya taught us that when reason deserts us, when literally falls asleep, it leaves space free for the worst demons of our nature to take hold. 70 years ago, humanity awoke not from a dream, but from a nightmare. The unbridled exercise of power, without the check of law or the calmness of reason, produced the monsters of World War II and of the Shoah. Law is the reason of states. I'm referring to the law expressed through the formal foundations of a democratic, lawful state by the legitimate representatives of national sovereignty. When those foundations are overwhelmed, when the reason of law is flouted, the monsters of Goya are always lying in wait. 70 years ago, humanity, represented by the United Nations in San Francisco, learned its lesson. The founders of the United Nations reached the conclusion that just as states have a constitution that governs the norms of cohabitation among its citizens, it was necessary for the international community to acquire its own supreme law, its own Magna Carta. The San Francisco Charter is the constitution of humanity. Its preamble, principles and purposes are the principles that underpin the edifice that is home to us all. These include respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of states are essential to ensure the maintenance of international peace and security. If these pillars are weakened, neglected, or substituted by a will that considers itself above the law, that edifice literally will crumble on top of us. It will leave us out in the cold. A strong UN, a better world. That is the motto with which we're commemorating the 70th anniversary of the United Nations. There are those who will deny this. For them, the United Nations is a weak organization, one unable of responding to the challenges and threats of our time. But I don't think that's the truth. It's clear that there are reasons for hope. The nuclear agreement reached with Iran and the restoration of diplomatic relations between the United States and Cuba, or the prospect of a peace agreement in Colombia soon, show that situations that have festered for far too long can be resolved, and Spain welcomes this. Now we need to take a further step forward so that both Iran and Cuba, both proud countries with a very defined personality, who have highly qualified populations, can turn into catalysts for change and contribute to stability and progress in their respective regions. And if it's possible to reach agreement in situations that many considered to be unresolvable, as Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Spain, it would be remiss of me not to mention the dispute over Gibraltar, the last colony in European territory. We want to reinitiate with the United Kingdom bilateral dialogue on decolonization of Gibraltar based on the parameters established by the United Nations and by the Brussels Declaration of 1984. On a different tack, my country hopes that the UK will respond to the Spanish proposal on establishing a new local cooperation mechanism with a view in the interests of social well-being and economic development of the region. Here, there would be participation from the local competent Gibraltarian authorities and the competent local and regional Spanish authorities. Light predominates over the darkness in other areas too. I'm thinking here of the challenge of climate change. Now, it's true that time is running out, but also that there are well-founded hopes that at the Paris summit in December, we will achieve results that allow us to stop the process of the deterioration of our common home and decisively turn things around. Therefore, we need to have a sustainable growth model, one that is equitable and that leaves no one behind. Once again here, hopes begin to turn into reality thanks to the recent adoption of the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals. His Majesty the King was present at the summit which saw the adoption of this agenda, and he reiterated the commitment of our country to its implementation. A commitment already translated into acts with the creation of a Sustainable Development Goals Fund, initially financed by Spain, but open to all other states and to the private sector. President, I consider myself to be among those who believe that the 21st century will be the century of the woman. But this will only be so if we all do play our part, because as the President of Chile said, Michelle Bachelet, equality won't happen by itself. That's why Spain has for some time been encouraging the participation and leadership of women in all dimensions of collective life. And to that end, our strategic plan for equal opportunities 2040-2016 has been allocated 3.1 billion euros. 3.1 million euros. We'll be bringing our national commitment to equality to our presidency of the Security Council. During our presidency, on the 13th of October, we will be holding a high-level open-ended debate on Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, to be presided by the Spanish Prime Minister. I invite everybody to take part at the very highest level because the occasion merits it. Now, the main threat to the model of a just, prosperous, equitable, open society that we seek to build for that same peace and security of the international community, that greatest threat is terrorism. Spain has been hit hard by internal terrorism and by international terrorism. Back in 1960, 55 years ago, as a result of an explosion of a bomb placed in a railway station by the ETA terrorist group, a 22-month-old child, Begoña Uroz, died. Since then, 850 human beings, men, women and children, have lost their lives as a result of the terrorist madness. All terrorism is born from hatred and disdain for life, and is a crime against humanity. That's the basis that we work on. But it's also true that evil manifests itself in different forms depending on the circumstances and the historical times. In our lifetime, jihadist terrorism, it's its most lethal, insidious form. Spain too suffered at its hands. On the 11th of March 2004, 190 people of various nationalities, majority workers, were killed and over 1,000 people were injured. In the case of Daesh, we are up against a terrorist movement that has sought to control a territorial base from which it seeks to launch attacks and to destroy our model of civilization. Because all of us objectives, we must all form a common front against Daesh. There can be no negotiation with terrorists. They can only be defeated. Only with the law, but with all of the law. That's why Spain did not hesitate to join, right from the beginning, the international coalition fighting against Daesh in Iraq at the side of the government and people of Iraq. But military intervention is not enough. It's also necessary to combat radicalization, which leads so many youngsters to fill their ranks. Spain places at the disposal of this common struggle our own experience and multilateral initiatives such as the Alliance of Civilizations, the Vienna Caisid, or the Union for the Mediterranean. From its own experience, we know that saving and keeping alive the memory of the victims is vital to prevent a repetition of such horrors. On too many occasions have we seen the victims being presented as being the guilty, as though bringing their sacrifice upon themselves. If I may, another personal experience, I'd like to recall that until 1997, the year which saw the assassination of Miguel Ángel Blanco, we had to bury our dead virtually in secret, so that there should be no repeat, so that the voice of the victims can reach all corners of the planet. On 21st October, let us ensure the dignity, memory and justice in the Security Council. To the same end, joining forces to combat radicalization and extremism, the Madrid Club has invited around 100 former heads of state and government on the 27th and 28th of October. Their experience will be incredibly useful to us. Now, let me refer to impunity. Spain and Romania have decided to propose the establishment of a international criminal court against terrorism. We think it's necessary for the United Nations to consider this proposal in all its scope. This would be an international jurisdictional mechanism to combat the crimes of international terrorism using the tools of international law. Such a court would complement the action of the International Criminal Court and would intervene when a state is not in a position to carry out trials itself. So, conflicts in regions such as the Middle East or in parts of Africa are at the origin of the most serious migratory crisis Europe has seen since World War II. The images of this immense tragedy move our hearts, but it is our reason that can provide solutions. Of course, what's most urgent is the humanitarian response, saving lives, providing shelter, healing, feeding. But it's important also to draw up a comprehensive asylum and integration policy that sets out the concepts of asylum and economic migration, and that takes into account the rights and dignity of people who risk their lives to find a better future for themselves and their children. I think that the time has come to begin thinking about a global covenant under UN auspices in which countries of origin, countries of transit and host countries would all participate, because migration is a global challenge which we can only solve by working together. Now, I said before that the origin of the current migratory crisis were festering conflicts often exacerbated by a lack of response from the international community, and as a result of the brutality of the parties. The paradigmatic case is that of Syria, 4.5 years of conflict, 250,000 lives lost, 12 million people in desperate need of humanitarian assistance, 7.6 million IDPs, 4 million refugees in neighboring countries. The figures are simply staggering. The solution to the conflict is urgent. We must work on two fronts. First, providing immediate humanitarian response to assuage the suffering of the Syrian people. Second, support the inclusive political process presented by the SRSG, Stefan de Mistura. There's similar urgency with the conflict in Libya. Here we support the work of the Special Envoy of the Secretary General, my compatriot Bernardino de Leon, and we continue with impatience to seek an agreement for the formation of a national unity government. We call for courage, and we call on all parties to come together to overcome the fracture of a country divided in two, where on the horizon we can already see the black flag of Daesh just a few kilometers from our coast. Let me say that a partition of Libya would be the worst possible solution. And of course, in the Middle East, we continue to be committed to an agreement between Israelis and Palestinians that goes via the two-state solution with mutually agreed borders. We must revitalize the peace process. Spain will always be willing to support the parties to return to the path of direct negotiations. In Africa, the situation in Mali, in the Central African Republic and elsewhere troubles us, and troubles us greatly. But in that, it's not all darkness in that continent. There are bright spots. The response to the Ebola epidemic and the development and rebuilding plans presented by the countries affected by Ebola fill us with hope. Spain continues to be very optimistic when it comes to Africa's future. In Europe, the main shadow, but with certain bright spots, continues to be the crisis in Ukraine, where it's vital to implement the Minsk agreements and to continue building a climate of trust so as to put an end to a conflict of a different time. We call on the parties to seek that path. So I'm convinced that today the United Nations is stronger in a world that, while it's still far from perfect, is better than that world of 70 years ago. To keep moving forward towards perfection, it's crucial to respect the values, principles and purposes of the Charter, including territorial integrity. Violation thereof, as history has taught us, is one of the preferred instruments of the monsters of Goya to put us to sleep. To avoid this, it's necessary for the reason of law, and that the law of reason should remain ever alert. Among the foundations, one of the foundations is always dialogue, reconciliation, and cohabitation. Without them, we will be left out in the cold. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Spain. Je donne maintenant la parole.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Samuel Ramba, Minister for Foreign Affairs of African Integration and Francophonie of the Central African Republic.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, President of the 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. The head of state of the transition, Her Excellency Catherine Samba-Panza, was to have spoken to you personally in order to thank the United Nations for the extremely valuable support to the process of transition in the Central African Republic. Alas, the resurgence of violence since the 25th of September in the capital, Bangui, has meant that she has had to return home earlier than intended. She has therefore asked me to give her speech as follows. Mr. President, it is an honor and a great pleasure for me to share with you the vision that my country has on the major issues facing the world, and to tell you about the development of the situation in the Central African Republic. The serious situation obtaining today in my country means that I must spare addressing international issues in order to call world leaders' attention to the new drama affecting the African people in the Central African Republic. I should like, first of all, sincerely to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Morgens Luketoft on being elected to be President of the 70th General Assembly. You may rest assured, sir, of the full support of the delegation of my country for the success of this assembly, which also marks the 70th anniversary of the United Nations. I'm also grateful to His Excellency Sam Odessa, your predecessor, who, by his leadership and example, conducted the work of the 69th session and the preparatory work for this assembly. My gratitude also goes to Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the United Nations. I should like to encourage him in his constant commitment to peace, security, and development in the world, and congratulate him particularly on his personal involvement in the endeavors to resolve the crisis in the CAR. Sir, a year ago, the head of state of transition outlined before this august assembly the dramatic situation in my country, while appealing to the international community to mobilize, to come to the help of the CAR, beset by blind and savage violence on the part of non-regulated armed groups. Given the cruelty of the atrocities and heinous crimes hitherto unknown in the history of my country, you did not hesitate. The international community unanimously committed to support the transitional government which had just been established. This was shown by the adoption of several resolutions of the Security Council, one of them being 2149, authorizing the deployment of MINUSCA, the UN stabilization mission in the CAR. Supported by this commitment from the international community, the head of state of transition worked to the utmost to establish dialogue between the various protagonists in order to find together the way to social cohesion and stabilization for the country. It was a question of ensuring a peaceful climate, one of confidence, so that we could live together. The crisis was far-reaching and complex. It required a vigorous global response, which the transitional government was not able to provide alone. In order to break the deadlock, the transitional government, with the support of the international community, drew up a roadmap with, as its priorities, the re-establishment of security and the building of peace, humanitarian assistance, the re-establishment of state authority throughout the national territory, the recovery of the economy and the improvement of the management of public finance, the organization of free, transparent and democratic elections for return to constitutional order. In 18 months of a transition, considerable progress has been made. Politically, after the signature of the agreement on the cessation of hostilities in Brazzaville on the 23rd of July 2014, grassroots consultations organized throughout the entire country made it possible to hold the National Forum from the 4th to the 11th of May this year, bringing together all forces in the nation, including armed groups. This led to the adoption of significant recommendations and the signature of commitments by armed groups to renounce violence. The electoral process is taking place normally, and the government has undertaken to organize elections in accordance with the timetable established by the National Elections Authority, establishing a deadline at the end of December this year. This process is an irreversible one. The people of the CAR are determined to go to the ballot box to choose their leaders democratically. Sir, in 2011, while the country was at peace, the number of registered voters was 1,600,000. Today, despite the crisis, the number is 1,590,000 registered voters. This shows the desire of the people to return to constitutional order. As far as security matters go, since the deployment of MINUSCA on the 15th of September 2014 until the most recent sad events, the situation was becoming progressively more normal throughout the entire land. Bangui, the capital, began to find once again its charming way of life with the resumption of economic and social activities. While awaiting the DDR process, a program pre-DDR was started with the cantonnement of former armed groups employed in community work. On the humanitarian front, the situation has once again become alarming since the terrible date of the 25th of September this year. The IDP number had been considerably reduced, but now we see a horrendous spike, which means that there are more than 30,000 internally displaced people in Bangui. However, the numbers of refugees have dropped from 1 million in 2014 to 460,000 since the voluntary return policy. The international community has lent very strong support to the Central African Republic in order to help the country to return to normality. In economic terms, the growth rate was minus 37% at the height of the crisis in 2013. This has moved to 1.3% in 2014, and the forecast for 2015 of the order of 5.5%. This progress is attributable to the support of the international community, which created the necessary conditions to mobilize domestic resources and also provide support from bilateral and multilateral partners. And President, sir, after a year of untiring efforts on the part of the transitional government and the international community, we have been able to state happily a week ago, we were able to say that the bad times were over, that the Central African Republic was gradually recovering from its travails and taking its place amongst the community of nations. Alas, just as we came to tell the United Nations of these encouraging results of transition, the transition, which was moving to its end with the organization of elections at the end of this year, the enemies of peace once again dealt a harsh blow to the process on the 25th of September by savage violence, killings and terrible crimes, leading to the loss of many human lives and destruction, as well as the massive displacement of peoples. This situation clearly shows that peace and reconciliation are still tenuous and require strong, supported action in order that my country will not once again be drawn into a vicious cycle of violence, challenging the progress made so arduously during the transition, thanks to the determination of the government and the people and the constant support of the international community. So we ask the international community, and particularly the United Nations, then, to make it possible for there to be a stronger presence in the Central African Republic, stronger action to help to staunch destruction and widespread crime. For 18 months, the legitimate aspiration of the people for stability and development has remained dependent on the security situation, which is still very uncertain, as proven by the current outbreaks of violence in Bangui. Sir, I'm aware that the outbreaks of crisis have multiplied in the world today, that our organization is facing many challenges on all fronts, and that resources are diminishing ever more. But remember the thousands of children, of women, of old people, of sick people, and other vulnerable groups so hatefully killed in such a cowardly way, raped, humiliated, or required to leave their homes to find refuge in unhealthy, inhuman places, under the rain, without shelter, just because a handful of individuals decided to put into practice their nefarious plans to destabilize an entire country, to assuage their hunger for power. This then is why I call upon you, the Security Council of the United Nations, to reinforce MINUSCA's mandate, better to combat these enemies of peace and give hope once again to the sorely tried people of my country. This is why then I demand that the Security Council consider lifting the sanctions regime, particularly regarding the training and equipment of our defense and security forces within the framework of bilateral cooperation with friendly countries ready to help the CAR. With this then, speeding up the reform of the security sector, RSS, pre-DDR and DDR, appear as the immediate absolute priority, moving towards the reconstitution of a Republican multi-ethnic army representative of all regions of the country and able to lend its support to the actions of international forces. I remain, too, very deeply disturbed by the matter of impunity, which continues despite the sanctions pursuant to resolutions 2127 and 2134, Security Council resolutions pertaining to certain Central African citizens at the root of the crisis today. The failure to implement the provisions of these resolutions is one of the causes of the lasting violence of armed groups and violence in our country. This is why, then, the government has established a special criminal court in order to try all those responsible for mass atrocities and the destruction seen in the country today. This is the right forum to pay tribute to MINUSCA and to all of those who have made their contribution in order to give new hope to the people of the Central African Republic. Inter alia, the member countries of the Security Council of the African Union, the European Union, CEAC, CEMAC, the OIC, the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region, France, the United States of America, and the Kingdom of Morocco. Mr. President, this 70th General Assembly is being held against a backdrop of generalized threats affecting all countries who want to see justice and peace, whether we're talking about Al-Qaeda and the Islamic Maghreb, Al-Shabaab or Boko Haram or the Islamic State. Terrorism remains a threat to the entire world and must grasp the attention of all world leaders who, regardless of their ideological or religious beliefs, must work to eradicate this scourge. The Republic of Central Africa is not spared these threats because, in addition to the armed groups slaughtering the civilian population and going unpunished, my country has for more than a decade been facing Joseph Kony's LRA, laying waste to the southeast of the country. The porous borders in the northeast and northwest of the country mean that the CAR is a potential sanctuary, indeed a very likely sanctuary for terrorists, in particular from Boko Haram, at present in Nigeria and neighboring countries. This is why the re-establishment of state authority throughout our country is of the greatest priority in order to prevent the Central African Republic from becoming an area where terrorists can fall back, recruit new members, and gain new supplies. Sir, as well as these problems, we have the pandemics of HIV, AIDS, Ebola fever, poverty, which renders the situation of many people on this earth ever more precarious. These pandemics require increased international solidarity between governments and a sustained partnership between them and civil society to bring about eradication. Then another major challenge we face today is that of climate change. This only exacerbates geographical, social, and ecological inequalities with the sad consequences of poverty, the migration crisis, and the reduction of resources for future and current generations. My country, which is part of the Congo Basin, through its forests, preserves an ecological balance in the world, but it is classed amongst one of the poorest countries in the world, therefore one of the most vulnerable ones. Our development priorities remain adaptation to the negative impact of climate change by means of support from the international community to gain access for Southern Hemisphere countries to additional funding and the transfer of technologies. Here, the conclusions and outcome of the Conference of Paris to be held in December this year will provide a strong signal to the decision makers on our Earth to work together to provide future generations a world where it will be good to live. I urge you to respect this historic milestone. Then there are other challenges regarding human rights, the rule of law, good governance, peace and lasting security, but the respect of human rights must not be an alibi for impunity. There must be a framework of equitable justice, meaning that those responsible for serious crimes can be held to account. Respecting human rights also means the peaceful settlement of disputes, the respect for freedom of expression, the preservation of the territorial integrity, the borders of states. Here, the Central African Republic remains of the belief that conflict prevention and conflict settlement by peaceful means are the best way to maintain and ensure international peace and security. This is why my country continues to support the principle of the political settlement of the question of the Moroccan Sahara within the framework of the guidelines defined by the United Nations. My country welcomes the encouraging positions of the Security Council expressed through the several resolutions that have been adopted since 2007, which lay down a credible basis for a political settlement, one mutually acceptable to the various parties. My country remains firmly committed to this process under the aegis of the United Nations. So the 70th anniversary of the United Nations provides us with an opportunity to think about reforming the bodies of our organization, its organs, so that they can be adjusted to the requirements of today's world. We therefore have to move towards a new way to achieve world peace and security with a reform of the principal organ, the Security Council, to ensure that it is more representative, more democratic, and accessible to southern countries. The Central African Republic supports the process of such a reform, which will mean that it will prove easier for the United Nations to meet the expectations of nations when it comes to responding to international issues. My country also pleads for an agreement to refrain from the use of veto in streamlining the process for international action to be taken in situations of conflict or disaster where there are risks of mass crimes and crimes against humanity. Sir, I wish to express the hope that this 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly will be an historic occasion where world leaders will unanimously and bravely enter into a commitment to revitalize organization with the same determination as their forebears 70 years ago. Thank you very much and happy anniversary.
Remercie.
I should like to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of African Integration and Francophonie of the Central African Republic.
Speaker in the general debate for this meeting. I was about to release you, but representative request to exercise his right of reply. Before giving him the floor, may I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegation from their seats. With that, I call on the representative of India.
Mr. President, it is regrettable that the delegation of Pakistan has once again chosen to misuse the high-level segment of the UN General Assembly session to distort reality and portray a false sense of picture of the challenges in our region. Pakistan claims to be the primary victim of terrorism. In truth, it is actually a victim of its own policies of breeding and sponsoring terrorists, seeking to mask its activities as though an outcome of domestic discontent in the Indian state of Jammu and Kashmir carries no credibility with the world. Mr. President, it was stated that Jammu and Kashmir is under foreign occupation. It is, except that the occupier in the question is Pakistan. In fact, India's reservations about the proposed China-Pakistan economic corridor stem from the fact that it passes through Indian territory illegally occupied by Pakistan for many years. Pakistan apparently regrets that the dispute over Jammu and Kashmir remains unresolved and that our dialogue has not progressed. If this is so, this is because Pakistan has chosen to disregard its commitments, whether it was under the 1972 Shimla Agreement, the 2004 Joint Declaration forswearing terrorism, or more recently, the understanding between our prime ministers at Ufa. On each occasion, it is India that has extended the hand of friendship. India remains open even today to engage Pakistan on outstanding issues in an atmosphere free of terrorism and violence. Mr. President, reference was made to ceasefire violations and exchange of fire along the line of control and the international boundary. The world knows that the primary reason for firing is to provide cover to terrorists crossing the border. It needs no imagination to figure out which side initiates this exchange. It is not uncommon for states, when confronted with serious challenges, to shift responsibility on others. That is the case with Pakistan and terrorism, reflecting the inability to recognize that this is a homegrown problem that has begun to bite the hand that fed it. We agree that terrorism has underlying causes. In this case, poverty of wisdom and ignorance of consequences. Mr. President, the heart of the matter is a state that regards that the use of terrorism as a legitimate instrument of statecraft. The world watches with concern as its consequences have spread beyond its immediate neighborhood. All of us stand prepared to help, if only the creators of this monster wake up to the dangers of what they have done to themselves. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. It wasn't my intention to take the floor today, but I was forced to do so based on the accusations that were made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. But let me start by a quote from a favorite band of mine, Iron Maiden, and it's called, I'll bring a short quote. Ever had a conversation that you realize you've had before? Have you ever talked to someone and you feel you know what's coming next? It feels prearranged? Because you know that you've heard it before and you feel that this moment in time is surreal. Because you know when you feel déjà vu. So I was feeling déjà vu today, because it seemed that whatever I heard today, I have gone through it at least a few days ago, yesterday, day before yesterday, the other day, and it seems the same constant accusations. But strangely enough also, a few weeks ago was the 150th anniversary of Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures Through Looking Glass. Surprisingly, the statement that was delivered now was exactly from that fairy tale. Everything was vice versa, everything was confusing, everything was upside down. I was wondering if this is also the case of good defense, best defense is good offense. So probably this is the idea behind all of these accusations. Probably there is a problem with short memory. But again, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan is not too young not to remember himself what has happened 20 years ago, 25 years ago, how Azerbaijan initiated the war against Armenia, against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. But it's not surprising as well, because no one left in Azerbaijan to write the truth today. Everybody is behind the bars. Any free speech, any journalist, any blogger who is willing to write about the truth in Azerbaijan is immediately arrested. Let me touch upon a couple of issues that were raised in the statement. Committee on the Missing Persons. Just before coming to New York, I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I had a meeting with the representatives of ICRC and discussing the issues of possibility of finally arranging a meeting between the two countries' committees of missing persons. Armenia has been repeating this appeal through ICRC to Azerbaijan for the last 10 years, probably constantly. We have passed our request to ICRC. The response is constant. Unfortunately, Azerbaijani Committee on Missing Persons has refused to have the next meeting, and this has been the response for the last 10 years. Speaking about the militarization, I was simply surprised about the accusations of Azerbaijani minister. Again, putting everything upside down. Azerbaijani's president's statement recently calling Armenia, including its capital Yerevan, its own land, is simply surprising and appalling. I would simply suggest Azerbaijani speechwriters to have a look at the maps, ancient maps, medieval maps, maps of the pre-Soviet Union times, but definitely not the ones that are drawn in Azerbaijan based on the imagination of Azerbaijani scholars, one of whom has declared even that Noah was of Azerbaijani origin. No war is acceptable. No militaristic rhetoric is acceptable and makes logic. So don't frighten us with the possibility of war. It was the result of that war of Azerbaijan trying to annihilate Armenian population that you lost. Instead of that, think about negotiations based on compromises. Probably Azerbaijan has also forgotten the fact of Mujahedin and other mercenaries fighting in the Azerbaijani army against Armenia and killing peaceful civilians. Maybe Azerbaijani minister is also not aware of hundreds of its citizens fighting among ISIS fighters who every now and then also appear on the Armenian border or the border of Nagorno-Karabakh. If Azerbaijan wanted peace in the region, then they definitely would be willing to allow international observers along the international border and the line of contact to have an impartial body announce who is responsible for ceasefire violations. But they won't allow that. Armenian Ministry of Defense has always confirmed its readiness to do it. This says a lot, I think. Let me, in conclusion, paraphrase the words of the Azerbaijani speaker's statement. Nagorno-Karabakh has never, is, and will never be part of Azerbaijan, regardless of how many times you repeat it. In the end of my statement, I would like to address also briefly the statement made by the representative of Turkey. It was mentioned that major conflicts of the greater OSCE area remain unresolved. Turkey is determined to continue its efforts to facilitate a peaceful resolution to these conflicts on the basis of respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and violability of the internationally recognized borders. What about the people's right to self-determination, I would ask? And if that is the position of Turkey, I can assure you that no one can facilitate a solution based on one-sided, biased, predetermined, or prejudged approach. Thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is indeed regretful that we had to take floor at so late hours. In fact, the slanderous statement by the representative of Armenia prompted us to take the floor. Would appreciate if the representative of Armenia limited himself to entertaining with fairy tales rather than trying to mislead the General Assembly here. As for history, of course, we appreciate history in our region. Just I would like to remind that only 100 years ago, Armenia was a vibrant multi-ethnic area where Armenians constituted minority with 45% of population, including in its nowadays capital, Yerevan. As for the comments on human rights, a country whose population, half of whose population left, has no right whatsoever to speak on human rights. All major human rights activists left the country. They fled simply the country, including they fled to Azerbaijan. Just recently, one of them came to Azerbaijan. In terms of responsibility of Armenia, it's well established, including as noted by my minister in the recent judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, whose jurisdiction Armenia has voluntarily accepted. And many other international organizations, in addition to the United Nations, such as Non-Aligned Movement, Summit Declaration of the Conference on Interaction, Confidence Building in Asia, and so on. And lastly, the president of Armenia himself admitted the fact of occupying Azerbaijan territories. As for terrorism, Armenia probably is the only country in the world which venerates convicted terrorists, erects monuments to them, and receives the convicted terrorists at the highest political level, including by prime ministers. Azerbaijan, contrary to what Armenia tries to present, Azerbaijan is not against any type of investigation, bringing truth. Azerbaijan is open to, in fact, Azerbaijan has been pressing for a long time for investigation all violations of international law, most notably war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crimes against peace. That's, I think, is something in interest of Azerbaijan, interest of international community, but not interest of the military junta of Armenia, who is led by war criminals. It would be in the best interest of Armenia and people of Armenia if its government puts end to aggression, engage in good neighborly relations with its neighbors, and thus works towards prosperity and development of its own population and the region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I call on the representative of Armenia, and then this being the second intervention, that will be 5 minutes. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's difficult to argue to the words which basically don't make any sense, surprisingly also are harassing, and I would really call upon the presidency to stop or to be able to interrupt the meetings which are accusing the leadership of a neighboring country or any other country of some sort of incriminating him, some sort of accusations. But basically, and first and foremost, I would like to, as you mentioned, also remind that I represent Armenia. I represent the country which is home to 12 national minorities who live happily, peacefully in Armenia. Among some of these nationalities are also those who don't have a kin state, who have all the rights and privileges of the citizens of Armenia, and also the fact that no Armenian national is today currently residing in Azerbaijan, in Baku, in a town, in a city which was totally populated by Armenians, Russians, and Jews in the early 20th century, in a city where all oil industry was started by Armenians, is now void of any single Armenian. And luckily, with the collapse of Soviet Union and the secession of the republics, Nagorno-Karabakh was able to declare its independence, became home for Armenian population of the Nagorno-Karabakh and many Armenians who fled from the massacres in Baku, Sumgait, Kiroabad. The only mandated international organization that has a real mandate to negotiate a peaceful settlement between on the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict is the OSCE Minsk Group. OSCE Minsk Group chairs, Russia, France, and United States are doing a wonderful job and have been negotiating very hard, mediating very hard among the parties to find a solution based on compromises, to find a solution based on the principles of international law, which include the interests of all parties, which include the principles of self-determination, territorial integrity, and first and foremost, non-use of force and non-use of threat of force. So the best solution is not engage in counter-attacks, counter-offensives, especially in the artillery fight on the border, but to engage truly and sincerely in negotiations. This is, of course, if the opposing party is really interested in finding a solution and not continuing its militaristic policy. Thank you.
I call on the representative of Azerbaijan that the second intervention, so 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the second statement by the representative of Armenia is again full of distortions, outright lies, and is contrary to the spirit of constructive debates here in the United Nations. As for statistic figures, those are in our days widely available. We are referring to official statistics including of Armenia, a country whose population is 99.9% belongs to one titular nation. How can it be called a multi-ethnic? It is a monoethnic country. Being monoethnicity is not bad in itself, but it has been achieved through ethnic cleansing. So that's the point. As for and violation across the front line and so on, Azerbaijan is for withdrawal of all illegal armed formations from its own territories, all foreign military forces which are unlawfully stationed in the territory of Azerbaijan on that point. And it would be more appropriate if the representative of Armenia do not misinterpret the substance of the peace process and the proposals of the co-chairs of the Minsk group. The principles which Armenian representatives try to misinterpret has nothing in common with what in reality they are, including the principle of self-determination, which is a famous OSCE principle that clearly set for self-determination in conformity with the territorial integrity of states. In any case, it would be in best Armenian interest and in the interest of the United Nations and in international community if the illegal use of force against the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Azerbaijan is terminated, and the good neighborly relations in our region after that could become reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The hour is late. We need some rest because we will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp in this hall. Then the meeting is adjourned.